girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. I like the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. And girls with their nails done. And girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done now.
From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to AMD presents Sky Esports Championship 3.0 with Croma as our gaming retail partner, Logitech as our gaming partner, WD Black as our gaming storage partner, with the support of Facebook Gaming for all our regional streams. This is going to be me, Lucifer. Along with me is Dr. Dang and Darshita. We are back on day 2 of the grand finals for BGMI. And Dr. Dang, how excited are you?
Well, it is day two, and definitely the excitement levels are slowly and slowly building up because we are headed towards the final stages of the game. And well, this is really when we start to see those teams who are probably the team that is eventually going to take it all start performing at their highest level. Because yesterday was a big surprise for a lot of teams. They were not ready for the level of competition that was there. So they had a little bit of a shaky start, but somehow the teams that we were expecting were going to perform well were indeed going to be doing exactly that. But for day two, it's going to be a different strategy. It's a new day, and these teams have a fresh opportunity at gaining a lot of points.
Well, definitely that is gonna be very true. Talking about the grand finale is happening, I think we are gonna mark a total of 42 maps over here. A total of 42 maps that each and every team has to come across with, and definitely it is gonna be like the most amazing thing. 42 maps, and we are done with 6 already. That's just like 6 maps are done and dusted, and now you just have a remaining of 36 maps in your hand. The clock is ticking so fast, and it's just really hard to believe that we are done with 6 maps so early. The time is going so fast. It's was like a semi finale that we just finished day before yesterday,
Exactly.
and now grand finale is day 1 is complete, and we have already entered day 2 over here. It is like really just it's just like a fraction of seconds the time is passing by, and we are just finishing off with the matches so fast over here. 6 are done, 36 are left now, and you just don't predict over here that what this 36 maps can do to a single team.
I agree with you. I mean, these teams right now, a couple of them are having a bad start, as Dr. Dang said. But one thing I was actually hoping, because with the performance that we saw from a couple of teams such as 7 Seas, 8-Bit, and also a little bit performance coming in from the side of OR, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming as well, I hoped at least one team crossing a threshold of 100 already on day one. We did not see that, but I'm pretty sure and very confident that we'll be reaching the 100 total points for any one of those teams very early on with first, second matches, or maximum by the third map.
Well, that is definitely true. I think that maybe as time progresses, these teams are going to be picking up, maps and rounds at a faster rate. But again, we will have to wait and watch. But before that, we have the prize pool split up right in front of us. It's going to be 12 lakhs for the first place team, 5 lakhs for the second place team, and going forward, it's going to be 3 lakhs for the third. Fourth place and fifth place gets 1 lakh each. Sixth place gets 40,000 along with the seventh place team. As from 8th, ninth, 10th, 11th, and 12th will be getting 20,000 for themselves. And to top it off, we will be giving 10,000 to the 13th and the 14th place teams as well. As for the MVP of the tournament, well, he is going to be receiving a whopping 1 lakh rupees for himself. And well, I don't know about you, Lucifer and Darshita, but if that was me, I would definitely be jumping at that opportunity.
Well, definitely. It's just not about the position, the first, the champion, the second, the third, the fifth or the 12th position you come. It's about the MVP as well. That 1 lakh is a huge prize pool to come across. You can see the first position, the champions trophy is just nearby that 12 lakh, and definitely that is really a huge prize pool to get a fight of. 42 maps, as I already told over here, and 12 lakh prize pool. I think, yeah, they definitely go hand in hand, because when we were talking in the semi-finales, it was same. It was the thing that yes, these fights are worth it, and that time we had these groups in front of us, but now all we have is the whole of the 18 squads fighting over here. But coming back to the points distribution, the first placement point, the first position, the chicken dinner you get gives you directly 15 points. The second position gives you 12. The third position will give you 10. Fourth position gives you 8. Fifth position will give you 6th. But the sixth position will give you 4 points. The seventh position will give you 2 points. But the 8th to the 12th position is just gonna give you 1 single point, and 13 onwards you are not gonna get any points in your account. But meanwhile, even if you finish one player off completely, you are gonna mark 1 point for your team. So consecutively, yes, the thing that I was talking about is that placement and finish matters the most. And I think this is the simple reason why that points every time come across, that why placement and why finish both are important. You get one finish, you get 1 point. You get a chicken dinner, you get 15 points. You are not able to get a chicken dinner, you get on something on like fourth and fifth position, you get 8 or 6 points. So definitely coming across, it is like an amazing thing to come across the positions from 1 to 5th. Like you get points from 15 to 6, but sixth position onwards it is a bit difficult to gain more points, because the placement points gets lower and the kill point remains the same for everyone. But talking about the teams of the grand finales we are gonna have over here is Soul, Godlike, 7C, Skylight Gaming, Team IND, Revenge, Marcos Gaming, Aztec Esports, Team Celsius, Revenant, Enigma, F1LS, Tenacity, Esports Empire, OR Esports, Team 8-Bit, Galaxy Racers, and TSM-FTX. And no matter what, but yes, this thing is very sure that some of the teams are on that urge of comeback. What do you think, Lucifer?
I completely agree with you. As we initially mentioned, some of the teams, like how they started off on semi-finals, that was a completely new chapter for them. There was a completely new book, I would say, for teams such as Soul, even the side of team Enigma and Revenant as well. These teams slowly but eventually started grasping points. Even 8-bit after day 2 or day 3 of semi-finals, they started making their consistent performance for their team in terms of finishing points as well as placement points. But right now, from day 1 itself, these teams have been performing incredibly well. IND still having a little bit of an hiccup. They are still unable to find a good footing for themselves, but I'm pretty sure as we progress and the confidence is built, it's going to make a huge comeback for them. Marcos as well, we saw them getting second positions, coming close to the last play zones, but eventually we did also see them that they were unable to close it. They were losing players on. But right now, let's see the head-to-head fights happening from a lot of these teams. To start it off, it's going to be Mavi from the side of Soul going head-to-head with F1 LS's Vamp, and we saw a 1v4 beautiful clutch coming in. It was insane to watch. To start off the map of Erangel, this was the team. I mean, what a way play. Okay, where there is two vamps. Okay, I got a little bit confused here. Okay, there's a vamp from F1LS. There's going to be Enigma also who have vamp OP. Okay, my bad. But yes, 7 kills for this man. With look at the damage. Damage on Mavi's end has been great, and we have seen him. He has done so much damage in terms of taking people down to a knockout. The finish was where they were having a little bit of trouble, because even if you saw yesterday, Soul, they picked up a couple of fights and then they said it's not working out for us, and then they start backing off. I think that's where Soul need to look into the fights. F1LS, we have seen them best in a couple of maps, but Sanhok is the map that I'm always looking forward to from the side of F1LS, because they put up one hell of a fight.
Well, yes, I agree. I think that F1LS has been one of those teams that, well, has the opportunity and has the skill level to really perform at the highest, at the highest rung of the competition. But right now, it just feels that they're kind of just getting ready for the, for the game, as you can say, and they're not yet in their own groove. But I think that they will be able to get into that, and they will have to get into that groove really soon, because, well, otherwise the finals are going to get over as well. As for Sarang and Delta PG, well, both of these players have respectively been extremely important for their teams, 7C as well as Rivalry. But one thing again, they have to be a lot more consistent at what they are trying to do. Now, again, we see a lot of times that Delta PG will be going in for that aggressive play. Well, it does work out a lot of times, but he does get taken out very easily a lot of times. So he needs to make sure that every single time he goes in for that aggressive play, he has a little bit more of, as you can say, advantage for himself. But talking about teams going head to head, well, 7C versus TSM, both of them are really showing it that, well, they're not here to just have fun. They're here to play ball. They're here to basically prove a point to everyone in the lobby. And looking at their points difference, it's just 1 point of a difference, and that is the single finish point that 7C has over TSM. So I think that both of these teams are going to be extremely close in terms of just having a good competition against each other. And I feel that yes, maybe TSM or 7C will prove to us that they are the better of the two.
Well, definitely, that is to just look at the close competition these both teams have. Finishes you talk about 35 and 34, but the position points you see it's 32 for both. But again, overall points when we are talking about it 67 and 66. So definitely, it's just like a difference of one single point that is between the finishes which TSM needs to cope up at this point. It's like they are just lagging behind that one single point. And yeah, definitely they have 6 matches today as well, and yeah, it surely can be a comeback, because when we just came across the day one, it was seriously amazing. But coming back again to 8-bit and SKYLIGHTZ gaming over here, you can see a very intense competition, I would say. You can see 27 finishes for 8-bit, but SKYLIGHT gaming's, they are just banging it on with 32 total finishes. The position points, it's 8-bit who are mugging it up. It's like 37 total points for position for 8-bit over here, but SKYLIGHT gaming's, it's 32 overall points, 64 for both. But yes, a chicken dinner is in the hands of SKYLIGHT's gaming over here.
SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, as I said, right, they are looking really good in this matchup. 8-bit, again, this is a team has, I would say, huge amount of capability in terms of grabbing the championship title. I'm directly targeting the championship title because their overall performance on semi-finals was incredible whenever they put up a fight, whenever they were trying to look forward to win a chicken dinner, and especially if you look at day one itself, they have come thrice to the second position in various different maps. Twice in the map of Erangel they came second, and once in the map of Sanhok they came second. So 3 times they've already gotten so much placement points for themselves that I am pretty sure very soon we will be seeing 8-bit grabbing a couple more chicken dinners as we start off, maybe here in day 2 or day 3, but it's still a long journey in the progress that teams have to also rely that yes, finishing points is going to be crucial, and we cannot just let go of fights, because yesterday when 8-bit and IND went head to head, it was 8-bit coming on top, and we know how good IND is with Snacks, Daljit and Slayer and Atanki to make it work, but unfortunately it did not. 8-bit got the best of it. But right now, let's head over to the matches. But before we start that, let's take a look at the overall standings at the end of day one of Grand Final 7C Esports. I hope you enjoyed the interview coming in, because they were the table toppers yesterday with 67 points. Team TSM, they're not far behind, 66, right neck and neck, just 1 point is what they're missing. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're with 64 along with Team 8-bit. No winner in a chicken dinner for them, but still at 64. OR as well, no victories for them on a map, but they do have 54 in terms of total points at the 5th position. Team Soul were in the 2nd and the 3rd position as we started off day 1, as their performance was incredible, but right now they're at the 6th to end day 1 at 50 positions, and 50 points. Enigma, they did pick up one winner chicken dinner, especially to start things off of the grand finals of map 1. Now are sitting at 49 at the 7th position. Nothing to worry about. We know how good Enigma are. They can make a comeback. AZTEC, this is one team I really liked, because their rotations are working for them. Their progress in terms of picking up finishing points and placement points, they're trying to balance it as much as possible. So we might see a better performance coming in from AZTEC. Right now they're sitting at 8th position with 46. Galaxy Racers, their last winner chicken dinner. I'm looking forward to that confidence heading over to day 2. But if they don't do it, again their morale boost will start going down, because that victory of winner chicken dinner on the last map, I'm pretty sure has given them the boost that is needed for this day to start off.
Well, yes, that is true. I think that the boost that you get for a morale, as you were saying, the morale boost, right? It is a lot like the energy drink that these teams have in game. It's like a small shot. You get a small win. That's like your energy drink. You get a good boost. But over time, if you don't win out enough, it does kind of start to die down. So, well, if you want to keep that boosted state up for yourself, well, you have to keep consuming, and in this case it is going to be the wins that you get on map. So if you can keep winning, well, you are going to probably be a team that keeps on winning, because your morale is going to be high. But if you are going to be having a rocky start, if you're going to be having a rocky finish, well, that is definitely going to affect you. But one thing that I'm really surprised about is that GodLike, with just 4 placement points, is at 22 finish points. So that really tells me that, well, you give them a single opportunity to get into the top 4, top 5, they're going to be jumping up from the 16th spot to maybe the 5th or the 6th spot in a blink of an eye. Even for F1LS, that is exactly what I was saying. They are a team that has a lot of potential. They just need to find the groove that they are in, because 4 placement points but 10 finish points, a little unfortunate, but we will still be seeing a very, very good comeback started off from them. As for Team IND, they're kind of in the middle. They're right now the middle. They're in the bottom half of the pack, but they're definitely a team that can come out on top. Even for Marcos Gaming, these are both teams that start off slow but able to do in this game.
Well, definitely, that is going to be true. And coming back to the top fraggers again, we just had a talk about the number of finishes, the team was holding. But now, who are the top fraggers post match 6? So, already onto your screen, we are going to have Delta PG from Lively Esports, who's going to have 13 finishes, 13 amazing finishes on day 1. Seconds come along with 7C Sarang over here, I would say. Sarang, who was definitely amazing onto his gun power. The amazing showcase of gun power is something that Sarang shows over here. So yeah, 12 finishes from him. Then it's gonna be Spray God once again with 11 finishes, and the last but not the least is gonna be Somraj with 11 finishes. So you can definitely see Spray God and Somraj, they are just going hand in hand with 11 finishes. Sarang is on 12th and Delta PG is on 13th. So definitely it's just like a difference of one single finish that is just giving you the first, second and third, fourth position in the top fraggers list over here. But coming across now, it's a day 2, and the schedule for the day 2 is already onto your screens. We are gonna start off the day with the very first match of ours, that is gonna be Erangel, the classic map, the basic map that everyone has played when you installed BGMI or BGMI for the very first time. Then it is gonna be Miramar, the biggest map, I would say, the map which overexposes you, the map that gives you a feeling of playing in the ridges, the hilly areas. The third again is gonna be Erangel once again. Coming to the fourth match, it is gonna be the smallest map, that is gonna be of Sanhok, with the bushes, the trees, the forest areas all around you. The fifth map is gonna be Miramar, and the sixth one is again gonna be Erangel. So definitely we are gonna start off our day with the start of the boost of Erangel, and we are gonna end it with the boost of Erangel once again.
I mean, power packed matches coming in. That's what I'm pretty sure the viewers are ready for, because day 1 was completely incredible. And one more thing, that day 1 did not give us any winner chicken dinner for a repetitive team. But as we head over to day 2, I'm pretty sure a lot of teams are ready for the action. Now they know what is at stake, and they are also ready for 6 maps a day. They were playing 5 maps a day. I understand it's just one addition. You might think, how much impact can one single map do? Just imagine they have to play 6 maps each and every day, 42 maps in total, and how much stress would it take? And not only over the period, but in a given day, each and every team, all the 18 teams that you're seeing that have qualified, have to play these maps. There is no chance of, I would say, coming back, or there is no chance that they can say, we can sit this map out. I mean, they can do it. They can go die early on. They'll be getting 0 finishing and placement points, and they'll not get another extra map. But I guess the game is ready for us now. And now, looking at the flight path, it's very northern side. What are your thoughts on this, Dr. Dang?
Well, the northern side flight path usually means that the zone is also going to be somewhere close to the northern part of the map. So that is just going to be interesting to see as to how and when we are going to be seeing the zone, become active. But even then, it is going to be a really good drop zone for a lot of these teams, because they can go all the way up to the north side of the map, whether they want to go to Zarki or they want to go to Kameshki. Either one of those is going to be possible for them. And speaking about the southern side, well, maybe Quarry is going to be the furthest that teams will want to travel to, because again, the zone is definitely going to be showing up any moment now. Let's see as to how this zone is going to affect the movement of these players.
I agree with you. I mean, this northern flight path, I'm pretty sure we know most of the drops coming in for a lot of these teams, but I'm looking forward to, in case we talked about this yesterday, we talked about in this in semi-finals as well, where we said that if teams target a couple of teams where they go in for their drops and take them out very early on, they've not only taken down a very important team, they've also had a, I would say, fast start or a head start in that competition of that particular map, and it looks like Revenant are trying to do that. Revenant, they've not particularly gone in for same drop locations or loot location. They have been switching up. We did see them yesterday at military base. They did also go to Query. I think they did also drop down to Georgia Pool certain times, but Godel is one team that has always dropped down at Yasnaya. IND, I'm just looking forward to their name right now, because we see that IND always takes their way into military base whenever it is, and I can see they are close to Pochinki now. From there, they're making their way down to military base. I hope so, because military base is also covered in this first phase.
Well, the military base is definitely going to be part of the zone, but that also means that eventually, when this zone is going to be shrinking, you're going to be seeing something close to Milta or to Farmhouse. So, again, that is going to be a very interesting zone. It will be on the border, and if the teams that are on the side of military base do not make their way into the zone quickly enough, that bridge is basically going to be a death wish for them, because every single team inside the zone is going to realize that, well, that's a free bridge, that is free finish points for us, and it is a good opportunity for us to basically camp that bridge and make sure that we can get a few frags. Speaking about Soul, well, Maradopi was on the ground, but looks like he will get picked up. Not really certain as to how. He was down though, but I guess maybe this Tesla had something to do with that.
I agree with you. I mean, maybe he tried to jump out, or he might have tried to pick his teammate up, and who knows. But right now, one thing that again from the side of Team Soul, they always go for split loots. I understand you will be able to grab a lot in terms of getting yourself ready for the heat coming across from different teams, but still you need to be worried that in case, just as I mentioned, a couple of teams such as GXR, they're looking forward to go ahead and pick the fight very early on, and then they're successful. They were not successful in one, but mostly they were successful in at least 2 or 3 of their very early fights, and they did come up on top of it, and they did because of that win a map as well. So Soul, I'm not sure if any team is targeting them as of now to take over their loot position and maybe pick up a fight, but Godel, again, they're very comfortable, and nobody is looking forward to disturb them at Yasnaya. I mean, that might be out of fear, because we know how good the side of Godel is. Once they pick a fight, they don't care about how the zone is encompassing them or even crumbling around them. They're going to make sure they finish off a team and then go and fight ahead. Otherwise, they're going to pretty sure hold that position for a longer time. It does not matter whether they use utilities or not. That's how I would say determined they are when they pick up a fight. But always, one thing that we have seen, that GodLike eventually, even though they pick up 15 finishes, if you have seen, they go down at even the 11th or the 12th position, very unfortunately, because of third party. So GodLike need to look forward to the placement points, because again, semi-finals you could have done that. Now grand finals means that you need the top one to make sure you crown yourself as the champions, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of players, lot of viewers who are looking forward to, I would say, cheering this team. They are looking forward to this team winning this tournament of AMD Ryzen Skyesports Championship. But the table toppers, that's who we are spectating right now. It's going to be the side of 7Cs. They are just sitting with only 1 point in terms of an advantage on the overall standings. But if they go down very early, Dr. Dang, I think they will immediately topple down.
Well, I agree with you. I think that it is. Sorry. Yeah, I agree. Because I think that it is going to come down to the fact that if these teams really want to make a dent in the points table, they're going to have to do something new. You cannot always keep playing the same old game and hope that you get a different result. That's just not how things work in esports. You need to make sure that you catch someone off guard, or you catch a couple of people off guard. But either ways, you will have to do something new to really make a difference in the expectations and the result that you're going to be getting from the game going out. And if you go in for the same drop every round, same zone every round, and try to push in the same way, well, things are not going to be that different. But looking at Marcos Gaming, well, they have a big advantage, as in they are going to be in the same vicinity of each other, which means that they can very easily communicate without the need for, well, even headphones, to be honest. But that is just going to add to the chemistry that this team is going to be having, and they might be able to work out a better as you can say, a better synergy with each other, so that they can get the result that they desire. As for F1LS, well, they're also going to be in a boot camp, which means that they also do not have to worry about chemistry issues happening. And well, all they need to do really at this point of time is to slowly and steadily start gaining that momentum that is so desperately needed for them.
Exactly. F1 LS, they are good. That's the reason I said on the map of Sanhok they were incredible. On the other maps, yes, they're trying to put up a fight, but eventually we did also see that the side of F1 LS had, I wouldn't say it's a chance, but did get eliminated very early on at the 17th position. I mean, sorry, the 18th position itself, and were the first entire squad wipe coming in from, I guess, Enigma or the side of Revenants. I don't know which team did that, but right now we are expectating the side of Enigma, and it looks like Enigma, they're looking forward to fight with Godel. But Vamp OP, he was not ready for the fight of a crossfire coming in. They spectate him out, they drop him down to the knees, and Godel, we've talked about this, when they want to go in for a fight, they're like wolves. They sniff out all their enemies and they put down their force, they get all their cover, they get all the utilities like a bunch of firecrackers and throw it on their opponent, and it's very difficult to come out as a victory on this fight. And this is the fight happening second time on the map of Erangel between these two teams. Previously, if you remember CG7, the last map of Erangel, CG7 had a chance to clutch, but Jonathan was looking good. He was about to spray, but then a third party fight got initiated, and with that you can see already Enigma understanding that it was Godel, with the confirmation and kill feed showing them that which team it was. They immediately started going in for a rotate because they know how good the side of Godel is.
Well, yes, Godel is definitely one of the stronger teams that we have in the competition, as well as the fact that, well, these teams are going to be, really aware of the fact that Godel has some of the best aimers that we have in, well, the region. So again, that is definitely going to be something that these teams will have to look at. But again, you cannot go into a gunfight feeling scared. You need to make sure that you pay attention to the next best thing that you can do, which is probably to flank them or to maybe get the better of them with utility. Something like this is definitely going to be on the cards for some of these teams. And as for team IND, well, this is one team that is like one huge wild card. They will come out of the blue and suddenly just, well, overwhelm you with the amount of with the amount of weapons that they have, with the kind of weapons that they have, and the positions that they love to push in from. So that is something that team IND is extremely good at, and well, other teams will have to respect that because they are like a swarm of ants. They are going to attack you one by one. You might be able to get rid of them, but if all of them are going to be in one place and they jump onto you, well, that's not going to be a good day to end.
I agree with you. I mean, IND, again, I am looking forward to the side of IND having a better start today. We have talked about this once. IND, as Dr. Dang also mentioned, IND are going to be a team that once they put up a fortress of defense, once they are sure about the position they are holding, and if they get comfortable, we've talked about this, you need to be comfortable in terms of your position. You do not have to be worried about another team coming and backstabbing you, and once IND are in that position, there's no stopping them. But right now it looks like 7C, they want to pick up a fight with the side of F1LS. There's going to be one player stuck inside and also dropped down to his knees. F1LS Artemis, he's trying to provide cover, but they already have lost two players down to the knees. Make it the third. It's all up to Artemis now. The side of 7Cs are coming in strong. It's going to be the last player surviving from FNLS. Artemis has looked forward to multiple players coming in. Sarang is coming in. Aladdin is about to clutch in, but the Molly, I'm not sure if he lighted himself up, but I guess it was a misthrow happening. It did a little damage to himself, but before that could finish him off, there was a spray coming in from the side of 7Cs, and that's going to be again F1LS having another bad start. They get taken down at the 18th position here, Dr. Dang, with 0 finishes.
Well, that is just unfortunate. F1LS, despite having players that can really make the difference, are unable to do so, and I still cannot figure out as to what is going wrong with them. Maybe they're kind of getting into bad positions, because that is something that can happen. Sometimes you can just get into positions that don't favor you without even realizing that you're in a bad position. It's called having a bad day. That happens with every single one of us. But for F1LS, it's been going on for a little while now, and they need to make sure that they really pay attention to their surroundings and where they want to get into. But as for the side of, well, Gyro God, he's going to be on the ground. Marcos Gaming is going to have to take this fight a lot more seriously. It looks like they will still be having enough cover so that they can get Surya in to pick his teammate up, but that is going to give the side of Team Celsius a little bit of time to make a push or maybe make a play that could get them a frag or maybe even get a squad wipe.
I agree with you, but again, Celsius, this is one team who is still sitting in single digits. I guess they are right now at 7 or 8 total points. So this is going to be a day that they have to pick a couple or more points. Otherwise, they'll be left at the bottom. And as we have talked about this is going to be 7 long days. And if you're not able to capitalize on a couple of maps, you will be sitting in that same position, or even maybe at the 15th, 16th position maximum that you'll be making your way, because teams have already taken a huge leaps. On an average, teams have managed to pick up 10 points on day one. So that has got them 10 points each to 60. But right now, Celsius, they're looking better. The initial fight they picked up from the side of Marquez and got down to his knees is good. But still, they need to use this confidence, push the side of Team Marcos, because look at Celsius. Even though they bought themselves time with that knockout, they've not pushed the side of Marcos Gaming. They're still holding ground. They're looking forward to the side of Marcos Gaming losing their patience and making that push. And we have known how good the side of Marcos are. Even in a 2v4 situation, they will always try to take out their opponent and bring it back to a 1v2 or a 1v1 situation as well. And then can lose the fight, because already using so much utilities, they have to go in for reload, change their guns, animations coming through. So there's a lot of things coming in place for them at that time when they turn it around. But right now, if you have already given them space, I think it would be time for the side of Team Celsius to be worrying about, because yesterday they were not good, and today if they are not composed, they might lose their patience. And Marcos, they're ready for a fight.
Well, yes, that is definitely true. I think that Marcos Gaming is one of those teams that needs a small warm-up before they can get into the groove, and I think that the warm-up is slowly going to be starting. But as for AZTEC, well, they're all going to be jumping into this house to make sure, or this cluster of houses rather, to make sure that they can get some utility for them. But as for R&T's player substitute, well, they're just looking around for players. They know that there are squads around them because of the smokes and the grenades falling through. They are going to be getting one that does damage the player. That is going to be IGL on the floor. Soul Marad is in fact going to get taken out and finished off. So, well, there you go. It's going to be Soul Driver as well as Marad getting taken out. And, well, it's down to Regal Toast as well as Mortal to make sure that they can keep their team in this. But it looks like they are getting covered from both sides. It looks like Mortal will be able to get a frag for himself, but he himself will be going down. Regal Toast is going to be the last one standing, and he also will get finished from the side of 7C. And what a team is this? They're all over the map. They're everywhere. You cannot find a single place to hide against this squad of 7C.
They're scoping in really well. And this is what I talked about. The side of Soul splitting up and then regrouping when they have loot might give their position away, because that's when they are actually regrouping. The vehicles are already there in their hand. I think that's what another disadvantage coming in for a squad. They will be eliminated at the 17th position here, Dr. Dang, and that is going to be a huge setback, because start of day one was incredible for the side of Soul, but today it's not looking great. On the other hand, I think Revenant, yes, they did lose 1% to the ground, but I don't think the confirmation has come through. But still, Godel, right now they are stuck between two teams. One way it's going to be the side of 8-bit scoping them out. On the other end, it's going to be the side of Revenant from a hard compound. So Godel, they have to pick one fight and then come on top of it. If they don't, it looks like GXR are also slowly making their way in, and this is the fight we previously saw. Again, GXR do like to take up a lot of third party in their favor. They will wait for sounds coming in, and if they hear that it's going to be in their side or close to them, they'll immediately jump onto vehicles and start turning things around. But Godel, again, they're stuck in middle right now. But looking at the phase coming in, the fourth phase, it is slowly even changing its position from farm. It's going to the northern side of farm, where Rivalry, look at them, they repositioned really well. They went directly into the edge of the circle, maybe for gatekeep, but even if they looked forward to just get the edge of the circle, they're in a great position as of now.
Well, yes, and as for the side of 8-bit, again, you can look at them. They're in the center of the zone, and I think that this is now very easily verified that 8-bit is a team that loves to sneak into the center of the zone and then play to the outside rather than playing towards the inside, which basically means that you, instead of waiting for the zone to collapse and then playing for the players that are inside the zone, you play inside the zone, and then you try to take the fights that are out, that are going outside the zone, which basically means that the players coming in are going to be the ones that you target. Now, it is a good strategy because that allows you to basically control the gunfights that you want to take. It allows you and it lets you visualize the area that you have for cover and the area that you have under your control. But the downside can be that any single team that is making their way into the center of the zone can kind of expect that you're already there, which means that they will be checking everything, and the second you are spotted, well, you do not have the element of surprise. But as for the side of OR, Aditya is going to get spotted. There's one player already on the ground. I believe that is Aditya or Vexy. Their names are overlapping. There you go. It's going to be Vexy. But before anything, GXR, what a shot from behind. MJ with the one tap onto Vexy is going to finish him off. And that is definitely going to be a huge boost for his team and, well, even him as well. So it's going to be Celsius Saggy who has been taken out. Robin is going to get taken out. Saggy finished off. Celsius's locker is finished, and so will be Robin. It looks like TSM is joining in on that fight. Zeki is going to get one, but a nade comes in. Locker finished off. 7C get a player on their ground because TSM is looking to do something about it. As for Team IND, they're taking a gunfight with the side of Revenge right now, and it looks like they are going to be getting Delta PG a little low on HP, but they still have a lot of job to do. As for 8-bit Viru, he's going to be getting a knock onto a player, as Aladdin is also going to get knocked from Shadow, which means that TSM and 7C both going off at each other. It's going to be one of these two teams who's going to come out on top, and well, 7C at the top of the leaderboard, and well, it looks like Shadow, just a bad timing. He's going to get taken down. It means that Blaze and his teammate will have to be the aggressors in this situation. They're checking every single corner. They spot one corner, but it looks like no, they don't check the second corner. They get taken out. Ninja is going to be on the ground. It's all down to Aquanox. A grenade has to be pulled. He's going to get spotted out. The aggression is coming through from the side of AZTEC. They need to save their teammate, but will they be able to do so? No, it does not seem to be the case, because Aquanox is going to get taken out. That is the end of TSM, and AZTEC are going to be the one that survives.
This is what I said about AZTEC. They're looking incredible as a team. I mean, yes, there are some unfortunate positions, unfortunate fights that were happening, the way they try and play, but oh no, Pradhan, a beautiful grenade again. The side of Team 7C is trying and capitalizing, but they are hard stuck right now. But there is going to be revive coming in, so I think they should be safe enough as smokes are being thrown across for them. Safety, and they will be finally back to all 4 players standing. But look at the number of finishes they've already gotten. It's at 9. Even though there are 12 teams surviving and 20 minutes into the match, they're still playing it really good. And now it looks like Marcos Gaming, they've made their way away from the side of AZTEC, who are trying to pull up a fight, and now they are back in a good form.
Well, yes, they're back in good form, but it does seem to be the case that, well, there is going to be a small technical issue maybe, because, well, it does seem like the feed that was coming in is going to be having a little bit of an issue. But other than that, it does seem that the game is really going on in a great sense, and by a great sense it means that, well, it's really interesting. But with that out of the way, we are going to be back into the game, so it is time that we head over back and, well, just pay attention to what these players are going to be doing.
I think we have a confirmation. There might be a slight glitch in between. Nonetheless, we will take a look at the fight. It does happen, right? We did talk about this. We are at home. It might be some glitch of the lobby. It happens. It's all online. Maybe a server crash. But we are looking forward to a confirmation coming in through our production. 7Cs were looking incredibly strong. I mean, starting that map off, Dr. Dang, what was that fight coming in? The way the side 7Cs were going in for fights. But again, GXR, as you saw that incredible headshot, I guess on OR Vexy. This is why I said the side of GXR, they love third party fights. They wait for information, and as soon as they gain information, they're like, let's just jump the gun. Let's just move in and take that entire squad out, and hopefully we should be back on the fight. But right now it looks like the game is back online. There is no more issues, so let's start taking a look at what damage has already happened. So there might have been a slight glitch, but in the meantime, I guess 1 or 2 teams dropped down. Nonetheless, there are 10 players still standing, but Slayer and Snacks from the side of IND are going to be the only 2 players. GXR, look at the confidence. Rocks jumps out. He's looking forward to Slayer to pick up a fight, but Slayer, what a position play coming in for him. He's going to be running around the boulder, but look at Snacks. The prone position helps, and it's all up to Snacks to make survive. And the zone pushing, it's going to get very difficult. Snacks position has been seen, and that's going to be the end of Team IND. GXR again, this third party fight that they again try and pull off, they come on top of it, but new player, he's down to the knees along with Maxcus. Now MJ needs to drop a lot of smokes, but it looks like 7Cs, they are feeling themselves today and they want to take over this fight. New player down to the ground, it's all up to MJ. The revive is about to be kicked in, but grenades coming in. MJ down to his last health bar, and that's done and dusted. And 7Cs wrap up another entire squad that should bring them close to 13 finishes. What a performance. But GodLike is also, they're not backing down, they already have 5. They entirely wiped out the side of Team Tenacity right now, and they might be also looking forward to wipe out the side of Team Revenants. They're hungry, they're running in, they have looted. It looks like they just want to patch themselves up before they head into a fight. But Dr. Dang, one thing I'm worried right now for the side of GodLike is they've backed down from a fight. This is the first time that they've done, but now there is 7Cs who have heard that, and 7Cs, they've been on a better form starting this map of Erangel.
Well, that is true. I think that 7C has been on a better, as you can say, better footing as they started off. But one of the reasons that I feel that GodLike backed up from that fight is because they understood that there were a lot more players around them, and bet it looks like they're going to be running into the open arms of 8-bit, because they are just going to be having a complete draw. 2 players from 8-bit down, 2 players, 3 players from GodLike are going to be down, and it does seem that it does seem to be that we are going to be having a big brawl right at the center, and it does seem that Akshu OP is going to be back up to his feet, and Omega is the only one from 8-bit who has lost his life.
8-bit on an incredible form. What a play that they've managed to do. Again, slight issues, not sure. I mean, I guess there has been a slight internet misconnection happening with the feed, but we should be back live again. But hopefully the side of 7Cs, as we said, they are on the top-notch form as of now. They have had no difficulties in picking up fights, and they have been working really well. So I think taking down the side of 7Cs, the initial point that we said, right, they only have 1 point to work with. They need a lot more finishes, but still they are trying to make it work. And Dr. Dang, I think they should be able to do a lot more of damage as we progress. But right as of now, what do you think? Is there going to be a change of pace coming in from any of these teams, or 7Cs, are they looking great to grab the winner chicken dinner?
Well, I don't know about 7C, but 8-bit and 7C are 2 teams that I will definitely pay attention to, because again, both of them are performing at a level that we cannot understate. We have to make sure that we point it out, because that is very obvious. 8-bit and 7C both are going off at a different level right now. I thought that maybe TSM could add to that. I thought maybe GodLike or ENIGMA could be adding to that, but all of them just kind of fell short. Even Soul, for that sake, I thought they would be doing a lot better, but after losing 2 bodies up early, it does kind of get, a little difficult. But speaking about difficult things, it's the finals. You're not going to be getting an easy game or an easy kill or an easy win. So you have to fight for it. And right now it does seem as to, for whatever be the case, it does seem that it is 8-bit or the side of 7C that is having that advantage. And well, I just feel that maybe things can proceed going forward.
I mean, I'm expecting, but again, we did see the side of GodLike being wiped, and we did talk about this, right? Not picking up a fight, not wiping an entire squad might bite them back later on, and that's what happened. 8-bit came back for the fight with the side of GodLike and still made it work, and you can see 8-bit completely wiped out the side of GodLike. Yes, they had 9 finishes or 5 finishes in their bags, but after which they lost to 8-bit, and 8-bit, we've talked about this, they've been an incredible team. They've been pulling up their socks so really well that I think 8-bit also have a chance of grabbing a winner chicken dinner. But with that huge confidence that 7C's got yesterday, they're looking forward to keep it consistent in terms of whether it's a winner chicken dinner or topping the table.
Well, yes, I agree. I think that whether it is about getting a win for themselves, or it is about, just simply just simply getting into a good position, just simply getting either a large number of kills or getting some kind of advantage for yourself going into the next map. It does come back down to the fact that you have to work for it. None of it is going to come to you for free. I mean, the only thing that I can say had been a free win for one of these teams is going to be the fact that, well, one of these teams was able to get a free win on Sanhok yesterday when the other two teams were locked out of the zone and they had three players inside the zone. So I think that is the closest that you will get to a free win. But other than that, I really don't think anything else can, really be of any other use.
I understand now. Right now, more than us discussing about what happened, what is happening, I'm pretty sure the chat is like, let's get back to the game. What happened? We want to take a look at it. I understand slight technical glitches happening here. Apologies from our end. It happens certain times, even though we don't want to. We do try to make sure there is like less or none of it happening, but certain times unexpectedly it happens and pops off, and we have to take a small, I would say. Uh, Change of pace in terms of, just like we talk about the maps, right? Teams need to change from Erangel to Miramar to Sanhok. They cannot be completely aggressive. That's the kind of situation we are in, where the pace of that intense action has come to a pause, but we'll be resuming very soon. And as I said, we are resuming soon. The map is back in action because 8-bit, yes, they have lost their three players. It is about the top three teams surviving in 7 Cs, as we said. Yes, a lot of teams did go. You did miss action, but I'm pretty sure you'll be happy here because it's going to be the last zone. Top three teams, and again 7 Cs. We saw them that when they go in for an airdrop, they had a little bit of a, I would say, a difficulty or a disadvantage. But right now, picking up a ghillie suit at the last moment, it's going to give Sarang a huge, I would say, advantage. But right now, look at the position of the last player from 8-bit. He's on the rooftop, but the play zone is already doing damage to him, so he needs to go for a safer spot. But as he's peeking up, his position is compromised, and it's going to be SG wiping him out. So it's up to the last two teams. It's going to be a 3v2 coming in from both these teams. But Sarang goes down to his knees. He was about to creep. Not sure how he went down. Even though he had a ghillie suit, something did not work out for him. But right now, still, it's going to be a 2v2. Sarang recovering him and getting him back to the feet is going to be very difficult. And if they try that out, SG will be ready to spray the hell for the side of 7Cs. But 7Cs to start. Bukar spotted the spray coming in. A beautiful confirmation. If he has a grenade and if he times it perfectly, the edge is also there, and he can completely turn this game around. What is 7Cs? It's destroying each and every team from this map of Erangel here, Dr. Dang.
Well, the side of 7C is just, I don't know. I think they've gone into a different groove, and this is what I was saying. You get into a different groove, suddenly things become a lot more crystal clear. Things become a lot more easy, and that is definitely that is exactly what we were saying. 7C with 25 finishes. Yeah, 25 finishes, I think so. 23 or 25 finishes, and that is absolutely insane.
That's just crazy. That's cracked. Look at their faces. Look at the smile, cheeky smile coming in. They themselves aren't able to believe it's 25, because all they wanted is, let's fight. And look at that, look at them celebrating. They, right now, what they managed to do, if you're not understanding why they're celebrating so much, is because they've got a total of 40 points with just one map. 15 from the winner chicken dinner, 25 from their own kills. It puts them up on the scorecard of 100. Dang, they have reached the 100 triple digit mark. What can you say about this, man? 7Cs. I guess the interview just gave them a morale boost after yesterday. They said, like, we want to keep coming back every day. At the end of the day, come back live, talk to our fans, and then tell them that we are going to do this again and again.
I really don't have anything to say. I mean, we've seen this kind of performance before from Galaxy Racers, but that was on Sanhok. This time it's on Erangel. Erangel's a map that is very different. Sanhok, you take a fight with one squad, you're already ready for a fight with the second squad, but on Erangel, it's not the case. You have to find them, you have to hunt for them. And despite it being that difficult to do so, this team just, it's like a hot knife through butter. They just walk through every single squad that comes in front of them. They don't see whether it is going to be a difficult gunfight or not. Even Godel, for that sake, tried to run away from a fight because they realized that there were three teams around them and they could not win that out. They decided to take a leave, but not 7C. 7C just said, oh, one more squad, one more squad, one more squad, and well, that is an underdog team for you.
Wow. I'm hyped up. I mean, to start the map of Erangel with such a bang, that's the only word coming to my mind right now, because there is no other word that I quickly have to phrase this match. Either the side of 7Cs were cracked, or either the 7Cs were on top of their game today to start things off, whether they went to pray for their favorite gods or whatever they managed to do. Whatever they managed to do got them 40 points in total. 40 whooping points, and they will be the team starting off with triple digits already on day 2. We saw triple digits on day 3 on semi-finals, and this says us what is at stake. This lets us know why the side of 7Cs want the champions title. It's all about bragging rights. When you have top teams, fan favorite teams such as Soul, GodLike, everybody playing here, and still to take and steal the winner chicken dinner as well as steal the title away, says a lot about your team, says a lot about the potential that your team has, not only for this tournament, for the upcoming tournaments as well.
Well, it's not just about, it's not just even about the advantage or the disadvantage that other teams get or winning this tournament out or bragging rights. It's just for themselves. They've put in a lot of effort to reach the place that they have. From the streamer showdown to the semi-finals to the grand finals, I think that they are a team that definitely deserves it, and there is no other way to, really put it in the case that, well, you have a team that came out of the blue, that came out of nowhere, and is now taking down teams that were at the top of the BGMI scene in India just a couple months back. Teams like Godel, teams like TSM, these are teams that people would be scared to face, but not 7C apparently.
I think 7C have found the best. When you cook a dish, right, there's going to be a couple of ingredients that you have to mix and match, and you have to cook it to the right temperature, and this is when you get your perfect dish. 7Cs have found that formula. 7Cs have figured that out brilliantly, who needs to start assaulting first and how their team needs to completely close off a team and take down, whether it's a third party fight, whether it's a straight on head on target being placed. They have figured it out perfectly, and that's the reason they capitalize this map. The way they managed to rotate, the way they managed to pick up fights and completely destroy their opponent. I mean, look at the side of team. AZTEC and TSM were fighting out. AZTEC do come on top, but immediately 7C realize we have to anyway move to the zone, and we have a hard cover that we can take control of, and let's start controlling it, and let's start throwing grenades in. Molly was being dished out by, I'm not sure if it was Pradhan from AZTEC. One Molly did go down, but immediately another counter grenade and spray coming through was the last for AZTEC, and AZTEC let that hardcover compound be open for the side of 7Cs. Even though they had two players down to the ground, they revived them back with a lot of smokes coming in. If you would have seen, there was a higher ground advantage that teams could have taken on the side of 7Cs and then capitalized, but there was one player who had already taken an advanced position on that higher ground, who dropped smokes behind his team, and he was looking for information if anybody was looking forward to a third party fight. That's the kind of information that you need to be gaining, whether your teammates are down to the ground. If one player is already alive and he can revive two players, there should be one more looking for information rather than both going in for a revive. This kind of a mix and match play coming in from 7Cs, I guess, put them on the top of the charts right now. I mean, they were already topping it, but match.
Well, now they just have a bigger lead.
Exactly.
I mean, 7C is going to have to be the first team to get taken out in 3 games consecutively without getting any finish points to really make sure that the gap that they have in the first spot from the second place team can be covered up. But I mean, holy, I don't know what, because how do you, the time that GXR took 18 and 19 frags on Sanhok, I was like, that is so big, that is so huge, how can its squad be that aggressive? And then 7C just casual is like, oh, Erangel, okay, 25 kills. Okay, cool, easy peasy. And that is exactly how they played it. They got the other team right up to the edge of the zone. They downed a player, they chucked nades, and then they pushed aggressively. And well, we have the points table. Surprise, surprise. Who is on top? I don't know. Well, let me tell it to you. Let me break it down for you. It's 7C. SKYLIGHTZ is going to be second. 8-bit is going to be third. TSM still maintaining that fourth spot. AZTEC at fifth. OR at sixth. Soul dropped down to seventh. ENIGMA at 8. And REVENANT make their way up to 9.
There's not a lot of changes here except for the total points. I would say there's like one team going down, one team coming up. Not a huge change that from the bottom 10 some team has made their way in, but huge change would be the 20-point lead the side of 7 Seas has over the second team. It's not that they have a 20-point lead over the 9th team or the 10th team. If you even want to compare, they have a 50-point lead. They have 50 plus point lead on the team that is at the 9th position. Just imagine the difference between the 18th position team and the 7 Seas team. This lead is going to go miles for the side of 7 Seas, and they are going to completely destroy their opponents as we progress. And look at them, the difference between placement points and finish points, it's still 20, but the way they managed to grab finishing points in this map of Erangel says that this can be a casual map that each and everybody who plays BGMI, whether it's competitive or not, has to play at the end of, I would say at the beginning of the journey of BGMI. If they're starting right now, 7 Seas make it look like a cakewalk. They're like, it's one of their teammates' birthday, and they're like cutting a cake and serving it to each of their players, and that's how they pull this off. That's how it looked. They went in, picked a fight, wiped the squad, went in for another fight, picked a fight, completely wiped out the squad. That's how they were playing. That's how clinical they were, and that's why we say when you pick up a fight, make sure you wipe out the squad, because if you let one person be lagged out, just like 8-bit, if you saw, he was the third, I would say third team going out, but he was also the last player surviving for his team, and he tried as much as possible. That's the reason you can see 8-bit, even though they lost players and did not get a lot of finishing points, they are at the third position with 47 placement points, and they are trying to compensate with placement points as of now. But as they progress, as we have seen the 8-bit side of 8-bit play out in terms of getting a couple of finishing points, which is averaging somewhere around 5 to 10, that should be really good for them, because they have a good chance, just like how 7 Seas with 25 got now. 8-bit will also be able to make a comeback. AZTEC, they are coming in. Their finishing points, you can see it is higher than their placement points, but they do have a long journey to go, because they are at 50, whereas again a 50-point difference is what we are seeing from the side of 7 Seas. We will be talking about 7 Seas again and again and again, but let's also pay our attention to what teams have done on this map of Erangel from the bottom 10.
Well, yes, that is definitely looking to be the case. And so far, for the side of Galaxy Racers, they're going to be at the 10th place, Tenacity at 11th, Rivalry at 12th, Marcos at 13, GodLike unfortunately still at 14, that low. Esports Empire at 15, IND at 16. We've never seen them this low in the points table. F1LS still on the 17th spot with 14 points for themselves. Celsius has also not changed their position or their points, as they're going to be at 8 points for themselves. And speaking about the difference between the first and the last place team, well, Lucifer, get this, it's 99 points.
What? Dang, one
100.
more thing. You said 99, but Team Celsius still are at 8. They ended at 8 points yesterday. That's
Yep.
one more thing.
Yes. Celsius has not been able to pick up a single point, nor is F1LS for that matter, in the, well, in the, in the day that we have had since yesterday and today.
That's gonna be a tough fight. Man, oh man. I'm still stuck with that impression of what 7 Seas managed to do. Uh, it was just like they were. It was their planet. We talk, right? Gods have their own planets, just like the devil has his own hell. Similarly, Seven Seas created their own map. It feels like that. It's like now their map of Erangel, and if teams try to contest them, they'll be worried about it. Because again, reminding viewers in case you think that they are playing in groups, no, they are not. This is all the 18 teams fighting for all the glory here of the champions title, champions trophy, champions prize. And Seven Seas just made a huge statement saying that Erangel is a map that we can completely destroy you on. Bring your A game and we'll still take you down.
Well, I agree. I think that as far as the A game gets in terms of, well, BGMI, I think that 7C is right now on it. And well, yes, there are still going to be 5 more days for these teams to catch up to 7C. But if 7C can maintain the kind of, well, what do you say, kind of momentum that they are having right now, then things will get a lot more difficult for teams to catch up to. And well, if you are going to be in the third or the fourth or the fifth spot or even the second spot, you definitely want to overthrow 7C because you want to be the first place team, get that big prize pool for yourself as well as the bragging rights as well. So it's just going to be something like that. You want to play for that first spot, and right now 7C is just hunkered down on it. 7C has built a bunker around the first place, and unless you can break down the walls of that bunker, you ain't getting that first place.
I completely agree with you. But again, one more thing that I wanted to point, I was just going through whatever happened on day one. I was just trying to get more information that what kind of a damage the side of 7 Seas did. Get this, 7 Seas won the second map of day one, that is Miramar. And now we are again heading into the map of Miramar being the second map of the day. And if they have got such a huge confidence boost with this map of Erangel, imagine what they can do on Miramar. Again, saying that it's not completely replicable because it's BGMI, the zone is going to shift very fast. You will not know whether it's going to be in terms of an advantage or whether you might face off a fight very early on. Some team tries to target you out of a fight and then you would have to say goodbye very early on. Not saying that 7 Seas can completely replicate the same thing that they did yesterday, same thing that they did on the first map of Erangel, but they have a good chance of doing it. They've done it once, they've done it twice, they're looking forward to doing it thrice, and with the confidence boost they're going in, I would not second judge them at this moment.
Well, I think that it's not just about, trying to keep your A game up. It is also about trying to make sure that, well, as we said, esports is not always about being the best team or about being the best player or being about the best aim. It's a lot about strategy. If your strategy for 7C is right now that we can pick up as many points as we want right now, maybe take a break from what we are doing in game for a day, and then we'll come back and go in for that grind once again. If that is a strategy that works for them, no matter how unreliable or how stupid it might sound, as long as you can do it and it works for you, it's not stupid. Because if something works, is it really stupid? It's not. And if that strategy works for 7C, well, then good for them. If it works for another team, good for them. If it doesn't work, well, then you made a big mistake and you shouldn't have probably done that. But again, you'll learn from that mistake and probably be a lot better next time.
I completely agree with you, and we did say this right as we started off day two. You did mention you have played BGMI so many times, you are a competitive team, you're doing your usual strategies. That's not going to get you victories. You might be able to grab a couple of finishing points, maybe even placement points because of your rotations, because of your loot points that you head into, which gives you an advanced position in the circle. But if you don't change your pace, if you don't change your strategy, if it's not working, then if you're just hoping that this is what we have already done and got victories on and we'll still do it again, it's not replicable. That's what I'm saying. I mean, repeating the same thing again and again, once it's not showed results, you have to start changing it. And I think that's what 7C said. Okay guys, we have done this and this, we have got the top one position, but I think if we do it again and again, it might give us a different result. Let's try something else. Let's go completely aggressive. We have not seen the side of 7Cs be this much aggressive. They are aggressive, but not this much in terms of going and picking squad after a squad. It looks like just like we were talking one after another. The match is coming in without a gap and taking lesser breaths. It was looking like that. One squad wipe, immediately find another scope in, go in for a fight. That's how they played. Man, oh man.
I mean, in the time that we had the spectator glitch, we were able to, make our way into the game once again. They picked up what, 19 finishes?
Yep.
Insane. So speaking about that, it's time to look at the finals schedule for day 2. It is going to be map 2 coming up, which is Miramar as well. It is going to be an extremely different game from Erangel and an extremely exciting one compared to Erangel as well.
I'm ready for this. I mean, starting again on Miramar, and again, as I said, Seven Seas. But again, yes, we have talked a lot about Seven Seas. So I think let's start deviating right now, because the viewers will go like, I understand Seven Seas got a huge victory. It is going to be a show stealer for now, but there is going to be a lot more teams that I would also start mentioning. GodLike, they're incredible still on their fights, but again, when they try to calculate a fight and then they let go of a fight, it does bite them back, and that's what happened with the side of 8-bit coming in. Soul, again, I think I've called this multiple times that they go in for a split loot and then recompose themselves. It did work on day one, they did come out on top, but again, if a team, it's all about the timing. It's all about the timing. If some team spots you out when you're about to regroup with your teammate and goes in for a spray, if you're away from your teammates, that we have generally, you have said it right, Dr. Dang, 50 seconds, I would say maybe even 5 to 10 seconds in terms of a difference between your teammate. That's how close you need to be in case you want to recover your teammate. If you are not, that's done and dusted. That player is gone. That finishing point, you can count it, that is already out from your hands. Otherwise, if you want to put your team's life in danger and push them across, then you can still do it. We would say it's not like it's gone, but you will be posing a lot of disadvantages for your team, having a lot more casualties. You have to use a lot more utilities when they are far away in terms of recovering them. So it's about to re-strategize for them. Then we head to the side of GXR. This team is one team, if you compare in the whole 18 teams that we have in grand finals, I would say GXR is one team that loves third party fights. They wait for it, they wait for the opportunity, and they just jump. They jump like tigers, they jump for the hunt. As soon as they hear that, okay, there's two teams fighting in between themselves, let's just put them a show and put them down to the ground, all those teams, because they've already done damage to each other. They already are about to lose a lot of utilities. We already are good in both. Let's go ham. They did that
Well,
here.
that is true. I think that it is also going to be about the fact that on certain maps, teams might feel comfortable. Like maybe on Miramar, 7C doesn't feel that way. We've seen that before. We've seen Marcos Gaming take a win, and then the next time they come to Miramar, they are the first team to get taken out without any finishes. So it's really just about that you cannot always be the best team on every single map. Maybe Sanhok 7C gets knocked out in the first 15 seconds of a round. What if they drop and someone already has a gun waiting for them? So you cannot really say that, oh, you know what, 7C is going to be the best team across the board. No, that's not true. Maybe a different team. Maybe Team Celsius comes out of the blue on the map of
Exactly.
Miramar and takes a win. So you can never predict that. You always have to be on your A game. And if you're not, well, you're going to pay the price. So far, 7C has not paid the price, but if they get a little overconfident, which leads to complacency, they're going to have a bad time.
Exactly. You cannot be overconfident in your fights. I mean, even if you got a huge 40k point, I mean, sorry, not 40k. If somebody got a 40k point, they'll be running away with the prize as of now. So, total of 40 points in one map. But again, there are other teams. Again, talking about AZTEC, we saw the side of Team Celsius, the fight that they started off with the side of Marcos, and they then put a stop to it. I think that's where the side of Celsius had a disadvantage. If they would have rushed the side of Marcos at that time, even though they had, I would say, not great cover, but I guess they did have utilities. They could have thrown down mollies or even maybe smoke covers in terms of denying vision for their opponent and then go very close to their own compound, and things could have turned around, but they let go of the fight. The same thing happened for GodL. Again, 8-bit took on that fight. So these kind of fights, which when you spot out a squad, especially in the last zones as we are heading after phase 4 and 5, if you spot out a squad and if you let them go, I'm pretty sure that squad will remember you. It's not like somebody's going to forget that initial spray coming down. They had to go in for a revive, use the utility just because you did that. So they're going to keep their eyes wide open for that fight.
Well, yes, I agree. I think that if you are going to be ready for a gunfight, there is a big opportunity. There is a bigger chance that you will be able to come out of that one and survive and probably get yourself some finish points. But if you don't, if you're not ready for a fight, then you run into one, and well, that is really when you start facing the problems that do happen. So again, every single time that you see a squad go into a gunfight, if they're ready for it, they're probably the team that comes out on top. If you are if you are going to be someone that is not ready for a gunfight and you try to, well, have one, you're going to get taken out. But speaking about that, it's time to head over into the game and let us do exactly that, because that is going to mean the game is starting in a moment.
SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they want redemption right now because they did manage to stay alive till the last zone. Enigma, on the other end, they got the first winner chicken dinner on day one of grand finals, still to start their day off on the second day. But now we are heading into Miramar again, as we talked about, Dr. Dang. It's a desert island coming through. What are your thoughts? Is there, I mean, it's not an island still, but yeah, it's going to be completely deserted. You don't have any shrubs or trees that you can take cover from. Even if there is, it's going to be like very minute, and if you even try to hide behind it, they're going to pull you off. 8-bit ready for the fight. Marcos loading in for the game. Everybody right now is looking forward to head for a fight. They want to put up a fight, and with that damage 7Cs has done, or OR, they will be looking forward to. They'll be looking forward to pick up a couple of points in their favor. If they miss that out, they'll also be feeling the heat, because they right now their position is okay. It's not comfortable to stay in, but right now, looking at the flight path, it's going to be close to from eastern to the complete south end till Valdelmar. And I think immediately teams again, they don't go the long way, they don't go till Valdelmar, but I think the zone with this initial drop coming in, I think it's going to be somewhere toward Crater Fields and El Pozo, not towards Picado or Los Leones, not going to the center. It might shift to the northern area or maybe even northern western side. But look at Tenacity again. Tenacity is one team, if I forgot to mention in the previous map, now the side of team Tenacity is always at the edges of the zone. They always, I mean, not even zone, they are always at the edge of the map. That's where their loot points are. They never go in for center drop, they never go in for early on fights. I think that's what is causing them a disadvantage as we progress, but hopefully they should be coming back very, very soon. It does happen, right? Teams are trying to figure out what is their best footing, and certain times it does not work out. But right now it looks like the side of Godel, they're at Del Patron, but okay. The zone says you're wrong, Lucifer. We're not going to give you the advantage of any kind of a prediction, and it completely takes over the side of Los Leones. And I'm pretty sure if this is the zone right now, we might end up seeing just like yesterday, where La Bendita and Los Leones, in between them, the last zone shrinked, and that's where the last fights were being initiated. So Tenacity is still out of the fight, but most of the teams, they are in. But right now again, F1LS, they are getting taken down very, very early on, and it does not look great. I think it's from the side of Team Celsius, so this early frag coming in, F1LS, they need to be worried about it. But right now, Enigma are also about to pick a fight with the side of Esports Empire. Esports Empire, they have been somewhere missing. Not sure what has happened to them in between the matches, but I guess they should be able to come back very, very soon. But right now, Celsius, is it only 2 players here? Okay, Eggy has lost his life. Not sure how that happened very early on, and you can see we are at 71 players only surviving. But Celsius, they are angry, I guess, on the side of FNLS. They have done the damage, but Artemis, he'll be able to get himself a couple of medkits. He'll be patching himself to good health, but still Celsius, they're looking forward to pick up a fight. Saggy, he's way further away from his team, and this is what we talked about. You should be close to 5 or 10 seconds in terms of traveling distance to your teammates so that you can recover and help your teammates in a fight. If you're far away, all you can do is give information, and if you have a better rifle from that angle, I think you can do a lot of damage. With that scope, I mean, it's still a red dot site, so he cannot have a lot of information. He'll be just seeing like stickmans running around the borders. But I'm not sure if again Celsius have thought this through, because F1LS are on the ground. They do have a couple of houses that they're looting. Celsius, they were on the higher ground, but still in the almost same buildings as the side of F1LS. So F1LS, it looked like F1LS are looting the buildings that are below the side of Celsius, and Celsius are just jumping rooftops across and then looking forward to the picks. But again, Soul, this split, I would say, loot coming in for them. Not sure if it's about to work out for them or if they are again having a different strategy. It looks like one is going to pick up Mortal over there. Maradopi, he's looking for to grab his own loot, and again he is alone. Soul always doing this strategy, but it looks like they've picked up vehicles and that's how they are far away from each other. And if somebody is far, they're going to be try and pick them up and give them a vehicle. And I think that's what Driver and Mortal are looking forward to. But right now, Godel, they've spotted the side of Celsius. I mean, it was Sagi. Sagi was away from his team. So Sagi going down to the knees. It's time to say goodbye for him as well. So I think this should be another confirmation that two players from the side of Team Celsius are going down. But look at Godel. This is what we said. This is the map of Godel, I would generally call it, because Godel have managed to grab 15 finishes in this map on a particular day. Not each and every day, but every time they come up on the map of Miramar, their performance has been incredible to watch, and it has been completely, I would say, eye-catching and a show stealer.
Well, yes, that is definitely something that everyone will agree on, is that Godel, well, again, if you are an aggressive team, maps that favor the aggressive plays are definitely going to be something that do help you out. But again, despite it being a map that favors your playstyle, it doesn't usually mean that you get a free win on it. You still have to fight for it, and that is exactly what these teams will be looking to do. As for the side of Vamp, he does have his teammate who's a little low on HP, but it looks like the bandages that they will be picking up are going to do the job for them. But they are also on their bellies, because right now they're up against Esports Empire, who's inside a similar building complex. As for the side of Esports Empire, I'm not really certain whether they know that these players are going to be around them, but irrespective of that, it does seem to be the case that these players are looking to definitely get a pick for them. They do not want to give away a single kill. They want to take those free frags for themselves, which is why you can see them constantly moving around, they're trying to find a clink in each other's armor. As soon as they find a position that they can capitalize on, attack on, well, they're going to go in all guns blazing.
I agree with you. Right now, Enigma or Esports Empire, both these teams are really, really aggressive. But I like CG7's position compared to his own team. But look at this again. CG7 could not spot anybody out because the side of Esports Empire, as Dr. Dang mentioned, they are in hard covers, they are in buildings. And Esports Empire, they have not come out to give information. But now Fragger OP, he's taken the advantage. He says, I want to completely finish off the side of Enigma, because the side of Esports Empire, they did spot out at least 3 players who are close to each other here. Grenades coming across, another grenade being tossed, and Fragger OP immediately goes in for a hard cover, and Fragger OP's position has been compromised. Cloak will also be down to his feet. It looks like 2 players who are down to the feet. One will be revived back from Avi, but Avi is looking forward to take on a fight. Avi will be successfully doing it, but Shane is trying to push in and get one more player down. Now it's all up to Vamp OP. I think he is back to his feet. He has patched himself, but his helmet and vest both have received damage. And Kevian OP in the meantime, as Vamp is recovering himself, Kevian has given that revive, and now they're looking forward to patch themselves up. But I don't think Esports Empire, everybody has a great loot, but CG7, he's coming in for a fight. Shane has spotted him out. Shane goes in back to a hard cover. This fight coming in from the side of Esports Empire is incredible. We did talk about this Esports Empire, when they want to go for a fight, they will be taking teams down. And now with that last shot coming in from Shane, there will be 3 players down from the side of Team Enigma, and CG7 is the only surviving player that can turn things around. And we did see CG7 when he fought out with the side of Godel. He did have a chance, but it's not looking any great. Kevian OP will be down to his knees. Fragger OP is trying to flank. Fragger OP does it. The timing, the nick of health that Fragger OP, he sprayed a second earlier than CG7, managed to let the side of Esports Empire survive and get 4 finishes, and also wipe out the side of Team Enigma this early on.
Well, again, it's another big name team, another team that we expected to perform well, not being able to do so because, well, another team in the lobby is looking to make a bigger play, and well, that is exactly what we meant. These teams are here to win it all. They're not here to feel scared that, oh, this is such a dangerous team, this is such a great team, how will we win against them? That is not their problem. They just want to go out there, win the gunfight that they are going to be taking. They want to make sure that they are the winners out here. And well, with that out of the way, it does seem that Soul is going to be having every single player up for themselves, but they have to be a little bit careful, because with the jumps and the kind of drops that they're going for, they might just lose a little bit of HP. But we have a question that comes in. Soul or Godel, which team do you think can win this global tournament, can win a global tournament in the future? Well, all teams are OP. Not to no hate, or wait, not to hate, no, okay, no to hate. Games of Mayavi and Captain Price, hats off to you guys for your casting. You guys make these matches more interesting. Well, as for whether Soul or Godel can win a global tournament in the future, I'm not sure. I honestly am not sure, because unless we can look at the teams in the other region, unless we can look at teams in the South Asian region, like from Malaysia or from Indonesia or from Singapore or from China, all of these teams are definitely going to be competitors for the Indian teams. But well, fingers crossed. I really do hope that in case Indian teams do go up against any one of these teams, well, I hope that the Indian teams come out on top.
I completely agree with you. I mean, yes, Yathat's question is right. They can. I mean, we have seen that individual players from these teams are different representators. When they did play with them, they did go in for a lot of global tournaments and they did make our name proud. But again, this is again a change of pace coming in for a lot of these teams. They're coming back to the action of BGMI. But right now, the action has, I would say, intensified, because there's a lot more teams coming in for the fight. And for these teams to again represent us in a global platform, they have to first already defeat a lot of Indian teams itself to make their way across. Because the fight, as I said, is completely getting difficult as teams are getting better day in and day out. But right now it looks like Celsius are having close to a better day, because we already saw 2 players going down and Celsius, the last 2 players surviving. They're taking on a fight with the side of team Tenacity. They've confirmed 2 kills, so Tenacity are also left with 2 players. But in the meantime, Gordon, they have a center position. I mean, not completely center, but a great position even if the circle switches. But again, 8-bit are close to them. This team was the reason that the side of Godel went down early on the map of Erangel. So taking them out will be very crucial. But 8-bit, they are playing smart. They have a hard cover compound. They don't need to push out of that position, and that's the reason they are not coming out for a fight. Same is what the side of Godel are trying to do now. They want to go in for a hard cover and then just sit it out and see how the zone shifts.
Well, the zone shifting can really throw some teams off guard, because again, the zone is going to randomly shift inside of the original zone already, which means that, well, you can kind of sometimes be thrown off guard by a smaller... Oh, okay, that was interesting. I thought that that was one of the vehicles that 7C was traveling in, but turns out that is just going to be a free vehicle out in the open, as Celsius and Rex is going to get taken out. Rex is going to get spotted out, sprayed by Jonathan. He's going to get finished very soon, very easily. Z-God is going to be on the ground, and getting him back up is not going to be a problem at all for them, as TSM is going to be losing 2 bodies to the ground. It seems that Tenacity is going to have to make a run for the hill. Z-God going in for a heal for himself. F1LS is also going to be close to Godel, and it just seems that these teams cannot run away from the aggression that Godel brings to the table. Every single gunfight that we have seen, Godel is going to be a part of it, whether it be against Soul, whether it be against F1LS, and this team just does not get enough from aggressing onto the other players.
They like it, and you can see FNLS, they've already they've lost Smokey there because of a grenade coming in. Another grenade being tossed, but the door was not open. Clutchcard still trying to throw through the door. Okay, he's trying to open it right now at the right timing. He does it, but he gets a connection, but at the nick of time, they all also get that revive back, and that chip damage does not do a lot. Clutchcard, beautiful grenade, but I guess a little bit later, I guess it went a little bit further that they did not understand. But now the zone has actually shifted, and Godel have a disadvantage. With the meantime, Revenant are picking up a fight with the side of TSM, and they're coming on top. I think this is the last for the side of TSM, and it's going to be all up to Ninja. Ninja has seen so much happen. He gets that one more confirmation, but before he can wipe out or do a lot of damage or confirm a kill himself, he did not actually. I thought with so many bullets that he was spraying from his mag, he confirmed one player from Revenant, but at the nick of the time, another player from Revenant will be able to save and also revive that player. But Left1 Ellis, they are back to all 4 players standing. but GodL have surrounded them. One player is looking forward to Information, who has a higher ground advantage, but same Jonathan is what he's looking forward to. So Jonathan and I guess Raid should be meeting each other in terms of discovering the position, but now 8-bit, they have heard the sound and they're looking forward to their own fight. And if 8-bit come in for a pounce, it's going to look very difficult. But Soul also on the other end, if is Raid, he's heard the sound of the vehicle coming in, and Revenant, as I said, will be able to finish off the side of team. Will be able to finish off the side of team.
Nonetheless, that happens, but still, it's going to be GodL right now who's making the moves, and they are just looking to pick up things left, right, and center. Smokey is going to hit the ground, so did Mortal, but it looks like Maradopi is able to land the shots not before he gets taken out from the back, and it looks like the three teams who are going up against each other are definitely just looking to pounce at each other's throats. And well, Mortal has been finished off. Just look at those vehicles. They have been stacked up like left, right, and center as if they're Lego bricks. But well, out of that, there's only one team that emerges. That is going to be GodL, and well, they are going to walk away with a big advantage, and pretty sure quite a few number of finish points that they have been able to pick up for themselves as well. As for the side of Esports Empire, they're coming right in towards the side of GodL, because Jonathan is still there, Zegod's still there. Badshah OP is going to spot them, but he does not take the shot just yet. He doesn't want to give his position away. He wants to wait for a time when he gets a cleaner pick and a cleaner peek, in fact. As Shane is going to be on the ground, he will be, well, Kevayan is also going to be joining the party of the players that need to be rezzed and need to be brought back to their feet. As for Badshah OP, he's in the SUV trying to make his way to his teammates, where it looks like he will just have to make a dash for it because people have spotted him out. He takes some damage to his side, not too much, but it does seem that he will still not be able to save his teammates and will eventually just have to play a 1vx for the remainder of this game.
One thing that we have not seen still is the side of 7Cs popping up on the kill feed. I mean, not sure, they're like, okay, the spot on a deep lead, let's not destroy it by losing very early on. And right now, the side of team Esports Empire, who did manage to survive with the two players standing, will also lose Fragger OP. I think it's all up to Badshah OP now. The smoke's coming in, 8-bit Akshat, he knows the position, and look at Akshat gatekeeping two different teams, Esports Empire as well as the side of Revenant. So Revenant, if they want to push, they have to pick a fight with the side of 8-bit, not only Akshat, the whole team of 8-bit is there. Well, look at Badshah OP, his position has been compromised, and if actually goes down to the knee, it's going to be done and dusted for the side of team Esports Empire. Badshah OP surviving by the nick of his health, the last bar coming in for him. Yes, it's going to be about 30 or 40% of health that he can play and patch himself, but now again GXR picking on a fight with the side of IND. I guess IND have lost two players, or maybe they haven't, because I can see two more green dots, but it's a little bit further out of the play zone, so two players are already very close. The fight needs to be initiated, and if they do, it's going to be them coming on top, and Kabi loses to a vehicle blast from the side of Team Tenacity. So Team Tenacity, who are surviving with two players right now, should be happy with only one, but there is going to be one more team that has spotted the side of GodLike. I guess it is the side of I did not spot the team name, but it was a grey circle that we were seeing. Hopefully we will see the team name again, but right now GXR and IND on a battle. As I said, they are looking forward to take down IND very soon. IND do have 4 of their players, but one player is down to the knee, so the revive is being kicked. Max has spotted beautifully Slayer and Atanki, I guess, or Daljit, and oh no, Atanki, it was Daljit. So Atanki, he's going to be coming in clutch. He's trying to push up the higher ground and trying to find information, but gets spotted, and now the grenade is being cooked, and Max Kash, the damage he has done, he's looking forward to do a lot more with his grenades.
Well, there you go. It's going to be Atanki who does take some damage, but the Molly is also going to be adding to that as a second grenade gets taken out. Will Atanki take damage from this? No, it looks like not. It is not going to be landing close enough, as they are looking to change their position. Team IND, they're on the rock face. They're looking to make sure that they can hold off this team that is pushing down the hill. But as for the side of GodLike, well, they're in a very good position. They have a lot of cover. They do not have to worry about utility. And well, all in all, GodL is seeming really well prepped to win this match out.
They did look really good in the previous match as well, but unfortunately the fight that we talked about that they let go came back and bit them. Otherwise they took up a fight and I would say disassociated and disengaged from any other fights, and that is the first time that I saw GodLike disengaging from another fight which was about to be at their nick or the edge of the play zone. That was beautiful, but again, that did give them a bite back. But right now GXR, they are holding down the side of team IND, but we have talked about this. As long as you hold down a team, and if they start progressing and push you, you will be the one who will be on a disadvantage. So you need to try and find a position that even if the team tries to rush you, you should be able to capitalize. And with this play coming in, you can see IND are looking for to push, but no confirmation or no damage being dealt. Again, IND trying to back off, but there's going to be one player who will be finished off. That's going to be Atanki. Daljit also takes a hit. Snacks, beautiful grenade connection coming on MJ. What a timing for him. He's ready to cook another one and toss it across, but he's pushing a little bit too close. MJ might be able to receive that damage and also be confirmed, and as I said, yes, it has happened, as Snacks was just brilliant there. But right now the side of GXR, they'll not be happy with that grenade being tossed. Daljit is still down to his knees. Snacks is the only player who's very close. Slayer, we saw he was stuck in a wooden shack, and Slayer also needs to push, but again Snacks' position being compromised. GXR find another opening. They're looking for to confirm that. Now it's all up to Slayer, who is holding down a hard compound for himself, but his players are nowhere close to him. Daljit is trying to make a push, and with that they should be knowing the position. And look at Slayer, they take a vehicle, they're trying to completely stab Slayer. One player goes down to his feet, but Slayer managed to convert a 1v2. So Rox is the only player surviving, and if he pushes right now, he should be able to turn things around. But no, Slayer is completely destroying the players who pushed in from the side of GXR, and GXR, a very unfortunate time called push for themselves that they will be losing this match. And Slayer, he's trying to play around the buildings. The zone is collapsing. GXR the first one to receive damage. Slayer is going to be next, but Slayer has spotted Rox. Rox now trying to play around the wooden compound, the hard compound that Slayer initially grabbed. But right now UMP on the hands, a close range battle. It's going to dish out a lot of damage because GXR, I guess, is done. I guess he took down play zone damage, but Slayer, he's not going to, oh, he has only bandages to play with. So that's going to be IND with 5 finishes going down after they finish the side of GXR. GXR, what a fight that was. The push, you did not have to, and even if you jumped down so early on, another player needed to provide you cover, but an unfortunate call that we have seen happen multiple times. The side of GXR go down again at the 9th position. No, 10th make it.
Well, it's not even about the position, it's just about the fact that will you be able to walk away from here. But it looks like OR is just going to be hiding, but Destro misses so many shots, and he will get finished off. Vexy as well as Aditya are going to be the last 2 remaining players from the side of OR, and oh boy, that was such a big whiff that came in from the side of OR's player, and well, Destro just pays the price for missing so many shots. And 8-bit, well, they get a free point.
Free points. I mean, whatever you get, this map of Miramar is completely open, right? You find your opponent, you take a pick. Hell, as I said, the last player surviving from the side of Tenacity, he's in a wooden shack. He's not given his position, looks good, but now AZTEC, they've spotted out the side of Team Revenant. They're picking up a fight, but AZTEC are also closely losing body. But GodLike, they've spotted 8-bit. This is going to be a revenge fight coming in here after that, because if they're able to take down 8-bit, that is going to be a huge confidence boost. But both of them are at the edge of the play zone. Both of them have to make a rotate, because it's going to be only AZTEC as well as the side of Tenacity close to the final circle.
Well, yes, close to the final circle. And as for the side of 8-bit, they have to make their way really far in. So I think it's time that they pick up the pace, make the run, because if they don't do that soon enough, they are going to pay the price in terms of health and definitely will get taken out. So it's just going to be coming back down to the fact that, well, you don't keep your rotations up, at a faster pace, and you are definitely going to not have a good time, because the zone is not going to see whether you're 7C, 8-bit, TSM or anyone. As long as the zone sees you, well, they are going to be taking you out. As you know, it's going to be a big thing for the side of 8-bit to really pay attention to how things are panning out. Now, with that out of the way, it is going to be time for the side of AZTEC to really make some plays for themselves, because if they don't in the right time, it seems that there are a lot of teams that are collapsing in on their position.
There are, but again, now Godel, they have, as you said, as you talked about rotations, right? Godel, they have brilliantly rotated in this map, brilliantly picked up fights, and that's the reason they're making it work now. Hell, I guess he threw a grenade along with the side of 8-bit. They tried to do some damage, but Omega, he has dished out a lot more coming in from the side of Revenants, and Revenants, they find Akshal, so it's all up to Akshat now, the key player for the side of 8-bit, but he's already being dished out zone damage, but Godel's position is also compromised. Marcos, they come in with 4 players, not sure where they were hiding, but Marcos come out of the blue. Marcos is completely trying to dominate, but AZTEC is also right close to them. AZTEC as well as the side of Team Marcos, they're trying to make and turn things in their favor, but both of them have encountered each other, and right now it's going to be a fight between Marcos as well as the side of AZTEC. Both of them throwing grenades, both of them receiving chip damage, not a major issue, but right now another beautiful grenade being tossed. Not sure if Ryu will be able to going down to the knees, but Marcos confirmed Jonathan in terms of the knees, and as I said, Gyro got beautiful grenade being tossed. He will be able to confirm Ryu OP in terms of being down to the knees. It's all up to Robin, and if Robin goes down, it's done and dusted for the side of AZTEC, because they're going to be the 4 team going down. But Marcos, look at them, brilliantly turning left and right and converting fights, and the last player from the side of Team Tenacity will be taken down because of Marcos Vizgod, I guess, the position he played. No, Robin. I'm a little, it's changing too fast to concentrate on the name, but Marcos are looking forward to convert. 12 finishes for the side of Godel. Still, they do have all the players, I guess. Marcos also have all their players. AZTEC have only 1 player. It's all up to Robin. So it's a 4v4v1 situation. And Dr. Dang, what do you think is going to happen? Smokes coming across the board, but still the fights slowly, I would say, being left out in the smokes. Jonathan, yes, he's confirmed. So it's going to be a 4v3v1 here.
Well, yes, that is definitely true. And looking at the positioning that Ronak has for his team right now, he could be able to pull this off, but it looks like Marcos Gaming will have to first deal with the side of Godel before they can start to deal with the lone player that is alive from the other side of the zone. Now, as far as things stand right now, Godel is going to be having a few, well, dead vehicles for cover, if you might call them that, as they're going to be chucking down on those energy drinks to make sure that they can stay boosted up and make sure that they don't get taken out early. But as for the side of, well, Gyro God, they're just giving their position away by going in for those pre-fires, not really making sure whether they know the positions of GodLike before going in, as the grenade is going to get chucked. Ronak might pay the price for that, as it looks like no, it's going to be landing a little far away. AZTEC's Robin, he's still on his belly. He's still looking to basically sneak up on one of these teams, but will he be able to do so is going to be something that we will have to see. The drop is really close, as so is going to be the side of Godel. They will have to make their way in. It looks like Marcos Gaming is also going to be an aggressive push. Is praying for those healing battles, but it looks like that is not going to be the play, as Marcos Gaming are finally going to be getting the win for themselves.
Marcos Gaming out of a secret bunker, it was. I mean, we did not see a lot of kill feeds popping with their name, but the way they managed to turn this game around, I guess they also got themselves 12 finishes, similarly to the side of Team Godel. Godel, the last rotation that they pulled off, I guess that went in a disadvantage, where Marcos had the circle in under their control, I would say, because if you saw, the circle was completely favoring the side of Team Marcos Gaming, whereas the side of Godel, they just had a couple of trees to play around and they were trying to cover themselves. But the smokes, they knew once the smokes were being deployed from the side of GodLike, they understood they're right behind the smokes and they had a lot of ammunition, and that's the reason they played around with a lot of random sprays coming in and confirmed those finishes in their favor. Godel, a great try coming in, but again Marcos out of the shadows, out of the smokes, managed to convert this map of Miramar. And 7Cs, not sure what happened. I did say in between that we did not see the side of Team 7Cs where they went, what just happened, but hopefully they make a comeback. But GodLike, I guess this is going to be one of their first starts in terms of getting placement points in the second position for a particular map. That's brilliant play coming in from them, and they have done the job which we were talking till now. I mean, if they would have gotten winner in chicken dinner, obviously it would have been a better map itself. It would have been a better boost for them, as getting winner chicken dinner will give you 15 points compared to 12 that will be receiving. But comparing from before to now, on this map, Godel have at least gotten 12, whereas they used to get 1, 2, or 3 points max in terms of placement points.
Well, I agree. I think that we have been in a position where we've seen that these teams can, well, play a really good game but not get rewarded for the effort they put in. And well, that is, well, it is still going to be how the game works, and that is the rules of the competition. It doesn't matter how many international, or it doesn't matter how many placement points you are going to be getting, or how many tournaments you've won or anything. As long as you're able to play into the game, as long as you're able to play into the rules of the game, you are going to be getting rewarded for it. It doesn't I mean, the game is not going to see, oh, you know what, we've played these many tournaments in international places or in national tournaments, or we have these kind of players on our team, or we have these cosmetics for us. It doesn't matter. If you can net your kills, if you can get yourself into a good position, you are going to be coming into the limelight. You are going to be getting those points for yourself. And that is exactly what these teams are focusing on right now. They don't care about these smaller things. All that they care about is getting that winner chicken dinner for themselves. And if they can, well, it's going to net them a few points. If they don't, well, those points are going to be a lot lesser, and you're probably not going to be the team that wins it out. So again, at the end of the day, get yourself those points, get yourself the win. That's it. It's as simple as that.
It might be as simple as that: get finishing points, get placement points, but you need to grab position point, I mean advanced position as well. That's what at the last circle, as I said, Godel had to move along with the side of 8-bit. They missed that opportunity out, they missed that timing, and because of which Marcos Gaming pushed themselves inside. Marcos Gaming got that advantage, and then out of the smokes again, as I said, they managed to completely get control of that winner chicken dinner, and also capitalize on 3 different teams in 3 different directions. So that's the best way that the side of Marcos Gaming played. They played for the rotations, they played for the circle, and they came out of I would say depths, and managed to convert this map of Miramar. I mean, literally, I was still wondering where the side of Marcos were hiding, especially on the map of Miramar. It's not Sanhok, it's not Erangel, there was no hard cover. The last zone was in a complete open area, and them not trying to turn it around. I was like, wait, what was happening here? Where was Marcos Gaming? And all of a sudden, this is what we said. We know how good Marcos are. And Marcos, if you remember, they were the teams who closely table topped and completely took winner chicken dinner thrice to completely come from their 20th position in semifinals to top 1. And that says a lot about their team, and they are ready for the lot of the fights coming through. And I'm pretty sure we are going to see a lot more of Marcos's action coming in. But again, for all the viewers who are supporting Godel, right, I'm pretty sure Godel, with this close to winner chicken dinner coming in, there's a lot more action pending from them as well.
Well, I agree. I think that GodLike coming up really, really close over here. And I think that, well, things can either go good for them going forward, or they can kind of be stagnated and, well, not have such a good tournament. And either ways, we will not know whether that is going to be the case or not, because, well, predicting something in a game like BGMI is definitely going to be extremely difficult. So, well, no other way to put this, but GodLike, despite being, despite having a good run like this, despite having a good map on, a good fight on Miramar, they are going to be rewarded for it in the way that they are. They're not going to be getting the max number of points, nor are they going to be getting, into the first position. So they will have to fight harder. But I want to see where 7C lands, because last time they were at 107 points. I want to see how many more points are they going to add to their tally, because, well, surprisingly, we didn't see them show up as much on this map of Miramar.
Exactly, that's what I was asking. Where did 7Cs go? We did see their names coming in while different teams were fighting it out. I mean, we did not even have a chance when the entire squad got wiped out, but hopefully we do see them as the overall standings come across, get an idea about whether they got a couple more points to hold their position, and with the overall standings coming in, we can take a look at it. They just have 2, I'm not sure whether it's going to be finish points or placement points. It's only going to be 2 points that they'll be grabbing from 107 to 109, and you can see with that itself, Team 8-bit, they're making a close comeback to the quarters of the side of 7Cs. And 7 Seas, yes, they have an advantage still, but still, if they think that they can go for a buffer of 2 or 3 more maps, they will immediately go down to the second and the third position. Looking at the pace, how teams are catching up. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming as well, 82 for them. TSM with 68, AZTEC Esports with 66 on the fifth position, and Marcos Gaming, they were not on this top 9, and you can see right now with that winner chicken dinner, they are at the 6th position with 64 points for themselves. Their finish points might not be a lot, but their placement points does tell us that they have been grabbing a little bit of placement points in the 6 maps that we have seen yesterday and the first map of today, along with this map of Miramar. So they've never backed down and they've not gone very early out. Revenant as well at the 7th position with 60 points for themselves, but GodLike make a comeback, and look at them still. This is the start that I was talking about for the side of GodLike. Even though it's not 15 in terms of placement point that they got, 12 should be enough, because that gives them an advantage from single digit to double digit. With this, we can understand that I guess GodLike at the end of day 1 and start of Erangel were with just 8 points in terms of placement, but right now they get double digits. Not only double, it is 20 in terms of placement points. Their finish points I have no question about, because they've always been picking it up. They're at the 8th position with total of 60. OR Esports did not have a great fight on the map of Miramar, but still hold their position with total of 54 points. But Seoul, they are falling out, they are falling back, and I guess it's time for Seoul to pay a little bit of uh, caution into what is happening, because 2 maps done and dusted, we have not seen a lot of action coming their way.
Yep, I agree. I think that Seoul is slowly dropping from we saw them on the 3rd spot yesterday, then dropped to the 4th, then 5th, now 8th, and then finally 10th right now. Even Enigma and Galaxy Racers, they are in positions that we don't expect them to be in, 11th and 12th respectively. As for the side of F1, as well as for the side of Team Celsius, well, at least they're able to pick up 1 point, or rather 2 points for F1LS and 1 point for Team Celsius. So, well, if it's not something that is great, it is still going to be something that they can look back to being that, all right, we weren't having the best game, but at least we picked up some points. As for Team IND, again, not expected to be sitting at the 16th spot, but, well, that is how the points table work. The higher number of points you have, the higher you are going to be sitting on top of the board. So with that out of the way, it is really going to be time for us to really break down as to what these teams are going to be looking to do. As for these bottom half of the teams, the 10, or rather the 9 teams that we have on our screen right now, they're all going to be looking to pick up as many points, whether it be from finish points or it be from placement points. But one thing is for sure, that these teams that we see on our screen right now have their task cut out for them.
They have a huge one, especially for Celsius. F1LS also right behind them, but Celsius still, after 8 maps done, they've still not crossed double digits. That's saying a lot about them. Not sure what is happening here, but hopefully they turn things around. But F1LS, I would say F1LS are just having a bad day. Anytime they drop down, there is an opponent who's ready to pick them off and completely turn things around. But now, with the next map coming in, that's going to be Erangel, the 3rd map for the day. Hopefully one of these teams, such as F1LS, Team IND as well, they're sitting with 35, but still they need to go a long way. But who knows what the map of Erangel holds for us.
Well, we never know what Erangel holds for us, because again, Erangel is one of those maps that is extremely unpredictable in terms of, well, where can you land, where can the zone be, and even if the zone is going to be in a position that you were kind of expecting, it still doesn't mean that you get a free win, because, well, a lot of teams are going to be knowing exactly what you have to do on a map like this. So again, Erangel is going to really come down to the fact that which team has better rotations, knows a lot more about the map, is going to choose the right place to drop, and is also going to be having the right amount of aggression versus the right amount of, as you can say, patience. So at the end of the day, we will be seeing the better team that wins it out on Erangel, and my fingers crossed. I hope that 7 Seas feels that popping off again, because I want to see whether they can do that a second time or not.
Well, definitely that is definitely to being behind and just analyzing the teams, the performance of each and every team. It was so astonishing to see 7C performing so well. 25 kills on the very first match. Definitely, it gives you a confidence boost. I would say the amount of confidence you get when you just grab a chicken dinner. You grab 25 kills in your 25 finishes. I'm sorry, my bad. 25 finishes in your account. Definitely, that is gonna give you ample amount of confidence in your this, and it was Erangel. Not to mention it again, it was Erangel, and for the second time, once again, it is gonna be Erangel. And yeah, expectations regarding 7C would be high. The first match was really amazing for 7C. Coming back to the second match, it was definitely an amazing performance by each and every team. I would say definitely it was like wellly performed by each and every team. But coming back to 7C on the second map, it was like a bit of hard time, I would say, for them. But yeah, it's a time for comeback because once again we are heading towards the map of Erangel over here, and definitely it is gonna give us amazing glitter. I would say glitter all over the map. That is definitely gonna happen over here. So just hoping around for an amazing performance. But coming back to the map of Miramar, that just got off over here. What a performance it was! What a definite performance, I would say, it was by each and every team. The fights, I would say, Godel. Especially, I would like to mention Godel over here. What a definite performance by Godel as well. There even the fight of IND versus GXR. What a fight! The intense fight, which was just converting the last player remaining of GXR. I thought it was like a 1v3 for IND, but no, the play zone. Here that point, comes in the matter that how important play zone is. How important the point is that you have to respect the play zone. You have to go through the play zone
Exactly.
no matter how difficult the situation is.
I agree with you, Darshita, completely. You have to pay your respects to the players. So not only that, you have to pay respects to the opponent player. Whether it's going to be a whole team or it's going to be only one player playing, surviving, trying to fight out for his team, you have to pay respects to them. And that's where I guess it got a little bit difficult for the side of team GXR. They understood that, oh wait, we are three players and it's going to be only one player from the side of IND, and he is the one that we have to take a look at. But then what happens? They look forward to rush him, and Slayer, being a key player for their team, completely turned a 1v3 around for his team. And that's what we say, the capability that teams have is just incredible, players have is just incredible. And again, heading back to the map of Erangel, anything can happen. Even though you have confidence boost in terms of, oh wait, our team is just walking off with a winner chicken dinner, voila, again Erangel changing up a pace, coming back to your usual playstyle might be the reason that you might lose. Maybe Marcos changed up the playstyle because it was the map of Miramar and it was a success for them. But now coming back to Erangel, they say that, oh wait, we play this like this, let's go back to it. And maybe this thought of, okay, let's go back to your usual style or let's change up pace, might also be a disadvantage where they start losing this map very early on. And hopefully they don't do it, but I'm looking forward to them trying and turning another map for the side of Marcos, because we did see Marcos are going to be one silent and sneaky team that can come and bite each and every team for their for not even saying that their mistakes, but letting the side of Marcos survive in a particular map.
Well, as for the side of Marcos Gaming, I think that the fact that they were able to, get this win for themselves is really going to go a long way in giving them the kind of morale boost that they needed for such a long time, because we were seeing that they were sitting at the bottom of this leaderboard, and it kind of felt as if they were about to pop off, but they just weren't getting the opportunity. But well, surprise, surprise, Miramar has always been that map that has changed the tide, has turned the the course of the competition, and again it has been the same thing again once again, and it's this time it's Marcos Gaming who gets that advantage from Miramar. So still the wild card in the competition is going to be Miramar as well as Sanhok, while Erangel is the map that you can say is the more consistent kind of game that we are going to be seeing.
Well, definitely that is really gonna be true. Talking about the points table, just we come across, I could see Celsius over there. They were still holding the last position. They were still on that last position, and definitely this map of Miramar was not so good for them, I would say. I still remember F1LS and Celsius. They got into an initial fight where one player from Celsius was taken off, but nevertheless, Godel once again. It was Jonathan, I think, over there who finished Shaggy. So different teams are just getting surrounded by different teams, and there it is like you are losing your players from different team. One player being eliminated by F1LS, one being eliminated by Godel over there. It's like the split that you all are holding, the split like one person on an higher ground, one person on a lower ground. That is somewhere biting you back. It is a good strategy, splitting up your players. You get ample amount of time to just loot your fortified areas and then go for the regroup with your teams. That is not the point, but the point is that is biting you back now. You have to make sure that that doesn't happen, because it happened in the map of Miramar, and now coming back to Erangel, it is a home for each and every player over here. So definitely there are some changes onto the gameplay that we expect from players over here, but definitely it's for me it's going to be Team Celsius who really needs to work on their strategies now, because it's like almost 8 maps done, and the time is just passing by.
Time's passing by, time is ticking. I mean, again, we talked about this early on. You mentioned that it feels like we are still in the semi-finals. It started off, it was a week long, and all of a sudden we're in the grand finals, and day one is also over. We are in day two. I mean, and day two, to say that we have done with two maps already. We are walking into the third map, and if Celsius, Team IND, all these teams at the bottom eight, bottom nine are not having a great day, there's a team which has already crossed 100. Look at the difference. A triple digit has already shown up, and a team has not even gotten double digits. There is a long journey for a lot of teams, but again, I can say that uh, I could stay with a relief in my mind that it's still day two, still 5 more days to go. But again, if teams start crossing the 200 300 mark as we progress, I mean, I guess we might see a standstill at 300 coming in for teams where they get that winner chicken dinner, and also already be at the first position. Hopefully, we might see 300 being the mark. But who knows that if teams such as Celsius at the last moment start feeling themselves and make a comeback. But again, as you mentioned, having a split play, I've always questioned that. I've never seen teams come on top of it, because always when you are four players playing together, even if you have a casualty, you'll be able to survive with the next three players who can turn things around in your favor. But I guess with that, we have this third map of Erangel ready. The players are loading in, and I'll hand it over to you guys. Dr. Dang and Darshita, please take us forward with it.
Well, it is going to be the third map, which is going to be a second time that we are going to be seeing Erangel come out to play. And well, I feel that we are in for a huge, huge treat, because as for the side of every single one of these teams, well, they are going to be having, as you can say, they have been having a good time on the map of Erangel. Some teams a much better time compared to others, but still, it is going to be coming back down to the fact that these teams will be giving it their all. They want to make sure that they come out on top. They want to make sure that they win this out. And which is why it will have to be, well, it will have to be a great game for
Well,
their. Yeah, go ahead, Darshita.
well, definitely that is definitely true. Just coming across the video cams of this player, you can see how prepared they are for the fight. They want to give their all now. They don't want to be left behind on the points table, and you can clearly see that the intense gameplay is just showing them off by their face. You can see 8-bit players over there, how intense it is. He's just into the match. It's like nowhere coming across. It's just like the fights coming through. But now heading over to a fly path, we are going to directly start things off with the trajectory, the plane that is already in front of our screen. So start things off, I think it is going to be the Milta areas. The areas of Milta somewhere is going to mark a good start for the players, I would say. And definitely coming forward to the down areas of Primox, it is gonna be an end for the fly path over there. So definitely it is somewhat a water body containment that is gonna be a good hold. But there you can see already Celsius, it's once again a split. You can definitely see them, two players heading towards Lipoka and two players are somewhere downwards. This is definitely, I think, gonna bite them back once again. Hopefully it doesn't, but definitely it is really very important for y'all guys to play with your team. It's not even a 2v2 split, I would say. It is like somewhat 2v1v1 split. You can see Locker over here, you can see Rex, and then the two players are to the areas of Lipoka. That is definitely gonna just bite you back if you don't just regroup with your players over here. Coming back to Enigma, you can see a split as well. So players are preferring split over here, but teams such as RNT, you can see them Novoropnoi areas or are being a good hold. But no, the zone, the play zone, the phase one is gonna hold the northern areas, I would say, somewhat northeastern, but yeah, the main Northern areas of Sivarni, Shooting Range, Rozok, School, Ruins, Yasnaya, Stalber, Kamakshi, and Mention.
Well, yes, that is true. I think that it also comes back down to the fact that this kind of a zone is going to force almost the entire lobby to, well, make their way to the top of the map. And it's going to be a big distance, which means that you're going to be facing a lot of teams in between. Sorry. It also means that you are also going to have to deal with a lot of places where, well, either you are going to be scared that you might get shot, or you will just be uncertain whether there is going to be a team hiding in that place or not. So again, it comes back down to whether you are prepared for it or not. And well, that is going to be all that we will have to wait and watch for.
Definitely, that is gonna be true. Coming back to Soul over here, you can see Mortal once again with that pistol. Definitely, yes, he is just trying to loot the fortified areas that he's been, just getting a drop off. And rather, one more point to come across is that he is been away from his team. He is not with his team. Coming to RNT, as I already mentioned, the areas of Novorupnoi has been a good hold for RNT. You can see Austin Vortex, IGL, Substitute, and Top Dog over here. The areas, the full areas can be a good hold for RNT because yeah, no team is just gonna mark an entry to the areas of Novorupnoi. Definitely, Team IND is somewhere near to the areas of military base, but yeah, the zone is somewhere to the northern areas. So yeah, the teams need to go for a rotation. They need to go for a rotation after the loots are done because it's just a 1 minute time that you all guys have for the phase 1 to start. But coming back to F1LS over here, you can see an initial cluster can be created with esports empire over here. It is gonna be F1LS Artemis, a bit away from the team, but yeah, he is trying to relocate. He is trying to regroup with his players over here. Smokey over there, I think it's a Tommy gun. Yeah, it is a Tommy gun, and yeah, he is just trying to gather some more information. It is really a very initial stage. We are just like 4 minutes into the matches over here, and definitely the information gathering stage is all set to the areas of Pochinki. You can already see here Fragger OP once again trying to gather information. Each one is just trying to scout it off completely and then provide the same information to the teammates. So definitely when they go for a fight over here, they wouldn't miss any of the players. Any of the locations that are being spotted are not to be given for a casualty. So definitely that is something that is not going to get missed. But you can see Shane over there. He is trying to get a good hold of position. A higher ground advantage, a good angle is what matters with a level 1 helmet, level 1 waist, and a level 1 bag as well.
Yes, so it does seem to be the case that it is going to be a fast start for the side of F1LS. They have picked up quite a few amount of weapons as well as utility, but it looks like Esports Empire could be in a good place, in a good position to really throw the side of F1LS off guard because, well, they don't know that they're there, and we could clearly see that one of the players from Esports Empire has really snuck up, but it looks like surprisingly they have been spotted. F1LS is going to be chucking a nade and it does not seem like it connects. So it seems that Shane is going to make a run for the hills. He is going to be changing his position. He does not want to lose HP or his life this early on in the game. So with that out of the way, it seems that, well, F1LS and Esports Empire are going to be continuing their little standoff for a little while. But for OR, they're looking to change the position on their map as soon as possible. They come up on this cluster of buildings, probably going in for those loots. No, it does not seem like they are interested in any of it. They have enough according to themselves, and they're just looking to make sure that they can walk away or maybe drive away from any kind of a concentration right now.
Well, definitely talking about utilities that the player is carrying over here, it is really very important to have good amount of ammos, good amount of bandages, healings, boosters, and a good guns as well. That is the most important thing. But coming back to Godel, their primary drop location of Yasnaya, and is being captured by Godel, I would say. And yeah, definitely you can see no team is trying to enter the areas of Yasnaya. I think they already know that yeah, this hold is for Godel, and the way Godel has been performing throughout the last match, I could see the aggressiveness, the gunpowder aggressiveness, I would say Team Godel is coming across with. We came across Jonathan, we came across Neo. Each one of them is trying to aggress a lot on each and every upcoming match. But coming back to the fights of Esports Empire and F1LS, you can see over here, Tiger OP, he's been caught. Smokey was definitely onto a very overexposing areas. He just compromised his location, and Frager OP had a good chance of doing that, and he did his best. He knocked him down over there. Frager OP, meanwhile, once again, one grenade, but a grenade from F1LS going into the hut over over there could have damaged Badsha as well. Well, Badsha is down to his knees. You can see Fragor OP is trying to aggress it a lot. He's trying to move to the further scenarios for taking more casualties, but the Ray 3D, he has been caught, and yes, he can be traded off completely. He can be completely said a goodbye. We're talking about F1LS over here. One player has been said a goodbye completely. The second player as well has been said a goodbye, and there are two surviving players of F1LS we are coming across. Talking about esports empires, two finishes at an early stage with no players lost is definitely a good start, I would say. Well, it is a good start, but yeah, coming back, a 2v4 can be very aggressive. Coming back to Fragor OP, you can see some free fires, but once again, two players being caught by Fragor OP, but no, it was no connection for Fragor. This time, it's a 1v2 for Fragor OP because he's trying to just jump off the fights very aggressively. He could be caught over here, but no, look at the player, look at the pre-fires he is just trying to provide over there. Artemis is being caught, but it's time for Fragor OP to register a good amount of damage. It's literally one slither HP left on his account. Some shot from Artemis could just take him down completely. Will it be that scenario? Will he go down? Yes, he does. He does go down. Very well done by Artemis. And now it's a time for cover fire that the team is expecting from the players.
Yes, that is true. And as for the side of F1LS, they definitely do need to make sure that they finish off the players inside the building because, well, they want to get those finish points for themselves. Artemis is going to spot the players, but Shane comes in from the back and he's able to protect his teammates. Oh boy, that is unfortunate for F1LS. Once again, no finish points for them and they get taken out. Vamp has already lost his life. Avi is going to be driving his vehicle and possibly looking to make his way towards CG7 as well as Cloak, but it looks like no, that's not the plan that they have. Their plan is to, well, turn around and run, and well, that is a good plan considering you cannot fight the players that are in front of you. Well, running is definitely going to be the thing that helps you out.
Definitely, that is really very true. Coming across such a good initial fight, it was F1LS who had to say a goodbye. Definitely, it is like a very bad start to the team, I would say, because getting eliminated early will somewhat just lower your confidence, and losing your confidence at such a point in the grand finales would just make you lose all of the things that you are trying to cope up with. But coming back to Enigma over there, you can see one player has been caught and has been punished as well, but the team, they decided to fall back off completely and they just decided not to continue the fight anymore. Coming back to Godal, as we said, the areas of Yasnaya were a hold, but now they have relocated themselves. There you can see GXR MJ has been caught and he's been said a goodbye very early by AZTEC AKOP. The player just didn't leave him on that grounded position. He just said him a goodbye completely. So GXR even lose one body. Meanwhile, one incoming drop is what Neo is looking forward to. I think, yes, he is just looking forward to that drop, and you can see level 3 bag, helmet, waist with that 5 bandages, I would say, and definitely they need some more healings. It's not like 5 bandages are definitely not enough. They really need more healings to come across the fight. But coming back to Enigma over there, okay, Tenacity players being knocked down due to play zone is something that is really shocking to me, as it is just the first phase coming across and the players are being just getting down to the ground due to play zone is really a shocking thing to come across. But coming back to Enigma, coming back to 8-bit over there, some more fights, some more actions have already broken. You can see IND is being caught over here. The vehicles have been spotted. Well, they were trying to provide some good sprays on the vehicle, but no connection was marked, and team IND will lose Slayer. Okay, I am not sure about the fact that how did this really happen, but yeah, IND loses one body at a very initial stage, and I think it was 8-bit because you can see 8-bit with one finish in their account.
Well, yes, that is true. I think that 8-bit, they are a team that likes to play the slow game in which they will not take too many gunfights in the start, and eventually once they reach the center of the zone, or they're starting to reach the ending of the game, that is when they want to start off with their aggression. And I think that if it is a strategy that works for them, well, it works for them. If the strategy doesn't work for them, well, then too bad. They need to start thinking about a new one. But it looks like one of the players is going to get spotted out by Soul Driver. Not really certain who that is because, well, there you go. It's going to be Marcos Gaming's Ronak, I believe, who is going to be that player. So again, important decisions for the side of Marcos Gaming. Do they fight this, or do they wait for Soul to eventually have to make their way to a different place, because if they don't, well, the zone is going to be coming in really fast. But it looks like the entire team of Marcos Gaming has decided that, well, Soul is the next target that they have for themselves, and Mortal, he's going to be the first one who is going to be the first line of defense for his team. He's little, as you can say, further away and detached from his entirety of the team, which is going to be Maradopi as well as Driver and Regaltos. But again, it's Mortal. He does like to play the aggressive game. He likes to play that dangerous game, and a lot of times he comes out on top. So if he is able to do exactly that right now, it should be a good thing. But with Driver running around the roof like this, maybe Marcos Gaming gets the opportunity and spots him out early.
Definitely, that can be a case over here, because you are at such a higher ground advantage where you could just be caught and punished. But there you go, IND Snacks, the king of DP, I would say. He just spotted one player, he caught him, and yeah, he made sure to put him back to the ground. But once again, coming back to Soul, we were talking about a fight where a 2v2 split was generated by Team Soul, but once again they are relocating. They are just trying to get into the zone as soon as possible, because the second zone, the second phase is gonna mark just a difference of 30 seconds left. It's just like a difference of 30 seconds left for the players to relocate themselves, reunite with the players. But it can be a rotational clash as well. You can see n number of vehicles coming forward, coming together to that areas to mark a good fight. And now it's a questionable thing that will Team Soul get into this fight. Talking about Rivalry over there, you can see they got engaged in one of the fights. You can already see the lower amount of HP on that finishes over there. You can see the lower amount of HP, and that definitely showcases that yes, we got into one fight. But definitely as the zone was coming in, we had to fall back over there. Coming back to Soul over here, you can see TSM. It's gonna be an amazing fight, I think. Yes, TSM Aquanox has been caught by Maradopi over there. Well, it's a Skarel that is gonna get be used by Maradopi, but no, it was no connection for him. So definitely the areas of Sivarni, you can see, are just being lit up. Meanwhile, one grenade incoming could spell damage, I would say, could spell damage, but it was no knockout, as a Ninja registered good amount of damages. Meanwhile, he'll be patching himself off definitely, because yeah, Team Soul could just take it off very aggressively, and if that happens, it is definitely a really bad indication towards them.
Well, it seems that we are going to have to wait a little bit before we finally get to know who is going to be the second team to join F1LS as the teams that have been eliminated. But again, that is not what we want to see right now. As for the side of Soul, well, they're going to be coming up against another big name team, that is going to be TSM, and TSM has been a lot better than what they were in the semi-finals. In the start, they were dead bottom in the semi-finals, and they were not having a good time at all. So you know, it just feels that the side of TSM needs to really start showing up a little bit, and that is smart move from the side of Soul. They went out the back gate, they just made a dash for the hills. The only thing that was spotted, well, was the big pile of dust that they kicked up with their Jeep. And well, Celsius is also looking to make a run behind them, I believe, or make a play for that drop, because well, if you can get a ghillie suit for yourself, it is definitely going to be of a lot of use in the later half of the game, considering that you will be surviving till that time. Because again, that ghillie suit provides a lot of protection, especially when you're prone in this grass. And well, if that is going to be something that plays into their advantage, well, we'll just have to wait and watch. As for TSM, surprisingly, they're not pushing out just yet.
Definitely the areas of Sivarni were just, I was about to say that the areas were just lit on fire over here, but no, now each team has just decided to fall back off the fight, because they know the importance of zone. We just came across the map of Miramar and Erangel that have been passed over here, and definitely they know how important it is to respect your zone over here. Coming back to Soul once again, you can see they have been off with one fight, but now marking an entry to the zone, they have to get in a fight. They can be gatekeeping. It's an entry between two teams. What does Team Soul marking over here? You can see both of the sides of Team Souls have been surrounded with teams, and now they have to get in a fight. They can't fall off this fight, because both of the sides are just surrounded. Not just both, you can just see the surrounding areas. It's like all teams are just getting a good hold of the hill areas, and no one wants to move across the compounds over here. Talking about AZTEC, you can see the level 1 base, it's just been a 10% damage, but yeah, you need to find a good one. You need to go for the second one at this time, and you can see there Celsius Eggy has been caught as well. Once again, all my eyes on Team Celsius as they just regroup, reunite with their players, but their Regaltos has to go down. One player has to say a goodbye, and this was the scenario I was talking about. Team Soul as they marked an entry between two teams over here. You can see Regaltos is still down. Maradopi had said a goodbye. Driver, meanwhile, he is just trying to move further. Very good spot. Omega, okay, that was nice. Omega, he took down Omega over there, but definitely some counter sprays to spell damage to him, and he is being caught as well and confirmed. Okay, so it is gonna be one of the last surviving players. Well, he's just trying to take one player down from 8-bit, but definitely no, a bad day I would say, and Team Soul has to say a goodbye to the lobby on the 17th position. It is really a very early elimination for Team Soul at this point, getting eliminated on the 17th position, but definitely a very, very good try, I would say.
Well, that is it for the side of Soul, and they get taken out every single time that we feel that, all right, this time it seems that Soul is going to be having a good time. One team comes out of the blue and just gets rid of them, and I don't know if that is targeting Soul or that is just bad luck on their side, but either ways, Soul will have to come up with a new way of playing Erangel out, because they are getting caught off guard way too much. They're getting taken out very, very early. As for Z-God, he's going to be downing a player from 7C. That is going to be an important pick, because, well, that team is definitely feeling themselves. As for the side of AZTEC, RUOP, he's going to be in a good position, but he is a little elevated. So someone at a further distance away from what he can see and successfully shoot might be able to look at his position very, very easily. Celsius, Saki in fact, is going to be going in for a nade. It does not connect with anyone just yet, but again, this is not going to be an easy nade to drop. You do not know exactly where they are. You only know the general direction, and you throw a nade just so that maybe you can get a kill for yourself. It doesn't happen every single time that you drop a nade and you get a kill. You have to make sure that you get that, trajectory pinpoint, and that is exactly what nets you kills. But it looks like Atanki is going to be shot at, and so will be Rex. He needs to make sure that he can get the best use of his ghillie suit, but it looks like Z-God is also going to be taking some damage. Jonathan is still inside this building. He wants to make sure that he can get his teammate up, or no, wait, Neo is still going to be crawling on the ground so that he does not get shot from the windows, and that is going to be a smart move. Z-God taking those painkillers, making sure that he can boost himself back up, and GodL can take these fights. Destro is going to be taking a shot to the head, which means that he will be knocked out and then he will be finished off. That means that the side of OR is going to be losing at least one body for themselves. 16 teams still left alive in this. F1, LS and Soul are going to be the two teams that have been taken out. Sonic Fox is going to be hitting the ground. Aditya will be joining him as well, because Tenacity's player is going to be knocking him down. AZTEC just arrives at the scene and they have a complete firefight in front of them. They need to make sure that they boost themselves up before taking any more fights. Aladdin has been taken out from the side of 7C, but Pradhan is going to get spotted out. He gets finished off by Spray God, who has taken a lot of damage to his level 2 helmet, which means headshots to him are going to either be fatal or are going to be an insta-down. So he needs to make sure that he changes that instantly as a grenade is going to get thrown out. He knows that he needs to make his way to a loot crate very, very carefully, so that he can at least change his helmet out for something that has a little more HP than what his current helmet has.
Well, definitely utilities are what's gonna matter you now, because you have to use your utilities. You will be just using your utilities continuously. You can see new player 2 has been down. Well, it's not just new player 2, even Mascus has been down, and we just have Rocks over here who's just trying to provide a revival. A revival has been initiated, but the point is, will it be successful, because it's just an overexposing area. There you can see Z-God, the aggressiveness, the continuous sprays, the mag getting empty by Z-God as well. He's just trying to completely blast off the vehicle over there and take some players down, but no, it was a big no for Z-God as well over there. But a revival that has been initiated was successful, but one more player has to go down. Meanwhile, talking about IND SG over there. They have been even caught. GodLike Jonathan once again with that Scar L in his hand. Will he be able to take down some players? TSM Blaze, he's been caught as well. He's been down to the ground. You can see Snacks as well. The DP is just set on fire by Snacks, and he could take some players down, but Slayer had to say a goodbye on a very initial stages. We are just 21 minutes in the matches, and we already can see there are 10 remaining teams with 31 alive players. The phases are just coming near, and the players are getting more and more aggressive. It's just like the bullets are all over the air, and the bodies are just continuously hitting the ground. Gyro God, meanwhile, again it's gonna be a DP trying to move further, trying to take some good information for the further teams, because Surya is down for Marcos Gaming and they still have 2 finishes. Same goes for the GodLike over there, but now they have an inside wall cover, and that definitely is going to provide them a advantage, I would say, because inside wall covers are something that gives you a defense as well. Talking back about SG over here, you can see them with 3 finishes in their account, but AZTEC can be caught over there. You can see already 7C and RNT are the 2 teams who got a good advantage of the zone, but the teams who are not into the advantage of the zone have to make a rotation, have to make a call for the zone, because now you're gonna get hit by the damage, which is gonna mark a plus of 3 and 5 over here. Talking about each and every one, I think the fights are just lighting up. You can see GodLike over there. Meanwhile, one player trying to rotate, trying to just come off completely over here, but will 7C let players enter the zone is my question. Marcos Gaming, they have been caught. One player has to say a goodbye, but AZTEC, it is not stopping. You can see Ronak is trying to provide a rotation. He's being caught as well. The vehicle was something but a defense for him, but no, he's been caught and punished badly. The Seagull as well trying to provide some sprays on the rotations incoming, but definitely some vehicles have been blasted as well. Marcos Gaming Ronak, he's been confirmed. He has to say a goodbye. GXR Matchday as well. Gyro God even goes down. Players, the solo players of the teams are just going down chance by chance, and now it is really difficult for a whole team to make a rotation into the zone. You can see Viscott, the last surviving player of the team. Marcos Gaming over here, but his helmet is completely taken off. AKOP is being caught by Clutch God. Well, the kill is being confirmed as well. There you can see Gamla Boy as well. Ryuk OP was even holding the position over there, but now it is really very difficult to get a good hold. TSM and GodLike holding the same compound. Who is gonna dominate this compound is a question for me and for the viewers with us present over here. 2 players are already off, but Team GodLike is marking the advantage of 4 players standing, and definitely this advantage is something that is gonna be used in the further zones as well. There are 2 incoming zones left, but Aquanox could be caught by GodLike over there, and definitely it was a good combination by GodLike, I would say. SG Pukar low on health, he needs to patch himself up completely. The ridges are just completely being set on fire.
Yes, that is true. Sarang is going to be right around the edge of this ridge as he needs. So wait, did he get down thanks to the fire from that vehicle? But not really certain as to how that just happened, but it looks like it could be a hand that Pukar had, as Sarang is going to get finished off. He goes in for that drop. He needs to make sure that he either makes a run from here, or Prince is going to be right around the corner. He does not have a vest, so Prince is going to be extremely vulnerable to those body shots, as the nade is going to probably get chucked in, but it looks like Pukar is going to be right around this smoke. His Spray God is going to be right underneath him. He does not know that the position of Spray God is right there, and he needs to get that kill. Pukar is going to be on the ground, as it looks like he'll get finished off. 6 teams alive and 16 players, or make that 15 players. Now Ronak will have to be raised back up to his feet, and there you go, he's going to be back up. As for the side of 7C, they've only got Spray God and they only have Prince. Ronak is going to be back to 75 HP, but Gamla Boy is also going to be pretty close to him in terms of HP.
Definitely, that is definitely gonna be true. We are coming across 25 minutes of the maps, and we just are remaining with 6 teams and 15 alive players over here. Talking about RND, talking about GodLike Jonathan over there, you can see Clutch God, he has been down, but yes, a revival can be provided, and yes, definitely it can be completed, but the substitute player who is hiding behind the shacks over there could spell a difficult scenario if a incoming grenade just pops out of nowhere. He could be just traded off completely with that grenade. But talking about SG over here, you can see Gamla Boy. Meanwhile, Spray got 7C, he's been caught and he's been traded off completely. 7C Prince is still holding that shack, but once again the same goes to him, and incoming Molotov or grenade connection could spell a lot of damage for the players. Talking about GodLike over there, 7 amazing finishes with 4 players alive still in their accounts. They definitely have a good advantage, but same goes to RNT, because we can see 6 finishes with 4 alive players. So GodLike and RNT definitely having a good good day. But there you can see Z-God. Well, he takes 7C Prince down completely and says him a goodbye on the very fifth position. Once again, coming back to RNT, Clutch God has been caught. Meanwhile, Jonathan can be also caught by Austin Vortex over here, but definitely it could mark him no connection. 4 teams alive with 12 surviving players. I think definitely all the teams have 4 on 4 surviving players, but it was indefinite for God because they loses Z-God over here. Z-God has to say a goodbye. Meanwhile, they have made finishes as well in their account, but once again, it's Clutch God who has to join the party as he even hits the ground. Now it's the question that will this revival be initiated and completed by the team, or in that meanwhile scenarios any more players could just be down to the ground and be rid of. There you go, substitute. As I was talking about this player, he is still holding that track, but Clutch God, he's been revived as Jonathan is even down. You can just see the scenarios. Each one is holding a great corner for themselves, and the center of the zone is just being empty. But one player was trying to enter the zone. He has been caught and he has been provided with a lot amount of damage. This is something that is different from each crossing fight over here. But yes, talking about Godel, once again 2 players were down. Revival is being provided, and yes, they have an advantage of the higher ground scenarios. The grounds that they are holding is going to mark them a good advantage, but there you can see the inner wall advantage from SG as well. So definitely each team is carrying a good advantage, but now it's like a great fight between 3 teams and 10 alive players. We are 27 minutes in the match.
Well, yes, that is true. 3 teams up. It's going to be Godel as one of those teams. It's going to be RNT as well. Let's get a look at the final team that is going to be in the league. That is going to be SG, as it looks like we are headed on for a brawl of a game, because right now we have 3 players up from the side of GodLike, we have 4 players up from the side of Revenant, and we have 2 or 3 players. It looks like IGL is going to be the first one who's going to get spotted out. He is going to get sprayed and gets finished off. Neo is going to get that flag for himself, as Clutch God, taking some damage, is going to have to use a first aid kit for himself so that he does not get taken out that easily, as Jonathan is also going to be taking some damage, and a band-aid is what he is going to be calling for. So with that out of the way, it seems that we have RNT in a standoff against GodLike 3v3. IGL has been finished off. Austin Vortex, top dog, and substitute versus Neo, Clutch God, as well as I believe Z-God is going to be in there. Well, no, it's going to be Jonathan this time who is going to be up, as they look to be the aggressors in this position. Austin Vortex is going to get taken down. It looks like Top Dog is also going to be in a bad position. And there you go, the game has ended. GodLike get their win. After such a long time, they are able to get a chicken dinner for themselves. A much deserved win and a much needed one for them.
Well, definitely. You can just see the celebrations on the screen. Team Godel is just so happy with the chicken dinner they got. Look at the players. Look how happy they are with the chicken dinner they got. The excitement. It's like all the happiness all over the players, and it was definitely an amazing winner chicken dinner by Team Godel. Well, they really needed that, I would say, because they even had good ample amount of kills in their account. Definitely, it was like an amazing amount of kills that they even got in their account. But the solo players, I would say, the solo players who were caught off guard by a whole of the team, were somewhere getting them onto a very bad spot. So definitely, like, players now need to come across to this thing that how do you reunite, how do you regroup with your players over there. You have to be with your team, as if you are just caught by one team, you could be just traded off completely, and the team wouldn't just even wait, wouldn't just knock you down, but they would make sure to finish you off completely at that point. So yeah, regrouping is a bit important when it comes to all this. But now it's a bash for Team God, and you already see how happy each one of them was.
Well, I think that GodLike definitely deserve that, because it's been a serious minute since they've been able to get a win like this. And I think that a win is going to be a lot more valuable thing than just the points that come with it. For GodLike, it's going to mean that, all right, what we have been doing for so long right now is finally going to pay off. And well, what else can we say? It's GodLike who are going to be proving that they are indeed GodLike.
Well, definitely that is gonna be very true, and indeed it could be just a sign of comeback, I would say, which every fan favorite team is just accepting. Every viewer we coming across are expecting a god level comeback by godlike, I would say, and definitely that could be just a sign of a comeback because this match was amazingly done by God Alobere. But talking about the initial stages of the map. We came across F1LS and Esports Empire over there. The fights of the Pochinki areas, which were like a drop location for both of the team. I would say F1LS and Esports Empire over there. But definitely, F1LS was eliminated on a very early stage. It was like an 18th position for F1LS where they had been caught by Esports Empires and they had to said a goodbye. They were have to said a goodbye completely to the lobby. So yeah, definitely that was a fight that was something that was been marking like a bad day for the team. I would say getting eliminated at such an early stage is really very difficult. You just gather no points, no position points, no kill points. It's like a 0-0, and one map is being wasted completely for them, I would say. So definitely that was a fight that we came across, and even talking about Team Soul over there, we came across this. We had a discussion of the rotation Team Soul came across. They got into fights, I would say, but definitely falling back was a good option as they respected the zone. They tried to go in for a rotation, but that rotation was indeed an entry between two teams. They were surrounded by two teams, one on left and the other on right hand side, and yeah, they had been caught. There had been a scenario of third party as well, and they had to say a goodbye on the 17th position over there. So definitely now you have to decide how you provide your rotations, how you continue with your rotations, because getting caught by two teams, getting an entry between two teams just is gonna mark you a goodbye and nothing else.
Well, I think that it's also going to mean that the other teams that were till now just feeling comfortable in the fact that, well, maybe Seven Seas is going to be the team to beat on Erangel, or TSM is going to be a team to look out for, or Soul or something like this. It really tells them that, well, you got to add godlike to that list as well, because they just took this map and they took it with domination. And something that really there's something that tells me that this is not the first map that godlike is going to be getting. I think that godlike has a lot more to offer, and I think that they're going to be getting another win sometime here right now. Maybe it is going to be right now, or it is going to be after a little while, but irrespective of that, it's time for a break. We're going to head into that, and on the other side of that, we will be back with a lot more BGMI action.
From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there.
think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their
Driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done. girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, Dr. Dang, along with Darshita as well as Lucifer, as I welcome you all to AMD Ryzen presents Skyesports Championship 3.0, where our gaming partner is going to be Logitech, our gaming storage partner is going to be WD Black, Croma is going to be our gaming retail partner, and well, the regional streams are going to be supported by Facebook Gaming. So with that out of the way, it is time that we get ourselves ready for the fourth map that is coming up, which is going to be Sanhok. And well, we have seen quite a lot of action in the first three maps, but we have our wonderful panel to walk us through as to exactly what happened on the two maps of Erangel as well as Miramar.
Definitely, the first three maps were like an amazing roller coaster ride. We all enjoyed where we saw Gordel coming with a chicken dinner on the last map. It was like an amazing celebration time all over the chat section, all over. Everyone so happy to see Gordel coming up with such a amazing winner chicken dinner. But coming back, it was Marcos a map before on the map of Miramar. It was Marcos who just nailed it off amazingly. But never to forget the first match where 7C just hammed it. 25 finishes and a chicken dinner is something that 7C got over here. And yeah, my keen eyes are on the overall standings right now, whether 7C is still top on the charts or Team Godel, the chicken dinner and the amazing finishes by Godel have somewhat made them come on the second or third position. But once again, it was like an amazing three maps we already have came across. And coming back to the fourth match, it is going to be a map of Sanhok. We have played. The players have like played the maps which are bigger in size, but now it's a small map.
It might be a small map, but the overall standings, it's not going to be any smaller as teams have done a lot of damage. 7C Esports still standing strong. The question that you had, Darshita, and all the viewers, yes, they will be still at the first position. They did manage to grab a couple of finishing points for themselves. Also, placement points, because you saw they were stuck in a hard compound. They were putting up a fight. They were also confirming up a couple of finishes, but yes, being caught to a small position, being caught by different teams did not help the side of 7Gs in getting a winner chicken dinner. On the other hand, did help them grasp a couple of finishing points. I guess they got a total of placement and finish points somewhere around 18. That's the reason they are sitting at 117. They were at 109. Now coming back to the side of Team 8, but the consistent perform, they're going to be the second team who will be entering the triple digit mark, crossing just by the next with 101 in terms of total placement, total points. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right behind them with the third position at 97, 3 more points for them, with a team who stole the show, stole the map of Erangel, just like how 7C stole in the first match. GodLike stole it in this third match. They are going to be at the fourth position. They make a comeback brilliantly with 89 points, and this time I'm really happy for both their placement as well as finishing points. You can see finishing points as usual, it's been developing. 7C Esports is at 63, but the second best in terms of finishing points would be the side of Team GodLike with 54. But look at the placement points again. It is still taking a hit compared to all the top three teams. GodLike still need a long way to go to take themselves to the top spot to end the day, because as we said, there is 3 more matches coming in. AZTEC will be at the 5th position with 79. Marcos comes back with 6 and 78. 6th position with 78 points. Revenant, they came till the last play zone. They were one of the last 2 teams, and that's the reason we can see that they have got good placement points, but finishing points they're still lacking on, and that's the reason they're sitting at 78. And this is the first time, Dr. Dan, here Marcos and Revenant both share both the same. They're having a bad day, and then comes TENACITY, which was about to mention as we discussed about the map as we were heading into Sanhok. But TENACITY, there was a lot of kill feeds popping up in their name, and they look like they've made their way into the top 9, but still a long journey left for them, because this is just match 3 of day 2.
Well, yes, that is true. I think that day 2 is going to be a big turning point, but also day 3 is going to be, I feel, one of the biggest pivot points that we have in the entire standings, because again, it is going to mean that by day 3, half of the grand finals week has been finished off, and any team who is not able to pick up too many points, or is unable to get to the score that they desire, even somewhere in the middle of the scoreboard. Like, look at Seoul, they're at 11th, they're not in a very good position, but they can still make a push for the top 3 or for the top spot. So if you are someone that is sitting in a position that is not too low but also not too high, you still have an opportunity. But for someone like F1 or for Team Celsius, and even for Team IND, I don't want to take their name because, well, they are a team that can really pop off. But as for F1 as well as Celsius, I think that it comes back down to making sure that you really have to pop off. You need to play an insane game to make sure that you can get yourself into the position that you want to be in. So if they can get a better start for the next 3 maps coming up, maybe F1 as well as Celsius can have a better time in the grand finals. But as for now, they are going to be the teams that are probably the furthest away from coming into the top 10.
Definitely, that is going to be true. And we had a talk about this. We had a talk about FNLS. We had a talk about Celsius, that how they need to re-strategize now, because the split that they are playing in is somewhat just biting them back. And I just told it. I'll tell it again, but definitely I told it back then also, that the split they are playing is just causing them, just biting them back. But now it's a real comeback that is needed. It's like 16 points and Celsius is on 10 points, where you can see the first position, it's 117 points if I'm not wrong. So it's like a very huge difference, that it's a difference of total of 100 points that the first and the 18th position has. And you need to climb the stairs now. You can't be just holding down one single step, that you are just we just came across the initial stages, and now we are on the overall standings of post match 9 over here. And you definitely can see Team Celsius is still on that 18th position. Now they need to come back. Now they need to just prepare themselves to go through every hard fight they can, and then just make their way to the top of the tables, where you can see OR, Soul, Enigma, Galaxy Racers, Rivalry, Esports Empire. They have been holding off their position as well. So definitely 54, 52, it's just like a matter of 1 and 2 points that we are crossing across. But look at the difference between Galaxy Racers and Rivalry Esports. It's somewhat a 9 and 10 points difference that is just coming across. So that is how you have to build yourself, because this is the map of Sanhok. It's comparatively a very small map when you compare it to Erangel and Miramar, which we just crossed our paths with. And now I think somewhat a heal battle can be initiated once again. We have came across n number of maps of Sanhok over here, and definitely we had that heal battle. But coming back to once again the top fraggers over here, AZTEC AKOP is with 23 finishes. You can see Spray God over there 21, Jonathan is with 19, and Akshat is with 17 finishes. It's the top fragger list for post match 6.
Top fragger list, and look at the changes happening every match. I mean, if you take a look, there was, I guess, 2 players from the side of 7 Seas, 1 player from the side of Rivalry, and now they have been taken down. The change has happened that AZTEC, who are still trying to put their placement and finishing points together, but AKOP, he's doing a lot. This is what I'm saying. A couple of players from the side of AZTEC are doing really good, but still they are having a little bit of difficulty in terms of closing a map. That's where they should start concentrating, go back to the drawing board, maybe rewatch the matches and understand where they're going wrong. Either it's the rotation happening, but I'm pretty sure AZTEC will make a comeback. On the other end, 7 Seas, we're already having a time of their life with the first position, with the difference that they're making on the top of the other teams. They'll be really happy. And GodLike making a comeback, as well as the side of 8-bit. These two teams have been consistent in terms of frags. Placement points, I'm pretty sure, will start following us. As we talked about, there is going to be multiple maps that teams need to play over this week for this grand finals. And now with 3 maps done, we're heading to the smallest map in BGMI. That's going to be Sanhok. And with lush green area coming in, and hopefully not, I mean, I might be saying this day in and day out. Maybe you can also note down how many times I say this, but we don't want to see heal battles. I understand it's a small map, you'll be able to grab a lot of loot, you'll be able to grab a lot of crates from the bodies lying down from the opponents, but going in for heal battle, you also maybe I would say mess up your game strategy, because yesterday when we saw the map of Sanhok, the side of Godlike, I did mention this, that they did have a chance to convert that match. But what happened? They thought that the opponent is already there in the circle and then they went for a healing battle. And then Godlike, which they should have started yesterday, winner winner chicken dinner, eventually got it today.
Well, yes, that is true. I think that the heal battles are kind of just the way this map can be played with so many teams in place, because again, you try to not have that kind of a heal battle, the area shrinks too fast for anyone to really make any use of it. And well, I think it just simply comes down to the fact that it's kind of forced upon the teams to do that. And well, if that is going to be the case, we have to kind of accept the fate that this map is going to be going in with. But with that out of the way, it is almost time that we are ready to head over into the matchup that is going to be on Sanhok. And well, as Lucifer put it, it is going to be a lush green area where we are definitely going to be seeing a lot of hidden gunfights. We're going to be seeing a lot of prone plays, but we also need to remember that there is a lot more than just hiding in the bushes on this map of Sanhok, because well, you can be in shooting range where you can literally pick up a lot of loot and take down a lot of teams.
Indeed. So as of now, we are just gonna head towards the map of Sanhok, and definitely it's like we are been waiting for this map of Sanhok as we are coming across these points. But now, to everyone who has joined us new on the stream, well, if you all guys haven't liked the stream yet, what are you all guys waiting for? Is my question. Why haven't you all guys liked the stream yet? Come on, hit the like button down there. We are, I think, very near to 20k likes, and I really wish that we complete it today. We just break all the records and complete 20k likes today. So hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe the channel over here. Meanwhile, Sanhok is on all our way. We are all set to head towards the map of Sanhok, and like you all guys are, awaited to look what forward comes across to us to the map of Sanhok. Even we are eager. Even we are more excited. It's just a ample amount of patience that we need, and we are gonna take you directly to the map of Sanhok.
I agree with you. Patience is kind of key with those healing battles coming in, and teams taking that composure very early on, saying, okay, we have lost our teammates, let's just grab medkits as much as possible, and patiently healing themselves back again and again and again. Phase 7, phase 6, phase 8, they don't care, they just keep healing until they've done with all those medkits. And that's what we'll be mostly heading into, because I'm pretty sure teams, I mean, whether they like the map of Sanhok, whether they don't like, whether they're really good on the map of Sanhok, one thing I think teams at the end of the day, also with that intense fight coming in, they also want to give us a slight entertainment. So they're keeping one player to grab as much as medkits as possible. But in the meantime, one thing I would request you guys in the chat, make a note of the number of highest medkits we might see in this map of Sanhok. Something that you guys have keeping your eyes stuck onto the screen. This is something you can take a look at. But now we have the map of Sanhok ready. I will be handing it over to Dr. Dang and Darshita to walk you across on it.
Well, it is. Well, we are ready. We are ready for the game coming up, as Mortal is going to be in his seat. We have to yet see whether Scout is going to be in the same position or not. But as for the players of Skylight Gaming, well, they are going to be right then and there.
Definitely, the match is just about to start. The trajectory is just about to get on screen, and you can see Enigma as well. They are just preparing themselves for the map of Sanhok. They just look so excited. And as Lucifer mentioned over here, viewers, you have to keep an eye on the highest amount of healings any team could carry. We came across 40. The last match was 40 with that highest amount of healings, and now I am looking forward for a half century. I wouldn't, direct this saying, but yeah, I am looking forward to that half century, 8-bit as well. But now, as we head towards the fly part trajectory, we'll be starting things off And boot camp can be a hotspot. I would say the areas, the center areas of this map, the boot camp areas could be a hotspot, but nevertheless, the southern to the north side of flypath is all that we are gonna have. So you already can see teams heading towards their primary drop location, where you can see rivalry, Aztec. Meanwhile, there you can see Godlike, 8-bit as well. But to the lower areas, Camp Charlie, even a split can be came across with Soul. You can see to the areas of Hathin, maybe I could just, predict for now, but yeah, I'm not definitely sure onto that point. Team IND as well. Everyone is trying to hold a good position, but you go that way. GXR is holding the boot camp. And nevertheless, as we talked about the thing of Sanhok, that it's a small map, and you just like at an initial stage, you have 10% of the map that is, at the outskirts of the zone, but this time it is gonna mark an area of 40 or 40% only, I would say, that is holding the zone, and the rest is going to be the water bodies over here. So very difficult zone to catch for, and now you have to make a run. And definitely the players are just all over the split. You can see teams, I think most of the teams are marking a good split among that. F1LS over there, Esports Empire, Rivalry, 8-bit, every team is just holding a split. They'll regroup and they will provide a rotation for the zone.
Well, I completely agree. I think that this is going to be an interesting zone because it's going to kind of press teams to push towards the northern side of the map, which means that teams like 8-bit, Godel, Aztec, Tenacity, and even RIV are going to be having some problems for themselves. They will have to push in through a lot of densely populated areas on the map. And well, if they want to make sure that they survive, they're going to have to make sure that they win those gunfights. And winning consistently at, knowing that you are not going to be there is going to be really difficult. But speaking about Soul, it seems that Scout is going to be the first player in the entire lobby to get taken out. And well, that is unfortunate. They did not get the best play on the map of Erangel last time, and this time they're going to be facing those problems once again. As for the side of 7C, looks like they have picked up quite a bunch of utility as they're looking to pick up more for themselves. CG7 is going to be spotting out Badshah OP, so that will be the end of another player from the lobby, which means that both Soul and Esports Empire are going to be one player down.
Definitely talking on to this point over here, Dr. Dang, at such an initial stage, there you go, Enigma CG once again with that rap gun. Definitely rap gun is something that I call M249 over here. You can see him. He is just trying to, provide some continuous spray on Esports Empire's players over here. He's just getting them off in a very panicking scenario where they are just overexposing themselves. It's a map of Sanhok, as I said. It's a completely bushy map. It's a completely map where you just find ample amount of trees around you to hide, but that hide is something that is helping you right now. You can see Enigma CG, the confidence that M249 has given Enigma CG is definitely on another level. But Fragger OP that side, he is just having a small stony cover, I would say a soft cover. It is not an hard inside wall cover, but definitely a soft cover that all is he holding for now. And yes, he is trying to scout the players. He's trying to just relocate himself, trying to gather more information so that at the points of fight he doesn't mess things up gradually. Coming back to Esports Empire, Fragger OP once again, AKM level 1 helmet, but that is not gonna be enough. You have to go for level 2, level 3 helmet at this point. One or two bullets landing on your head could just destroy you off completely. That is something that you really need to look across. But look at the position of Vamp OP. Once again, this guy can take amazing people down, and there you go, one player down to the ground. Vamp OP can even take Kavian down over here. Well, the position Vamp OP is holding is definitely giving him an amazing angle, but he can even overexpose himself. Kavian OP has been caught. That wall of fire just broke out completely, and there even he has to go down, marking Enigma players amazing fights. Well, Esports Empire lose 3 players at a very early stage, and it's all gonna be the shoulder of one last player remaining. Definitely a bad start for Esports Empire, I would say. You can see Shane is the last surviving player, and well, it is very difficult for him to fall off this fight because you can see Enigma, they are just rushing it off very aggressively.
Well, yes, it's going to be Cloak who will be getting utility for himself, and just look at him, level 3 helmet, a level 3 backpack, and a level 2 vest. Well, he is definitely a tank on the battlefield right now. As for Ravi, he needs to upgrade a little bit. A level 2 vest and a helmet would do him really good. But for the side of TSM Shadow, as well as his team Ninja as well, they need to pick up a little bit of, as you can say, first aid kits, because they're running a little low considering that this is Sanhok, because 4 is usually a big number on any other map like Erangel or Miramar, but on Sanhok it's a really small number. As for Aditya, he's just waiting for Soul Driver to peek his head out and possibly give his position away, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. His driver is just going to be making a run for the hills. He does take some damage, but that is not going to be something that will worry him too much, except the damage he takes to his helmet.
Definitely. Once again, it's gonna be Soul and OR who's gonna get into a very amazing fight over here. You can see Aditya as well. He's just trying to get a good ADS over Regaltos as well as Mortal over there. Two of the players, both are been trying to scout the position, trying to gather some more information. Well, talking about Soul over there, they have lost one of their player. They had to said a very early goodbye to one of their player, and it's gonna be a scenario of 3v4 over here. You can see Gil as well. He has an higher ground advantage, I would say, a position advantage that could be difficult for Soul to just get a look at. But what position, how he advances his position is what matters the most. Soul, they are ready for the fight, but they are not ready at the same time because Marad OP is completely down over here. So now they need to decide what strategy they can use into this fight of 3v4, where Gil has a very, very good advantage. So definitely everyone is just trying to gather more and more information. No one wants to risk a fight at such an early stage because we are already I think 6-7 minutes into the fights over here.
Well, yes, that is true. We are about 7 minutes in, and it's still not going to be anything more than the fact that we've seen a couple of players getting knocked out and taken out here and there. So all that we know is going to be the fact that Scout was the first one to join the players who got taken out, and then it was a player from Esports Empire. So with that out of the way, it seems that WizGod is taking the faster way across. They're going to be jumping on a jet ski and, well, as you can say, jetting across the surface of the water. As for Mortal, he's got 3 players in front of him, so a smoke grenade could be of use because he wants to make sure that he has some cover in terms of running away from these 3 players of OR who are coming up to him. Now, will that happen or will he get taken out is going to be something that we'll just have to wait and watch. But he plays the smart game. Instead of going around the building, he goes into the building, and that will give him a lot more cover and will also give him a few chances to possibly get a pick for himself. As a nade gets tossed out, will that connect? It seems it will not, because only minimum damage has been traded. But for Soul Driver as well as Mortal and Regaltos, it's time that they realize, well, we need to make a run for the hills, and let's do exactly that.
Definitely, I think talking about this fight, it's getting like more and more intense. As you can see, Gil once again, he is trying to cook a grenade. Once again, a grenade chucking in could destroy players' life. But now the question is, will that grenade get connected? You can see once back-to-back grenades are being chucked by Gil over there. But definitely that is not getting him any connections. But the gun, the bullets would definitely make things worse over here. You can see Driver, he has been registering a lot of damage. He's been getting hit badly over here. Gil, he is still trying to relocate. He was on that higher ground, but now he has came down there. Even you can see Celsius, they have been fought well. Enigma is once again getting onto one more fight. We saw Esports Empire versus Enigma, where Enigma made their head towards the fight and dominated it very well. But once again, it's time for Enigma, and that incoming grenade from OR Gil will make sure to take Mortal's life down over here. Well, he's off the ground over here, and it's time for Regaltos to join Mortal as well. And definitely Driver is gonna be the last surviving player, and he has decided to fall off the fight. It is like a very well decision by Driver. I would say they lost one player very initially, then they lost 2 players in this fight, and now it's Driver who is the solo player surviving of the team. Well, the zones are collapsing in, and now players have to make sure that they just rotate around and get the zone as soon as possible. Well, talking about Marcos Gaming over here, you can see 4-on-4 surviving players, 0 finishes. So no engagement is what the players have got us, but now they are rotating, and this could make them engage in good amount of fights. Now you can see Enigma CG as well. Well, he just took good amount of damage, but once again that 3 finishes in his account is something very satisfying to come across with. Well, the zone is collapsing, and now you have to look forward for the zone. It's a high time. You can see SG, AZTEC and Marcos Gaming, they are a bit away from the zone, not too far that it would take them a lot of time to travel across the zone, but definitely a bit of time is needed for them to make a rotation and to decide from where you have to enter the zone, so that you just can't be caught by a gatekeeping scenario or caught by any 2 teams who are already engaging themselves into a fight over here. Coming back to some good fights happening over here. I think definitely 7C Spray God has been caught over there, and he's been punished as well by okay, by the name, and the name is not clear to me, but definitely it's a good fight going on across as well. We are talking about some good finishes. Soul Driver, who is the last surviving player, he knows the positions of OR, as OR already finished 3 players off completely. Well, now he has to decide whether he has to take this fight or he has to run for his life with some good healings. But no, there are no utilities he has. It's just a helmet of level 3 which has been damaged to its core. So definitely he has to run for his utilities as well, and he has to get some more utilities over him. And the zone collapsing once again would mark team like IND Marco's 8-bit again out of the zone.
As for Marcos, it kind of is surprising that they still haven't made their way into the zone, because yes, though they have Vizgod on a though they have Vizgod on the jet ski, it still isn't going to be enough. As for the side of Driver, he's rotated all the way around that hill and taken the high ground against the players of OR. Maybe he's looking to pick up a few frags here and there, but it looks like Ronak is going to be in a bad situation. Blaze is looking out for him. The second he peeks his head over the surface of this water, he's going to be an easy kill, and so is Vizgod, to be honest. Not to mention that Ronak's already low on HP, and inside the water he will not be able to make use of his bandages or his first aid kits or anything for that sake, as it looks like he's trying to stay underwater for as long as possible, not popping his head out, which is why he's going to be losing his health as his oxygen reserve is going to get finished off. But it looks like, well, he's going to be regenning on that really soon as well. But Vizgod, it's time that he reaches land fast enough so that he can help his teammate out, probably provide some cover fire, but otherwise it is just going to be a very difficult task. As for the side of OR, they are going to get spotted out, and Driver is going to be landing those shots. Will he be getting the kill? Yes, he does. So at least one finish point for the side of Soul is going to be brought up, and he is going to be going in to try and get rid of the vehicle's wheels, but it looks like he gets spotted out. And what a shot coming in from, oh boy, from Slayer. All that distance away, a single bullet is all that was needed, and he will finish that kill off, and a free 1 point for the side of IND.
Well, definitely we had to talk about on Team Soul over here that they need a fallback of the fight, because it's definitely getting very hard to come across a 1v4 scenario. But talking about AZTEC and GodLike over here, you can see Robin, he's been caught, he's been punished, but now it's time for a revival. Well, he has to patch himself up against this fight. As you can see, AKOP again converting some good grenades over here. Z-God as well, he's trying to hold off the good position, but that is not stopping AZTEC AKOP from providing that grenades. A continuous truck of grenades is just incoming. You can see Neo as well with that Molotovs all over his hand, but no, he is not ready to take it. Somewhat the areas of Paradise Resort, I would say, is just set on fires by the team over here, but now who dominates these areas? As you can see, 3 teams over here as well. Esports Empire, Shane, the last surviving player of Esports Empire, I think is gonna hold a position where team GodLike is just chucking it off completely. You can see they're just having it off on the sides of Esports Empire, where Shane is really on a very difficult scenario, on a 1v4 scenario. Now he has to decide, but I think team GodLike is not aware of the fact, aware of the position. I think Shane has not compromised his location yet, but looking at Jonathan, he knows he has to get onto a fight. Talking about AZTEC over there, they were into a fight with GodLike, but GodLike decided to fall off the fight as the zone were collapsing in. Enigma Vamp OP, he has been even caught and punished there. AZTEC still trying to hold. They still think that GodLike is somewhere near to them, but GodLike has already taken a flight off. But Shane there, he is still trying to hold off a position. Well, an incoming question over here, as we can see from the past matches that maximum team are focusing on the center oriented game. So for such a team with wants to get one average 8 to 12 points per match, will acquire corner of the zone and then gets good position with some finishes. Is this type of approach good? Well, when you talk about the approach of center and zone oriented gameplay, I would really prefer going for the center position. Well, definitely that is a thing that you would just surround yourself with n number of team coming across, but definitely that would give you a good position when talking about in the sense of phases over here. What do you think, Dr. Dank?
Well, I think that it comes back down to the fact that if you are going to be in a position that lets you play the edge game that well, well, go ahead for it. But if you want to look for an average of 8 to 12 points, that you get some finish points, that you get some placement points, well, that average gameplay is going to net you an average position on the scoreboard. You have to do something exceptional to really make an exceptional play happen. So again, you go in for those average points, you're going to be sitting in the middle of the scoreboard, and that is not what these teams want to do. As for new player 2, he's going to get spotted out. Does he get the spray down? Yes, he does. He gets one. Will he get a second one? His position's known. Unfortunately, a knock is all that he will be able to manage, as it looks like the players of 8-bit are going to be rushing in. GXR rocks. He is there to help his teammate out, but he needs to be there quickly because his teammate is down on the front lines. He's going in for that revive instantly. They might be able to recover this because two players are going to be on the ground. Max Kush has been taken out, as well as MJ and new player 2 on the ground. So they get new player 2 back up. But Akshat knows that this is going to be happening, as Rox is going to get spotted out. So will be Akshu OP on the ground, and he and Akshat are going to be the remaining players from the side of 8-bit. They need to make this clutch happen, but the Molotov is going to prevent the revive just yet, as it looks like Akshat takes a lot of damage. The first aid kit is definitely going to be needed to come out, as it looks like GXR realizes that they've pushed the players back, but it looks like another down is going to be coming through. That's going to be player 2 down, as Akshat this time is going in for that revive.
What a spray by Akshat, I would say. Definitely he took one player down, but once again it's MJ who's trying to push it off very aggressively. Well, he gets caught as well over there, but it's time for Akshat to go down, as Akshat is going to be the last player. So GXR rocks on the other screens over there. You can see, well, he just pushed it off completely, took one player down, and he's just trying to take him off completely. But once again the position was compromised, and now it's time for 8-bit to say a goodbye over there. Well, you can see the whole team is being caught off guard. You can just look at Shane. Look at the way this player is holding his position. He's just not letting the enemies even know that, well, I am over here. You don't know that I am still holding off my position. Z-God is onto a very, very great risk if that player just comes out of nowhere, out of blue skies. But talking about GodL, Jonathan over there. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's GodL Clutch God over there. Well, he's just trying to move around. He's just trying to hold a good position. Z-God, well, it's a good decision for moving around towards Neo. Well, that one player who was just just scouting around behind could spell a lot of difficulties for Neo at a certain time. Jonathan, once again, SG players, they can be caught. Well, definitely that's a thing over here, that the heal battles, so the preparations for heals battle have not been initiated, and that is the thing that is I'm coming across. 18 minutes to the match, 5 phases done. We are on to 13 teams with 39 alive players over here. I am just to the fact coming across to the thought that what happens if GodL players get caught by esports empire over there? What if Z-God is just being caught by Shane? What is gonna happen?
Well, that is something that you will just have to wait and watch, whether we are going to be seeing a big brain play come out or something. But Shane, he's right next to them, and Z-God, this is so close. This is awfully close, and it looks like he's going to go in for a nade, but no, he misses his shots. Z-God is able to run away and relocate himself, and what a missed opportunity from Shane. He had the option to get 2 free kills for himself, and now it might just be that he is going to be the free kill for the other team.
Well, definitely. I was just talking about the fact of coming across this fight, and well, Shane really missed a good opportunity. He had 2 good kills in his account, and now the zone is even hitting him. It's not just about Team GodL, but now the zone is even hitting him. Talking about GXR over there, well, Maskash has been told a goodbye very early, but now it's onto the shoulders of 3 last surviving players. Talking about Shane, well, he has no health kits remaining. Ronak was down, and he made sure to confirm the kill and get some good utilities from the remaining crates. But will he be able to utilize them on time? I think it's a no, and it's a time for Shane to say a goodbye on the 10th position, on the 11th position over here. So, okay, one more incoming question: is looting a city area like Pochinki military base better than looting compounds? Mayavi OP, Gamezo OP. Okay, looting a city area like Pochinki versus compared to the areas of military base, I would definitely go for the areas of military base, where Pochinki, it's like an hotspot location, and if you don't want to get engaged, engulfed in any kinds of fights, you just want to loot off your fortified areas, well, it can be military base. But definitely, if you are onto that urge of taking a fight onto a very early stage, you can definitely go in for Pochinki.
I agree. I think that if you're comfortable taking gunfights up early in the round, well, Pochinki or something like Rozok or Gatka is going to be a good place to drop. But if you are going to be a team that loves to first stack up on utility and then go in for those gunfights, well, then it makes more sense to drop off somewhere else, maybe like school or hospital. But again, that is going to be something that again depends on the drop zone. But right now, it's going to be Neo who gets knocked down before finished off by Smokey, as Artemis is also going to be losing his life. Z-God is going to get taken out. Neo is going to get finished off. GXR's new player has been knocked again, and this time he will get finished off. Not going to be brought back up to his feet, as Jonathan is going to be on the ground, and it's all down to his teammate. But the flank comes through. Pardhan is going to be taking a lot of damage. He gets taken down, as it looks like 3 teams in this small area are going to be the ones that fight for the win, while the others might just be going in for those heal battles.
Well, definitely talking about heal battles over here, we can just spectate some incoming heal battles, but definitely AZTEC OP is just trying to go in for that revival. Well, it can be successful, but talking about Somraj over there, 10 amazing health kits is what he has, and he's just trying to patch himself up completely. Well, he is not just giving up on it. You can see him rotating for the zone as well. Rocks over there, you can see him with that M416 MJ. Everyone is down to their belly, as they know this is the map of Sanhok, where you can definitely hide yourself very well when you are down to that prone location or to your tummy over here. MJ once again with that smokes, with that grenade, some throwables are being tossed by the side of MJ. Once again, a pre-grenade was being cooked off, but definitely he doesn't know the locations of the players over here. He thinks he was just trying to locate the players, and definitely will compromise his location as well if the grenade is not connected on a very good note. Rivalry Delta PG is the last surviving players. We saw 3 players. They had to say a goodbye on a very early stage, but now it's onto the shoulders of Delta PG, a deciding thing for Delta PG whether he can do it or not. Well, an incoming grenade could spell a good amount of damage, where AZTEC players just caught him off. Well, it was a goodbye for him, as Pradhan made sure to take them off completely. They have to say a goodbye, where GXR is even trying to take AZTEC down completely. You can say MJ has been registering a lot of damage lately, but yes, he is patching himself up as well. Pradhan once again hitting badly, and it was time for Pradhan to go down, as GXR, the location was compromised, and it is going to be all to the shoulders of AZTEC OP, the last surviving players. We still have 7 alive players, out of which 5 teams are alive. We are 22 minutes in the matches, and definitely it's a time for heal battle for just one team, as I can see 3 teams are already in the phase, already trying to move around the phase. GXR rocks over here once again trying with that grenade. Can he take some player down, where Austin Vortex is even trying to chuck a grenade? Definitely that grenade can cause many players to go down, but Austin Vortex was successful doing that, as GXR MJ has to go down to the ground, and Rocks is going to be the solo player surviving.
Well, yes, that is true. IGL is going to be chucking down an energy drink to make sure that he can stay a little bit boosted, stay alive for a little bit longer. But that is, again, going to be something that we will just have to wait and see. As it looks like MJ is going to be on the ground. He should get finished off by himself, as Vizgod is also just going to be having 3 bandages and a med kit or a first aid kit with him to really make sure that he can survive a little bit longer. But as we see, it's going to be a 2v1v1. Vizgod is right across the zone from IGL. If he can get one of these players down, he's going to spot one of them. No, he's going to wait for the other team to take a gunfight. His weapon comes out. He's going to get Austin Vortex. Will he get this clutch? Vizgod, for all the marbles, is going to be playing against a tree. Mr. IGL's position is known. Who is it going to be? And we will get to know. That is going to be Marcos Gaming, I believe, who takes this win for themselves. And well, what a way to get this clutch for themselves.
Definitely, what an amazing map to come across, I would say, because we were expecting a heal battle. A heal battle was something that we were definitely expecting over here, but nevertheless, this time it was the gunpowder. This time it was the throwable trades that just were chucking off it completely. But now, coming back to this once again, we are gonna have Marcos, who just lit it on fire completely. But now I would really like to mention Esports Empire over there. Well, Esports Empire, I would say 3 players were eliminated completely on a very early stage. Definitely, it was like a very, very early stage where 3 players were just caught off guard out completely by Enigma, and they made sure to completely take down 3 players. But now, when you come across the last player surviving, it was Shane. It was Shane who was the last player surviving for Esports Empire. Well, he had a good opportunity, I would say. Godel, Neo was there. Neo was just off his tummy down there, where Esports Empire Shane had a really good opportunity to take him down, as Shane was just holding off his location. He was, just trying his level best that his location couldn't be compromised by any of the members over here. And definitely that was a nice incoming try by him. But he lost the opportunity, I would say. He really lost 2 amazing kills, 2 amazing finishes, my bad, that he had in his account.
Trigger discipline is what he was doing. He was showing us the best of the trigger discipline, but not for a long time. We have seen people having really good trigger discipline and converting a 1v3, 1v2. That brings me to Vizgod. His team, the side of Marcos Gaming, they took up a jet ski, they went to the complete waters, and then from the waters made an entry to the northernmost side of the map of Sanhok. But TSM spotted them out, because of which one player, I don't remember the name, did manage to go in the waters itself, but Vizgod somehow, without giving any cue, without giving away his position, made it back on land, and after that he went silent. Marcos Gaming did not do anything in this whole map of Sanhok, only played around the zone. Revenant put up a fight, Rivalry put up a fight, each and every SKYLIGHTZ Gaming put up a fight. And one more thing that we did not see on the map of Sanhok, which I asked for and maybe the players heard, is healing battle. It was not there. It did not seem like anybody was packing even any kind of medkits. There was only a maximum of 10 from somebody we saw. I guess it was either the side of team Tenacity or somebody, but I did not get a chance to take a look at the complete name. But Marcos Gaming, the way in the last fight he stood up, he was just staying there long. He spotted both the side of Revenant and one more teammate, which was the last 3 teams. I guess it was SKYLIGHTZ Gaming which was there, and he let that fight completely be engulfed by one team, and then he took on a fight. That's just incredible trigger discipline. This is what Shane wanted to do, but he waited for a long time, and as soon as the zone started crumbling, then he picked up. His opportunity was already lost, because Godel were already going in for a rotate, and by the time he peaked, he was also about to be dish damage from the play zone, and then it was all done and dusted. The side of Godel made a run for it. Shane had nothing. I guess he got one finishing from someone player who was rotating from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but at the end of the day, it was done and dusted. Shane could not do anything. So, if you want to compare trigger discipline, I would just say, look at Vizgod. He played the best part on this map of Sanhok. The way he managed to survive, even though all of his teammates, I guess 2 of his teammates went down to the play zone, because we saw them. They were at the westernmost area of this map of Sanhok. The zone was already engulfed, and they were just trying to push as much as possible. But because of the jet ski, along with Vizgod, either Gyrogod or one more, 2 players managed to make their way to the northernmost area, but one got spotted out from the side of TSM. But Vizgod, what a way to clutch the map. What a way. 0 finishes is what he had, and as soon as Revenant picked up the last team, he went ham on them. And the way he managed to play around the boulder, IGL was like freaking out. IGL was never sure. IGL actually had pushed further from Vizgod's vision, and Vizgod was like, where is one more player? I just need one more player's location. And as soon as he saw that player pushing him, he sprayed that person, and IGL's position was already compromised. And the confidence from Vizgod to push it and turn it around was just brilliant. I mean, I can talk hours and hours together about how the whole team of Marcos made this work, but it's going to be a huge salute coming in, because at the last moment to clutch it, it takes a lot of confidence to convert a situation where your whole team is already down and you still manage to convert it. Well played for the side of Marcos on this map of Sanhok.
Well, definitely, that is really very true. Coming across these maps, it was definitely an amazing gunpowder map to look across with. Like, it was an amazing fight that just got initiated. Talking about Marcos, RNT, and I think it was Marcos, RNT, and GXR who were the last 3 surviving teams. Where GXR was eliminated on the 3rd position, but now it was time for RNT to come across this fight. Now it was like a deciding factor of 1v2 scenario where one player was caught, but the last surviving player of Marcos Gaming. He just got sparkles to this fight, and he made sure to take that winner chicken dinner back home, as Marcos Gaming was lagging, or I would say missing this chicken dinner. I would definitely, missing is the word I would use here. Probably they were really missing this. But coming back to the overall standings that y'all guys are really very keen to know, it is still gonna be 7C Esports topping it with 117 total points. Well, they have two winner chicken dinners, and it's a total of 54 placement points, 63 total finish points, and it's gonna mark them a total of 117 total points. Well, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is just going hand in hand with 105 total points. Team 8-bit on the third position with 102. But the thing is, they have no chicken dinner. They have managed this position with the equality, I would say, of placement and finish. You can see they have no winner chicken dinner, but definitely they have ample amount of placement and finish point in their accounts. Coming back to the fourth position, it is going to be Revenant with 58 placement, 43 finish. It would mark them a total of 101 point. Marcos Gaming, two chicken dinners with 95 total points. Definitely, it was a good chicken dinner. I would say this match had proved a good thing for Marcos Gaming. But the coming matches, they have to make sure. Coming two matches, they have to make sure that they ham it up completely. Godlike once again with one chicken. It's 93 total for them. AZTEC 89. TSM is gonna be on 75, and Galaxy Racers is gonna be on 70. I still remember the semi-finales overall standing where Galaxy Racers were not letting any team go further them, and now it's time for 7C Esports to do the same. You can see 7C, they are still hamming it with 117 points. But coming back to the 10th position, it is going to be Team Tenacity with 61 points. Enigma Gaming is on 58. OR Esports 57. Team Soul is 55. Rivalry is on 47. Team IND on 46. Esports Empire 42. F1LS 21, and Team Celsius is on 17 points. Definitely, I would like to talk about Esports Empire as well. Over here, they have one winner chicken dinner, but that is not gonna be enough, because the matches that we are coming across right now, it's marking a bad day, I would say, for Esports Empire, where the players are just being caught. The two or three players are just being punished. They had to say a goodbye, and there are the last solo one or two players that are just being traveling around the map trying to find a good position, scout players location, and then that's done and dusted for Esports Empire. So definitely now you have to look across the strategies that y'all guys are using. Same goes for F1LS and Team Celsius, as we had a talk for them before as well. But now the question is of Team IND, Team Soul, Team OR, Tenacity. How would they make a comeback over here? Well, that comeback, that is definitely needed, but the question is how, and that is the main question.
It's going to be a huge question for all these teams, because IND are not having a good time. F1LS, each and every map that we have seen on day 2 especially, they've been the first team to be eliminated. Esports Empire, they have been picking fights, they have been converting a couple of them, not all of them, but when it comes to rotations, I guess they're lacking over there, because it's going to be at least only one or two players making it out to the last circles. IND as well, IND go for loot. So what I've seen that IND have played multiple times is they don't care whether they go out of the zone or they're inside the zone. They will first look forward to loot, and then they look forward to whether they have to make a rotation or not. And I think that's just costing them a lot. Even though they get a couple of finishing points, they are unable to turn it around. One more play that GXR managed to do in this map of Sanhok, as they took out down the side of 8, but the confidence they gained was incredible. That's the reason they were one of the top 3 teams standing in this map of Sanhok. Hopefully GXR carry this confidence forward to the upcoming maps, because yes, as you mentioned, right, Darshita, GXR were one of the teams which were on the top 3, but right now, yes, they are in the top 10, but still a long way to go for them. Hopefully the side of GXR have better maps going ahead, but as you mentioned, there is a lot more teams, especially Celsius. They have not at all looked great from day 1, day 2. Hopefully they make a comeback. But one thing, Marcos Gaming, on this day, on day 2 itself, they've grabbed 2 winner chicken dinners. This is the same kind of impact that Marcos Gaming do and give us a surprise. Previously in semi-finals, when they were in the 20th position, they grabbed 2 winner chicken dinners back to back, and then about to be a hat trick for them, they still ended up, I guess at the 2nd or the 3rd position, and voila, qualified into semi-finals. So Marcos Gaming are a team to look out.
Well, definitely that is going to be really true. It's like a surprising team which is just coming out of the blues and showing us that what this team can do. But coming across now to the point that we are done and dusted with 4 maps for today. We are already done with the 50 or 50% more of the today's day, and we are left with 2 amazing matches. That is gonna
Hmm.
be Miramar and Erangel. Both of the matches. Erangel definitely is, it's like a comfortable map for each and everyone coming across, but Miramar is not. It is not so comfortable with each player coming across. Now if one team is good at Erangel, they definitely can't be so good at Miramar. One who is good at Sanhok or Miramar cannot be so good at Erangel. It just depend on now how you re-strategize yourself, how you make sure to, you very well know that now this is a point where we can't perform well. Definitely we'll be with our teams. We'll try to, just give them a good cover fire, and we'll make sure that the fights we are engaging in doesn't goes off our hands. That is something that you need to re-strategize when you very well know that Erangel is not a cup of your tea for now. Definitely that is something I would say. But for now, looking forward to Erangel. We'll be heading towards the Erangel very, very, very soon. But definitely it's gonna be we'll be heading towards Miramar. My bad, it's gonna be
Yep.
Miramar for now, and we are gonna end today's day with Erangel. I got so confused at we as we were done with Senok, but no, my bad. It's what it is gonna be Miramar, and then it is gonna be Erangel once again. So yes, we definitely are waiting for comebacks. The viewers who are ready with us in the chat section are definitely waiting for their fan favorite teams to, just come across, come on the shining parts of the table over here. The top charts, I would say, they are just waiting for a comeback, and I think the teams really know that yes, our fans are waiting, and now we have to do this.
I agree with you. A lot of the fans are waiting out there. They're calling in for a comeback for multiple teams, multiple fan favorite teams. But I understand why you said it should be the map of Erangel. I will say this because this map of Sanhok, where we actually see from semi finals till grand finals day one, the healing battles did not happen. So I'm pretty sure even a couple of teams might get confused with how did the map of Sanhok end in regulation rather than a healing battle? How did teams just manage to fight it out as much as possible? And a team which actually picked a fight at the last won the victory. It sounded like the map of Miramar. But still, Miramar is pending. Miramar is going to be coming in very soon. Another deserted map, another map where the side of Godel shine very, very well. Their finishing points has been incredible on this map. They have been able to capitalize. They did come close to a winner chicken dinner previously on this day itself. Map 2 was Miramar. Now we are heading to map 5, which is again Miramar. So Godel have a good chance of converting a winner chicken dinner for themselves again to get that second victory for their team, which is highly probable because they're looking great in this map of Sanhok as well. They did pick up a couple of finish, but the rotations which we talk about, I guess Godel missed the timing. Timing of rotations is going to be very crucial. How you enter the zone, and once you enter, you need to be sure that no other team is about to backstab you. I guess that kind of position anticipation, the location in this map of Sanhok, the side of Godel looked a little bit spread out. If you saw the map, there were 4 players, and 4 of the players, they were not playing with each together. They were playing, I would say, at 4 different spots, and that's the reason. Even though one picked off, the revive could not be kicked in. They had to use utilities, and if they dropped utilities, you know what's going to happen on the map of Sanhok. Spam sprays coming through the smokes, and that's the reason they could not cross over and get that revive. But I hope on the map of Miramar again, which we have seen them playing together as a team, taking control, heading over to a fight, that they turn things around. But one thing, that 7C's team, they might be still at the first position, but it's looking a little bit grim for them right now, because if you see, teams are catching up.
Well, definitely that is going to be really very true indeed. But coming back to Marcos, I would really like to mention that the map of Miramar was of Marcos.
Hmm.
We can never forget this, that the map of Miramar was, just
Exactly.
enlightened up completely by Team Marcos, where they had 11 finishes. No doubt, Team Cordel had 12 finishes. It was like a very good map for Cordel as well, but Marcos took it off completely. They just got an amazing winner chicken dinner. First was for the first chicken dinner of Marcos was of Miramar, and the second was the last map we came across. But now the hopes are gonna set on fire. As we came across in the semi-finales, two maps of Erangel that were took off by Marcos Gaming, and they were just set off on fire. And it can be a hat trick this time, not a continue hat trick, I would say, but definitely a third map which can go to the hands of Marcos if they really, really want to. This team is just surprising us with a lot of new things. As you talked about consistency as well, you just saw that in the last map, the way these players managed to come across the zone. They were onto the water bodies, they were onto the water areas, they managed to provide a whole of the rotation and then come get a hold of a good position. Definitely that is a gameplay you really need. And now we are eagerly waiting to come across to the fact that will Marcos Gaming rock it off again as they did in the previous Erangel one.
I'm pretty sure the side of Marcos Gaming are going to give us a wonderful performance. They've never dimmed down from that. But yes, teams, as they see that another team is progressing in terms of points, in terms of getting a lot of victories for themselves, they'll start becoming a target. So Marcos Gaming, they need to also watch out, because again, talking about Miramar, you know how open of a map it is. So you're not going to be easily maneuvering across the map, excuse me, making rotations across the map as you want with the vehicles, because even if you try to make a move with the vehicles, people are going to see you, they're going to try and spam you, whether it's going to be a long range spray coming through or a short range spray right next to another building that you're traveling and using the road. Does not matter, they will try to fight you out, because on the map of Miramar, as much as I would say teams that they are able to take down, it becomes easier on the last zones, because if there is a lot of teams at the last zone, it's going to be very difficult for one team to have advantage of circle, of ground, of map area, and also utilities. Just imagine a cluster happens at the edge of the phase 5. There is about 5 or 6 teams, and the team that thought, oh wait, maybe IND for example, if they entered the zone and the circle, they got control of it, they thought, oh, we are at a good position, let's fight out with each and every team that comes right in front of us. And voila, there's 3 or 4 teams bouncing on the side of IND, and IND unfortunately go down. So teams, I guess, on this map of Miramar should look forward to pick early fights and convert a couple of finishes, so that they have to be worried about one less team as they progress.
Well, definitely that is indeed gonna be true. But coming across the comment sections once again, everyone is like, when is the match gonna start? We are very excited to come across the map over here. So, guys, I can tell you one thing: you just have to have some patience now, because we are gonna head towards the map very, very, very soon over here. It's just like a fraction of seconds that you're gonna have a patience of, and we'll be taking you across the map and across the players of what they are doing over here. But coming back to the prize pool, coming back to the fact that why these teams are fighting so hard. So it's gonna be a huge prize pool split up of 25 lakhs over here. It's gonna be the first one who takes 12 lakh. According to the second, it's gonna be 5 lakh. Third one gonna take 3 lakh. It's gonna be 1 lakh for the fourth and fifth position, 40,000 for the sixth and seventh, 20,000 each from 8th to 12th. But nevertheless, 13th and 14th position are gonna even take 10,000 each. But all eyes are keen onto the MVP of the tournament. The person who is the most amazing one coming across the whole of the tournament is gonna take 1 lakh, a big prize amount of 1 lakh back home there. And don't you think, Lucifer, the amount of prize pool split up, the amount of 25 lakh is worth fighting all these maps over here?
I mean, not only the first place, second place, third place, it's the total lump sum prize pool that is there. 25 lakhs. Again, for all the viewers, this is AMD Ryzen Skyesports Championship 3.0, where the total prize pool of this whole championship is going to be 55 lakhs, out of which 25 lakhs, close to 50%, is for BGMI itself, and out of which, as Darshita gave you a description of all first to the 14th position, the prizes they'll be taking away. But as you mentioned, Darshita, my keen eyes are on the MVP. I am looking forward to who is that player, because we have seen even rivalry, the side of team 8-bit, even though these teams are not on the first position as of now, just like 7 Seas, these teams are able to outfrag the side of 7 Seas, even though 7 Seas were at the second and the third position. So MVP can be I guess, in the first team's hands, but still it cannot be as well, because at the end of the day, we have talked about this. BGM is not about how many frags you pick up solo. It's about a team game. You manage to make it work. How many players you're able to keep surviving as you progress through each and every phase, each and every circle. Because as long as you survive with more number of teammates, you will be having different teammates with different opinions who have visions that they are covering your back. I mean, with saying that different opinions and visions is just that they are in the synergy of reading each other. Okay, this player, if you take the side of 8, but they will let Akshat try and frag out as much as possible, and Omega, Delta, and Akshu will look forward to giving him information. That's the kind of play I am suggesting by talking about looking forward to different energies and synergies. But sometimes it does happen that Akshat might not be available and somebody needs to pick up that frag. So it's always not about one solo player picking up frags. So the whole team, whichever picks up the champions title, might not be able to pick up the MVP, and that's the reason my eyes are on the MVP 1 lakh prize. Anybody can take it, and that's the reason I'm going to wish all the players, not only the teams, all the best for the prize. But again, as we were talking, it's going to be Miramar coming in, Darshita. But Miramar, we know how open it is. Do you like to play on this map because it's so big and it takes some time in terms of initiating fights? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, definitely, when you ask me this, I would really prefer going in for Erangel. Definitely, Erangel is something that is my cup of tea. Well, I very well know that Miramar is not a cup of tea for me. It's just a very big map to come across the rotations. You really need to sit and think as the players are doing on your screen. How much they are into the thinking scenarios. They are re-strategizing. They are just trying their level best to get into this map, as they very well know it's gonna be Miramar. And now you can't take it very easily. It's a chance for Marcos Gaming to even get a second. Okay, I am sorry, my bad. It's a third chicken dinner for Marcos. Well, I would say on the map
Exactly.
of Miramar, it would be second if they got it amazingly. GodL, F1LS. Look at the players. How they are trying to communicate with each other. They are just trying to provide some good calls. They are just trying their level best so that they could get this map done and dusted very well on a very good position with good amount of finishes as well. So definitely we all are keen to come across the fly path, as that is a decisory factor for everything, for every fight, every amazing fight that we come across. And we'll be heading towards the fly path very very soon. Enigma as well. Just look at the player, just look at the player, how even if you go across the player and roam around, he wouldn't just care of you. He's so just into the match over here. And now that
That's
I was
player
just so
dedication.
excited. Yeah, dedication. And yeah, so we were just so excited to head towards the fly path trajectory. It is gonna be a fly path that is gonna start from the eastern sides of the map and end towards some of the western sides. Well, definitely, it's just a centralized hole that we are definitely gonna come across. You can see the areas of Picardo. The heart of this map is gonna get filled up by many teams, I would say.
Hopefully, we again see Los Leones, Picado, and La Bendita being the last play zones. Maybe not, but right now it looks like every team like to get down very early on. They don't want to completely take the whole journey and enjoy the flight. Not sure why they do that, but yes, they managed to get down very early. And because you were talking about Enigma, I think they are a little bit too concentrated, a little bit also stress, because they did manage to take the first grand finals map, and now even though it's day 2 of grand finals, they're not having a better show. Again, another fight. I think it's going to be initiated from the side of Esports Empire as well as the side of Enigma, because both the teams are dropping together. Whereas IND, which we have seen on the map of Erangel, they go for the complete southern zone, that is military base. It's not there here, but it looks like they're still heading towards the southern area. But they will be able to fight with the side of OR. If they manage to miss out, lucky, but it looks like the phase 1 starts off again in covering Picardo, Los Leones, La Bendita, and I think the last zones are going to be also at Los Leones and La Bendita. This is going to be the second time this is repeating, but this time we can see a lot of teams are spread out but still inside or close to the circle. Seoul are very close to another team, and hopefully they have a better fight, but looking at the concentration coming in Seoul, they want to make a comeback. They've had enough losses, they've had enough, I would say, tuned down to the tables, that they want to make their comeback and make sure they have an advantage. But again, I keep questioning. I mean, I'm not trying to point out this for the side of Seoul, but yes, they are always spread out in terms of grabbing loots. I understand you spread out, you get good loot, but still you let yourself to be a casualty in case a couple of players from a different team spot you out.
Definitely, that is gonna be very true. But coming across some initial fights, it's gonna be F1 LS and Celsius. Once again, we came across the fight, right? The last map of Miramar, and it was once again the team F1 LS and Celsius who had a good fight in that map. And it once again is gonna be F1 LS and Celsius. But going back to that fight, it was I think Celsius players who'd been finished off very early by F1LS and Godel as well, marking a third party entry in the fights of Jonathan over there. But now it's gonna be a time for a comeback. Well, definitely I am expecting F1 Celsius over here, the side of Celsius to ham over this fight of F1LS. But it's up to the players how they strategize these fights, how they make sure that this time it's not them going down or saying a goodbye on the 18th position. Well, definitely they don't want to say a early goodbye at such an 18th position, but what gets cooked off is what matters the most over here. Well, you can see Ray 3D, he is very near to the players of Celsius over there.
no.
Well, he's been caught as well and damaged a lot. He's been hit a lot with ample amounts of sprays coming forward, and it's just not that one player. Celsius Eggy, meanwhile, he is really very angry with the past fight that came across F1LS and Celsius, and now he is making sure to eliminate F1LS. He's just trying his level best to come across a very amazing fight, and definitely he is angry what happened to the behind maps over there.
We have Celsius who are looking very confident, but still a long journey to go, right, Darshita? They have had a tough beginning on this grand finals. It's already day 2, but yes, finding the position of F1LS is good, but they have to frag them out, because F1LS also, if you look at the previous maps, they're not having a great day. So they do have, I would say, that revenge or that aggression that they have unable to show in any of the first 3 or 4 maps. So this 5th map they're hoping to be better, but with Ray 3D already or Raid getting hit a lot, they're a little bit worried, but they're about to rush. Rex is ready for the fight. As soon as they open the door, there's going to be a fight. There's going to be a swarm of players from the side of FNS, and Reload coming in with the Uzi. But look at Rex, he's still surviving. The call has been given. Celsius, they need to provide cover for her, but Rex, he's very low. He's still doing it. He does take down one player. Raid comes in for help, but he does damage to the side of Celsius. He knocks one player down. Ignite will be coming back to safety as that player with the Uzi will be going down. He has not actually. He's jumped down from the window. So Rex, even though he does damage, he managed to save himself. But Old Monk, not sure from where, he gets knocked and also confirmed from the side of F1LS. And this is what I said, the aggression that F1LS have inside them, because they've been unable to show up on the first 3-4 maps. They want to make sure they get finishing points as well as placement. So taking down F1LS is going to be very difficult. Same goes for the side of Celsius, but in general that we have seen their performance, they have been unable to convert fights. Even though they initiate it, there is no conversion coming in. And now with the disadvantage of the utilities coming in, not all their players, but a couple of players on whom the fight was initiated, it's not looking good. Again, Saggy, not sure what kind of strategy he's looking forward to, because his position is always on a higher ground, whereas the opponent entirely come and wipe his squad out, and then he's done and dusted. There's nothing that he can do.
Definitely, that can be a thing over here. But talking about Shaggy, well, you can see him holding a different position away from his team. And there you go. I was just waiting to come across the fact that when Shaggy would start off with the sprays, but once again, it is going to be the aggressiveness of F1LS. Well, they are just down the windows. They just got out down the windows over here, and one player being caught as well. F1LS is losing 3 of their players, where you can see Ray 3D is the last surviving players. Well, it's time for Celsius to congratulate them for their victory, as F1LS is being said a goodbye. It was a fight that we came across past as well, and that time Celsius was being eliminated, but this time it was F1LS who had to say an early goodbye. Coming back to Enigma over there, well, Enigma and Esports Empire, definitely this is once again the same fight that we came across. So the phases that we came across, the areas of Los Leones was something that were a good hold off, and once again the same thing is just getting initiated. Team F1LS versus Celsius, and now it's again Enigma versus Esports Empire. Definitely definitely the same fights are repeating. I would say the past is repeating once again, but different teams are coming out of the sparkle and they are just hamming it on the other side. Once again, Vamp OP. Okay, he has AKM over here and he is just trying to scout players. He's just trying to gather some more information. Well, you can see Enigma Avi over there. I would say he is just trying to hold a greater advantage, hold a different angle for a stream where he could provide some good flanks and take players down. Well, it can be a advantage, but at the same time, if you are just caught by any other team, it could be a disadvantage. Well, you can see Enigma Avi, he is just holding a different position. He's just holding a different angle away from his team. He's just trying to just a little player down over there, but it was time for one player to go down. Well, Esports Empire loses one body, I would say, as one player is down to the knees, where revival is very difficult as Enigma are just hamming it off very aggressively. You can see Vamp OP, well, he's just trying to provide some good sprays, but at M249 from Franker could cause very amazing damage, where Kavian, what was that? The player is just trying to come further. He's just trying to provide some sprays, but Kavian is gets caught over here, but definitely it was him as well who has to say a goodbye. Two players being lost completely. Well, it's a time for third player to say a goodbye and join the party. We are gonna have the last surviving player of Esports Empire, where Enigma is definitely hamming it, and it is gonna be Avi. As I already mentioned, Esports Empire, the Shane is the last surviving players, where Enigma players are just holding it off very, very, very amazingly. Now it's all up to the shoulders of Shane, I would say. The last map was same, I think, if I'm not wrong, Lucifer. The last map, even Shane was the last surviving player, and it's once again on the shoulders of Shane, the whole responsibility coming across. But the areas of Los Leones are once again set on fire. The areas have been tossed up completely, but the zone is saying goodbye to Los Leones. Well, the zone is onto the northern sides of Los Leones, where Junkyard could be a great hold for the players. Well, Esports Empire and Enigma are still fighting, where Shane needs to decide what's to come out. Coming down from a window was really a bad decision, where he just got caught and now he has to say a goodbye. Well, once again, it's the team of Enigma rocking it off completely.
Oh my god, and Al Azhar, what a place to light it up from the side of Enigma. They've managed to convert a fight, and consistently they have been putting up a fight, I would say, from the side of Esports Empire. I do not remember, but I can at least remember 2 or 3 times that both these teams have fought on, and certain times Enigma has gone down, but majority, I guess, the side of Esports Empire, because Enigma is calculated in their fights, whereas the side of Esports Empire are a little bit rush in terms of their aggressive fights putting forth. Rivalry right now going in for a rotate, but one team I'm looking forward to is the side of IND versus OR. Both of them are right next to each other. They are rotating right next to each other, and that is a fight that we are going to see, I hope, very soon, because OR and IND, they want to look up and gain space. But Enigma, which we saw the fight now, I'm pretty sure Enigma are going to be comfortable in their position. There is no other team right next to them. But Tenacity again and again. It's been 5 maps that we are seeing now. They're always left outside of the play zone. Rivalry, they have got themselves hard compound cover, and now they're making it work from there. They'll try to put down a couple of fights. They'll try to clear map areas. But again, I've talked about this very early on, that on the map of Miramar, if you let the teams come to you, you will obviously be fighting them at the phase 4 or phase 5, and that's when it's a disadvantage. But if you pick fights from team very early on and try to convert as much as possible, you will be having area control, whichever it is, whether it's hard compound, whether it's going to be Los Leones, the number of buildings over there, whether it's Picado. If you are able to pick fights, take control for yourself, you'll be able to, I would say, sit for a long time without worry. But as you head over into phase 3, phase 4, if you have not picked even a single fight, you will be going down very soon. But talking about going down, OR Gil will be able to find a knock from the side of team Marcos Gaming. The confidence is there from their end. They've got the winner chicken dinner from Sanhok, but still they cannot be sky high with just a confidence. They need to be sure about information of how the players are entering the circle and where they are exactly, whether there is a backstab or not for them.
Well, definitely, that is going to be really true. Capitalizing on your own fights, capitalizing on the areas you are getting a good hold of is really very important. Talking about OR over there, well, it's a sniper now. Definitely, when you talk about Miramar over here, sniper is something that attracts me the most. Even if I play Miramar, I play it very rare, but definitely if I play Miramar, sometimes sniper is that I really look across. Well, you can see Gil over there. He is trying to just spot players, scout players down completely, and well, Somraj is being caught by 7C Prince over there. It was an ample amount of good damage given by provided by Prince, I would say, but no, it was no knockout. Well, the vehicle is being just damaged lately, and now he needs to find a new vehicle, as some ample of bullets coming across the vehicle could just have said him a totally goodbye. So that is what he needs to decide. But now coming back to Orgil, where that M24 is something that could help him of creating a good amount of knockouts for the team. TSM as well over there. Well, zero finishes in their accounts. It's just like a very passive approach to the fights. It's really an initial stages. We are 13 minutes in the matches, and to such a phase 1, phase 2, it's like a very passive approach to the fight. Every team is coming across. They are trying to avoid multiple fights. And well, that is definitely very important. When you talk about an initial fight, it's a greater risk of losing your position. Losing the position you can get a good hold of. So definitely engaging yourself into a very early fight can be risky. Well, you go TSM Shadow. I was just talking about the passive approach, but they are not stopping as Rivalry gets spotted off over here. One player is being caught as well, provided with good amount of damage, but no knockout once again. Rivalry, they are just trying to move further. They are just trying to relocate themselves, as they know their location is being compromised by TSM, and one player getting knocked down could be very harsh on the team, as the area is just overexposing themselves.
But so look at them, they have a higher ground advantage. We did talk about them being isolated as they were looking forward to loot, but now with the loot they are playing together, and they're looking forward to go on a fight with rifles such as SKS and SLR and go for close to marksman rifle fights. One taps coming in, hopefully they click some heads, because on this map of Miramar, that's one thing that I've missed. Long range fights, headshots coming in, taking the helmets down and destroying a couple of teams. But Enigma, they're going in for a rotate, a very, I would say, good strategy in terms of taking early advantage of map control. Having ground advantage and hard cover is always going to be great. But right now, I guess AZTEC has spotted the side of team 8-bit, and 8-bit are just making a run for it. They're looking forward to not fight this, because I guess they've already spotted the side of TSM, as well as now AZTEC coming in. It just became even more difficult to gain control. And if they manage to try and play a fight here, they might be able to take a fight on the side of TSM or the side of AZTEC, but there is going to be a third party that they will not be ready for, because immediately teams are going to jump on them. But right now it looks like GodLike are also ready. There is going to be Jonathan with the mini. He's trying to spam a little bit. I guess he's spotted AKOP first, and now AKOP going in the hiding. Jonathan is unable to connect the shot, but AKOP, he has heard those shots coming in. He himself is trying to scope out Jonathan there, but I'm not sure whether this long range with an AKM will be better for AZTEC, or it's going to be better for Jonathan with the mini, because mini, it's going to be one taps coming across. He can stabilize his shots, but with AK coming in, those random sprays, who knows? I mean, the recoil is going to be, I would say, God control it. I'm not sure how AZTEC OP is going to control that, because I've tried M4 and AK, and that's the reason I just drop AK. Even if it's going to be one of the good guns which does a lot of damage, I just drop it to the ground.
Well, definitely, if you can just control the recoil, you are very sure that you can go for it. But here, once again, what we are coming across is Team Soul. They have been caught as well. Rivalry players, one player is down to the ground, but Team Soul driver, you can look across him. Some head connections that landed over to his head just got him a great amount of damage, I would say. But definitely, he can just patch him off completely. Rivalry, they are onto a very difficult spot, as Soul is holding a very good position. But Regaltos, oh my god, he just hit off with a good amount of damage by Rivalry that side. And definitely it was like a remaining 1 or 2 HP. He was just like almost bleated off, but now he could be provided with a revival. Well, he can patch him off completely. Rivalry as well that side. One player, Sonic Fox is down, I think. Yeah, Sonic Fox is down to the ground, and a revival should be initiated for the player, as he is just bleeding off completely. Well, the zone is even collapsing in, and now the players need to move across the zone junkyard. The western areas of junkyard somewhere can be a good hold for the players, but right now you can see the edges of the zone, they have been blocked off completely, and now is gonna mark a scenario of gatekeeping for the teams who are not into the zones. They are gonna get into a very disadvantaging scenario, I would say, because they are gonna get gatekeeped now, and they have to decide whether to go for it or no. But TSM over there can get into a good fight. Well, they are very near to one coming fight across them, but some grenades being chucked off can can just provide players with an ample amount of damage as well. With that AKM, once again, as we are having a discussion over AKM and M416, even I would go for a M4 rather than AKM over here. But definitely, viewers, you can even answer the question, well, would you go for AKM or M416? But coming back to TSM-FTX, Ninja Valley is very low on health, I would say, but definitely that grenade was something that was definitely needed. Well, Akshu OP has to go back to ground, but Ninja, he is just registering a lot of damage lately. Coming back to Aquanox over here, well, he's been caught as well, but damages are just onto their peak. Well, 8-bit loses their 2 players, but TSM-FTX Ninja would make sure to trade them off completely and say a goodbye. Well, it was a very amazing attempt coming forward from TSM. Well, they just took off 8-bit completely, registering 4 amazing knockouts, and there you go, Soul Driver. He knew that blasting off the vehicle could take one player down, and he did it amazingly well. It was the time for GXR Rocks to go down. Well, new player, he is just trying to hold up the position, but now TSM has to get into one more fight, as Soul are holding the very higher ground advantage. The advantage that Soul has been really amazing for them lately, I would say. Well, they are just providing ample amount of damages, they are knocking players down, but it is difficult for them to confirm their kills. Well, there Marcos Gaming Vizgod once again with that green. I was somewhere missing Marcos Gaming and lighting up the kill field, and they are back again. Once again, IND Atanki over there. Well, team IND with one finish in their account, definitely a bit of passiveness into the gameplay, I would say, as compared to the semi-finales, that they had very aggressiveness, but OR Desto would make sure to take Ronak down. Well, Surya has been caught. Marcos Gaming is onto a very difficult spot, as they have the last surviving player over there. He has been caught, and it's time for Marcos Gaming to say a goodbye on the 15th position. We expected Marcos Gaming to sparkle out the fights completely, but definitely it's just a bad day they are coming across. A bad fight, I would say, not a day, because they got 2 chicken dinners already. It's a bad fight they came across, and well, they have to say a goodbye on the 15th position. Coming back to RNT, one player is being said a goodbye, but there are 3 remaining players, and Soul is just gonna continue the holding of their position, but now the zone is not favoring them. They have to go in for the rotations. Well, they have vehicles as well for the rotations coming in, but look at Regaltos over there. He knows he's out of the zone, but still he is not avoiding any kinds of the fights. Mortal, he is just been on his way to the zone. Well, he know how important it is to go off the zone. He is being low on HP. He is trying to patch himself up completely.
Soul, I mean, I don't want to be the bad omen for them, because the fight that they put and the gatekeep they managed to do was good. But right now, look at the zone. If they come down, there is going to be TSM-FTX, there's going to be rivalry, there's going to be AZTEC, and for a fact that the side of Team GodLike have the center of the circle in phase 5, that's going to be very difficult for the side of Soul. They're still playing at the edge of the zone. The zone will start shrinking, and they should start worrying about this. But right now, IND, they're at a tough spot. They're at the edge of the play zone. They're being gate kept from higher ground advantages. But look at GodLike, as I said, they have the center of the circle. They are looking forward to 2 different directions. They're not letting any team enter. And now, as I said, Soul would have to start making a rotate. And there is a vehicle for one person to pick and make a rotate for. But yes, as I mentioned, there's a lot of players. And with lot of players, look at that, 13 teams are still alive, 44 players who are on this lobby of Miramar. And Soul, they're going in for a jump. The vehicle is there, but the damage being destroyed. You can see immediately driver with the jump and a little bit of a play zone damage is dropped half of his original HP. Mortal, he's just being survived with the nick of his health, and he has to patch himself. But right now, the Soul is heading directly into the fight with GodLike very soon. But GodLike got a great position coming in. IND, somehow they've found a higher ground advantage, and I'm pretty sure Revenant, this is going to be the end for them coming in. And Revenant, there is one more player, I'm not sure, I think it was the end of the side of Team Revenant. And yes, look at that, it is 13-12 now, 12 teams alive. GodLike do have a really good position. They can gatekeep each and everybody. They have a higher ground advantage. They have the center of the position. They can see 7Cs, they can see SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they can see GXR, they can see the whole and every, I would say, 11 players, 11 teams surviving. on this map, and I'm pretty sure GodL have an advanced position in terms of picking up finishes. They have 3 for now, but I'm pretty sure a lot on their plate.
Definitely, I think Gordel has a good advantage over here. Well, they can use their position very amazingly, where Aladdin can be spotted, where Spray God even can be caught. But talking about Ronak, he is losing his HP with every passing second. He is just losing continuously 3 HP now as it's the 5th zone arriving. Talking about Z God over there, well, you can see him with that Scarlet trying to, just scout players down completely, knock them down completely. But Jonathan, he is into the covers of the vehicle. The vehicle is being used as a hard cover. Well, Play Zone will take Somraj down. GXR, new player, even he's been caught and punished. Well, the low-lying advantage for 7C Spray God would be the lower ground advantage, I would say. Ronak, meanwhile, he is just trying to go for an heal battle, as he know that now it is very difficult to come across, but he just has 2 utilities left with him, and that is definitely not going to be enough. But look at Gordel, look at the position Gordel is holding, look at the confidence Gordel has, the gun power, the throwables, the position, everything is in their hand, and it's now a time for victory that Gordel can really come across. Now they have to play very calm and composed, and they definitely can get very amazing amounts of kill. Where Ronak there spotted Spray God, he knows that he is not, so he was about to take one finish, but no, Sarang said you can't take my player down, and he manages to take him down completely. Where Clutch God, look at that guy over there, he's just trying to provide some good amount of sprays, holding a good inside wall cover and a good position. Atanki is being caught by Jonathan, well, he's been punished as well. Well, Jonathan makes sure to take down Spray God as well. 7 finishes already, a good position already. What does Team Gordel has to offer us now is everything I am looking across. But coming back to IND Snacks over there, his waist is being damaged. Level 2 waist that he's been carrying is being damaged, and he needs to find a new, but he is the last surviving players, and well, a revival can't be initiated. There you go, Destro is being caught by Snacks as well. It was a time for Snacks to take down Destro, but what a luck by Destro, I would say. He was on that slither HP health, but he manages to patch himself up again. Maskash, he's been out of zone lately, and he needs to travel across the zone, but definitely that is not happening. But what did I just come across? Enigma Avi is being caught by Maskash over there on that literal HP, but no, it's time for Maskash even to say goodbye. Well, coming back to Gordel, this position, they are just hamming in on the side of each and every team. IND Snacks, the last player surviving, well, the teammate is just being bleeded off completely. He knows that Destro is over there. Well, that grenade could spell ample amount of damage to Destro once again, but no knockout for Snacks. He will go for that second grenade, but Destro is just relocating himself continuously. Well, one more time, it's the fire that is gonna take Destro away. Well, that definitely, yes, Snacks got a good connection, and he took down Destro amazingly. It's gonna be a 1v2 scenario where we can see Wexy as well being caught. Snacks is on a very difficult scenario. Uzi was something that he was using, but now he comes to Starl, but Aditya manages to take him off completely. Well, that was an elimination for Team IND, but Gordel is not stopping over here.
GodL's position is literally a god position for them. They have not let anybody enter their zone. Anytime somebody's coming in, they've been gate kept. The way the side of GodL have the zone under control, have the hard cover under control is incredible. And look at Jonathan right at the edge of the ridge. He's spotting each and every team. 7C is at a very difficult spot. They are at such a lower angle that the only thing that they can spot is maybe Jonathan's head. And Jonathan, he has a better advantage of seeing where the teams are coming in, and if he sees a peak, he's going to spray them down. And because of the angle, once he sprays, he's going to be spraying not just the head but the entire body from their opponent. But he misses an angle. He spots Vexy, he overexposes himself and knocks down. This is the opportunity to open up the side of Gordel, and look at them, everybody is making a run. OR, this is the opportunity. They understand this is the time they can climb the hill if they let this opportunity go. And if Jonathan comes alive, that's going to be very difficult, and they have pushed. OR have managed to gain the ridge advantage, but Neo understands that this is the chance that he needs to push the side of 7Cs. And look at that, Z-God is coming in for help. OR Destro down to his knees. Z-God is making everything happen. He's going to be picking off. It's all up to Vexy, the last player surviving. Now it's going to be a 1v2 coming in, and Vexy is still doing damage. Neo is down to the ground. It's all up to Z-God. And what is going to happen right now? Oh my god, this is the last team, but still GodL, the way OR managed to push in, I was about to lose my patience here, because GodL at the last moment, I guess it was Jonathan who managed to buy the nick of the time. They revived him, or it's going to be either Z-God.
Oh my
Excuse
god,
me.
What did just we come across? What a performance by Godel! A really amazing and astonishing performance. Well, when I just talk about this fight over here, Godel had an amazing advantage, I would say. Definitely every single aspect of the fight was in their hands. The gunpower was seriously amazing. Godel, they rocked it, and I would definitely say with 15 finishes. The last map of Miramar gave Godel 12 finishes, and this time it is 15 finishes for Godel. What an amazing performance by Godel, I would say. Definitely they had a good position, I would say. They managed to take come across with a good position on the zone. They had a good advantage of the zone. They were holding off their position very amazingly, and there the teams were trying to mark an entry at a point, at a single point where Jonathan got back to the ground. I was scared. I was literally
Exactly.
scared that what is gonna happen, as Jonathan was down, and Jonathan going down directly meant that the players can mark a good entry. They could just get a very good opportunity for each and everyone to come across to make a good fight over here. But look at the faces of the players. What an amazing fight they just come across. Man, oh man, Team Godel, what a performance it was.
It was a wonderful performance, and I was just checking what happened. Who was the last person? It was Clutch God. Clutch God managed to make it work. The last surviving player. I mean, I guess Jonathan was taken down, but the way Jonathan held the lower ridge was incredible. But I mean, it was not even an actual him overexposing himself or going over the edge. It was just the side of OR coming in from a different angle that the side of Godlike or Jonathan got exposed. Otherwise, Jonathan was at a safe spot. He had a vehicle also in terms of covering him, and 7Cs were hard stuck. But the way, again, I mean, we might again end up talking hours together, or I mean minutes together, for the side of Godlike, because Godlike getting that hard cover position, the circle in their favor, they were lucky as well. But the way they managed to uh, gatekeep each and every team, they at least gatekeep close to 10 teams from entering that circle. Literally 10 teams. We can go back, we can discuss about it again and again, but at the edge of the zone there was at least 10 teams, out of which, yes, teams battled again against each other. That is going to happen. But Godlike did not let anybody enter, and then Godlike, after I guess 3-4 teams which were yet still surviving, each and every team they were wiping out. The play they managed to do was just brilliant. This map of Miramar, as I said, Godlike and the map of Miramar, it's frag, it's completely mind-boggling. It's a bazinga of a map that Godlike completely love. And if Godlike did like either Erangel or Sanhok till now, I can tell them, change it off. Your map is going to be Miramar, and you're going to insanely frag, because that's the kind of performance they just showed us back to back.
Well, definitely that is gonna be true. And adding some more points over here, well, they were really lucky with the zone. With the zone, they were really lucky. But it's not just about the luck, the way you hold your position. Because when it comes to the zone, well, yes, the zone is holding you. Well, the zone has a good advantage over you. But now it's your call how you hold that position. Because the zone is something that just plays with you completely. And that is definitely a very amazing thing we came across. The way Jonathan managed to take the whole team together. They managed to, come across every angle where a team can mark a entry, and for almost 4 or 5 minutes they didn't let 10 teams enter the zone. They just didn't let them enter the zone. We could see that the kill feed, the play zone was something marking players to say a goodbye, where Godel was on that higher ground with so amazing advantage. And that 15 finishes that we can never forget. We came across the face cam of the players. Well, definitely they were so overjoyed with the fact that they got
Exactly.
second chicken dinner. It was an amazing day for Godel. Well, with Marcos Gaming, now it is gonna be Godel who got two consecutive chicken dinners, I would say.
Man, this day has been exceptional for a couple of teams. Marcos, they got two winner-winner chicken dinners. Godlike got two winner-winner chicken dinners. And Godlike, we have talked about them. They are a team who always frag out. They frag out insane. There's no second question. They're cracked. Each and every player from their team is completely cracked. Whether they go in for one taps coming across where Jonathan with his mini was looking for two players, or if he switches up to automatic rifle, both of them he's completely insane. He is on point on his aim. And the way Godlike, I'm not sure who got that idea of taking that position of that hardcover, somewhere between graveyard and junkyard, the last zone, but whoever it was, Hats off to you, man. Hats off. I mean, that call could have not come at a greater point for the side of GodLike, where they were already performing. I mean, this map just builds them up. But again, talking about the other teams which kind of fell short, F1LS. They look strong, they pick up a fight, and eventually they're not there. They find the frag, they at least, I guess, take two people down, but miss their opportunity. But before we talk a lot, let's just quickly walk over the highlights because it was insane. Again, we want to take a look at this map. Vamp, Enigma, TSM. This finish coming in from TSM was just incredible. 8-bit holding them on ground. TSM completely covering the side of team TSM. Even though grenades were being chucked, 8-bit tried so much. The sprays were coming in. Viru looked excellent. He did try to do a lot of damage, but two players spraying, and then all up to Akshat. Ninja just rushed them, and that's where they went off. IND, very unfortunate. They were looking great initially, but it was all up to Snacks at the end. And then OR, the second team that finished it off, right? Darshita, they looked incredible. They were ready. And as we said, right, the opportunity that the side of OR took to rush the side of GodLike, it looked very scary. GodLike could have been lost, could have lost this map of Miramar because of that one fall from Jonathan.
Well, definitely that can be to look around Ronak as well. Well, he knew that he was gonna get traded off completely. He spotted one player, he took one player down, but definitely it was a teammate who was an incoming, call that no, you can't take my player down as well. Godel, Jonathan. What do I say more about Godel over here? You can already see the way they were performing, but not to mention Snacks over here. I can never forget this guy, the way he took down Destro. He tried to chuck him off with 2 grenades, but no, it was not possible. But lastly, the Monotox connected. It was a 1v3 scenario for Snacks, where it was literally an overexposing area what Snacks came across, and definitely OR Aditya just caught him and took him out completely. But what do I talk about OR Vexy? You can see the last play, Clutch God and OR Vexy coming across it, and it was definitely amazing. And that would mark Godel to come directly on the second position with 123
Whoa.
amazing total points and 2 winner chicken dinner. But nevertheless, is team 7C over here. They are still topping the charts over here with 2 winner chicken dinner and a total of 131 points. Well, you can clearly see that Godel has greater amount of finish points. They have 71 finish points, whereas 7C has 67. But the position, the placement points is what is lagging for Godel over here, as Godel has 52 and 7C has 64. Coming back to SKYLIGHTZ, is going to be 108 for SKYLIGHTZ. REVENANT is going to be 103, a 5-point difference coming across. But Team 8-bit is going to go hand in hand with REVENANT, as they are going to even mark a total of 103. Marcos Gaming, as we discussed, 2 winner chicken dinner. So we have 3 teams over here, Lucifer, who are going to mark 2 chicken dinners. It's going to be 7C, GodLike, and Marcos. This is the overall standing for post-match 11. AZTEC on 91. TSM, well, they are on 81, but now they have to make a comeback, as Godel is doing. Godel, SKYLIGHTZ, REVENANT, 8-bit, they are just holding their position on a very good note. Though to each fight they are coming across, they are making sure that they get something out of the fight. Galaxy Racers, they are on the same position as they were behind the overall standing post-match 10. They are on the 9th position with a chicken dinner and 78 of total points in their account.
Man, what a match. GodLike, this is what we were talking about, right? I mean, I'm not trying to make this side of GodLike feel bad. They can be more than happy on this day 2 of grand finals, getting at the second position, getting 2 winner chicken dinners, and boosting their placement points. This is why I said all you have to concentrate about GodLike is their placement points. They are doing that right now with the winner chicken dinner coming their way. Their finish points, I don't even, I mean, again, if I would have a chat with the side of GodLike, I mean, I would bow down to them and tell them, keep doing what you're doing in terms of finish points, but also make sure your rotations are going in your way so that you start grasping a lot more placement points. Because with this one winner chicken dinner, if GodLike had a couple of more finishing points, placement points from yesterday, they would have been on the first position. But again, it's just day 2, right? They have a long way to go. On the other end, OR Esports, even though they came second, the finishing points are not there. They did manage to take down Snacks. They did take down a couple of players. They are a strong team. The confidence is there, but eventually their fights are not starting very early on. They start their fights as the phase starts collapsing as we see phase 4, phase 5, and this is where you have lesser opportunities of converting fights because already third party happening, teams will start stealing your kills, and that's the reason even if we see kill feed with OR teammates name coming in with the knockout, finish might not come in their way. Something to look out for the side of OR. Enigma Gaming with 77, they have been trying hard. It's like teams are coming up better compared to Enigma from day 1 to day 2, and that's the reason they are kicked down at the 11th position. Tenacity, their rotations is still questionable for me, stuck at 62 and still at the 12th position. Team Soul, very unfortunately, the position that they had was completely insane. They had each and every team's information, but the zone, when it switched, Soul did not make early rotation. Just like how GodLike did, Soul did not do that. That rotation was a huge backstab, I would say. Rather than even teams trying to take down Soul, the circle itself, the game itself in the map of Miramar did a lot of damage to the side of Soul. So again, looking forward to their rotations. Hopefully it changes up. IND always caught out at the edge of the zone. Their strategy right now is, as I've seen throughout these days, again guys, this is just to recuperate and tell you what has happened in each and every map and how it's going. It's not criticizing anything. We love these teams just like you guys do. So IND, the rotation is something that they have to look at, because as soon as they at the edge of the zone, they just hold it for quite some time rather than initiating fights. They look for information, and at phase 4 and phase 5, rather than information, you already are hearing a lot of gunfires coming in. I think that's where Team IND and other teams are falling short, as well as F1LS, Team Celsius. Team Celsius did get 4 finishes on the side of F1LS, but after which we did not still see them. So Celsius still have a long way to go, and right now with the last map of Erangel coming in, there's still one last chance of a fight being left. I mean, for day 2 again, not end of grand finals, because there's a long way, and hopefully just like you guys, I'm looking forward to maybe hitting the 300 mark for one of these teams.
Well, definitely that can be really very true. Coming across these fights, some new teams I wouldn't say, but definitely some teams out of the blues are just rocking it off completely. But as you said, now it's gonna be the last match. And well, I remember I just had a goal set for the likes. Well, is it done or no? No, it is not. We had a goal of 20k likes that we had set in the mornings. Well, I would take it across to at least 15k, and I know y'all guys can do it really well. We are done with 12k already. So make sure you share it and you make sure that our goal has been completed. Well, we are done with 379k subscribers as well. Can we hit forward to 400k over here? Rather than that, talking about the match we just came across, it was amazing. As we talked about Celsius, F1LS, Esports Empire, and Enigma, the initial fights that we just came across to the second match. Once again, we came across over here where Enigma was eliminated by Esports Empire and where F1LS was being eliminated by Celsius. The gunpowder, the aggressiveness. Basically, it was like the players were angry. They were really angry of what had already happened to the sides of the second match. They wanted to take a revenge, and that was definitely a best revenge every team could come across. Definitely an amazing fight there. Even OR, talking about OR, as we came across, they eliminated Marcos completely. Marcos Gaming, who were just doing it very very well, they got caught onto a very open areas. I would say it was definitely a very overexposing areas where they were just exposing themselves completely, compromising their locations, and well, they were caught and punished badly by OR. But not to mention Snacks as well. I told it already. Snacks was even caught by OR and punished. So definitely that was everything that we came across to the map 5th of today, and we are gonna head towards the last map that is gonna be of Erangel. So, guys, what are y'all expecting to the last map of today? Which team is gonna rock it? As we already are gonna have different teams like Godel, 7C. They are just coming out of the blues and they are just hamming on continuously with upcoming everything. So definitely we just have a good expectation, I would say, from each and everyone. And as a viewer, you definitely have a good amount of expectations from your team. So just let us know in the comment section down there. You are free to use the comment section.
Exactly.
But coming back to the last match, it is gonna be an amazing one. I just feel this, I just get this vibe that it is really gonna be an amazing map we come across, as it's the last one, but last is never the least.
Last is never the least. There's a lot of action pending from a lot of these teams. A lot of teams want to put up their flag, their, I would say, symbol in terms of grabbing their leaderboard spot. Because as we went over the prize pool. There is so much to grab, but there's going to be only one winner at the end of the day. Each and everybody will be getting prizes, each and everybody will be awarded for their efforts, but there is going to be only one crown, there's going to be only one trophy to be lifted, and there's going to be only one MVP. So a lot of eyes on the first prize as well as the MVP, because it says a lot. If the MVP and the first position is the same, I will be even more happy, because a team which managed to grab that first position and the champions title will already have the bragging rights, but also to tell that all the teams out there, even though they put up their best players out there, the same team had the MVP inside them. That's the reason they won. Both a fragger completely assaulting the opponent, along with the big brain plays coming in terms of zone predictions, in terms of rotations, and all these things, while their team look forward to loot, is just incredible. And again, we have talked about this. You might have a single drop point or a loot point which you would generally keep going to, just like we have seen from the side of GodLike, the side of Team IND. We have seen from the side of TENACITY as well, I would say, because they always head over to the edges of, whether it's going to be Erangel or Miramar or any of the maps coming, they always go into edge. Not a particular one, but maybe a northern and southern coming in. Enigma as well, Enigma, F1, LS, these teams go to either Rozhok or Puchinki, or sometimes even change it and go to Gatka. It depends on the flight path for them, but for some teams, they've chosen it and they're making it work. GodLike stuck to their Yasnaya drop point and they got the winner chicken dinner. That says a lot. I mean, again, we have talked about this. GXR, yesterday we talked to them. They were picking up very early fights on the map of Erangel. Lost, I would say, one or two out of it. But the third one that they won, they immediately grabbed the winner chicken dinner. It's not that your strategy is wrong. It's just that there was an unfortunate incident happening, and that's the reason your team lost. So never give up on your strategy, but still keep improving on it, rather than saying this is the best one out there, because there's going to be another player who's better than you in terms of maybe recoil control.
Definitely, that is gonna be true. And we discussed about the recoil control of AKM M416. We came
Yeah.
across many discussions when we were, on that casting desk when these teams were performing amazingly well. But now I really have my eyes on the last map that is gonna happen. As we discussed about the drop as well. You said Gordel,
Mm-hmm.
the reasons of Yasnaya, which are gonna get a good hold of. But now we are again gonna head towards the last map of today. That is definitely gonna be Erangel. But heading towards the last map of today, can we have some good cheers for your favorite team in the comment section, guys? The comment section is all yours. You can see the players. They are already so hyped up to perform so amazingly well, and we all are really keen to come across the fly part trajectory. But all you can do is motivate your favorite team by spamming their name, spamming some good hearts in the comment section. You look at Gordel, how awaited they are for one more victory. We can just expect one more victory, because this team is not stopping now. The way they are performing, there is no going back now. Once you have started, there is no going back. It's just like an M249 spray. You go, once you start till 150 bullet servers, there's no going back, and that is something what matters. But coming across the fly part trajectory, it's gonna be the areas of Stalber, the upper areas of Stalber, to the most down areas of military base, where it's a good hold for IND, I would say.
Flight path coming in, it's completely, as you mentioned, from north to south. Again, it's not a clean divide between, it's not a clean divide of the map. But again, I'm looking forward to, if anybody goes the long way, if anybody waits till the end of military base and then gets down. And again, it does not look like that. Why? I want a question. I mean, I might myself use the hashtag AskSkyEsports. Why don't teams go completely use the whole flight path and then make a decision? Because IND, as we said, we have seen them going down to military base. They did not have to jump out early, but again, I'm trying to look forward to them. But with this cluster of teams, as they're moving across and spreading, we will be eventually seeing them again. Esports Empire, this team keeps changing their drop location, but Godel sticking strong to their Yasnaya. Seoul also, we did see them certain times at Georgia Pool, certain times at Water City, certain times in school also. But yes, they are mostly split up in terms of their loots, and that's the reason I feel like they're all over the map. But what a huge shift of the zone. It is leaving everything from northern to the eastern side, along the southern side also, but it is only taking the western side, or even the southwestern side. That is going to be only Gatka, Hospital, Quarry, Georgia Pool. But I guess we are going to see this last map ending in Gatka, Darshita.
Well, definitely, I would just say one thing. What a surprise by Play Zone! It's once again that the
Exactly.
Play Zone, the phases are just playing off with the players. Well, for the sides of esports empire, what rotation would they provide? Is a question for me. To the areas of Kamakshi, they are holding. To the areas of Sivarni, we even can see Delta PG. We even can see Aztec teams trying to move forward to the same areas, to the similar areas. But the zone is a surprise for the players, and it's like a very early rotation that you have to start off with, else the zone will, the phases will start hitting you, and you'll start using your utilities at a very early stage. But coming back, Soul over here, you can see, okay, Aman Jain. Okay, what is this name? I am just confused about the name. A new ID, a new name being popping up on our screens. Well, it is going to be Soul Maradopi Regiltos driver, and one more player over here trying to okay, loot off their fortified areas. For now, it's just a very initial stage. It's just like we are 2 or 3 minutes onto the map. But once again, as I was talking about IND, their primary drop location is always to the areas of military base, and definitely once again it's going to be somewhat the areas of military base that they are holding. You can see Slayer, the buildings of military base are being a good hold to Slayer. Daljeet as well over there, trying to get a hold of the small compounds. Well, we had even a question regarding the same, are military base compounds good for the loot or poaching key? So definitely you can ask it for team IND, as well as their primary drop location is the same. But coming back to 8-bit over here, Akshat, Omega, Viru and Akshu OP over here trying to move around the map, I would say, with the vehicles they have. But Viru, he got that Bison. And preferably Bison is a gun that I love the most. I don't know what it's about the others, but definitely Bison, PP Bison is a gun that I really love the most to use.
Do you like VSS also? That I guess Akshat or Omega had. Do you use that as well, Darshita? Because I mean, that's one of the rifles that I am very surprised whenever I see. It's like, wait, is somebody, did somebody actually pick it up? Because I am not too sure. Even though I have had reviews from my friends who also play with me. They're like, no, let go of that run. So I've never even fired any bullet from VSS. I think it's either the mentality, or is it truly that the gun is always bad?
Well, I wouldn't really go for VSS, but definitely if it's a Bison, I would go for it. But yeah, if there's an AKM or M416, I would definitely go for an M416 rather than going for Bison. But coming back to the fights over here, Nova Opnoi, once again for RNT, it is a good hold, as we came across the fact that RNT is trying to hold the areas of Nova Opnoi since the starting of the match. We have been through, this is the third Erangel match that is happening, the sixth match for the day 2. It's gonna be Erangel once again, and the third match for the day, the third map for the day, I would say. Celsius once again, Eggy, Rex, Shaggy, and okay, Old Mo, nice. The 4 players, they are trying to hold their position, but you can see Rex once again off his team. It's once again a split that team Celsius is holding, where meanwhile their players are to the areas of Lipoka over there. I think this strategy is something that I already discussed. The split strategy is something that I already discussed about team Celsius, that they may not try getting into this strategy, because definitely that is just biting them off completely. But to water cities, I would say it is gonna mark an entry for team OR, Aditya, Destro, Vexi, and Gil. Definitely the water cities are just a set for them to get a good hold of, just loot off their fortified areas, play calm and compose at an initial stage, and then just ham it to the sides of every team crossing their paths.
But now, even though whether they ham it, whether they light this map on fire, the zone has already, I would say, lit a fire for each and every team. They have to make a run. The way the zone has shifted, I'm pretty sure all the teams are surprised, all the players are surprised, because that is a huge shift. That is literally close to only 40% of the map being covered, and most of them are also in the water. So teams, if they want to pick up fight now, I mean, I might keep saying multiple times, pick early fights, but if they don't pick early fights, it might end up being just like Miramar on this last map of Erangel for this grand finals. This is going to be the 6th map. So from here, it's going to be 12 maps done and dusted for all the viewers. And in case some of you viewers missed out what happened in the first map, second map, third map, fourth map, whichever you guys want information on, don't forget to follow our Instagram page at @SkyEsports Gaming. That's where all the quick updates after each and every map gets posted. the top fragger list as well. Overall standings has also come there, so that's going to be your fastest information. As I said, in case you are occupied in meetings, you have some classes going on or something like that, you have always information at your fingertips. But right now on the fingertips will be each and every player's mobile who are looking forward to grab loot on this map of Erangel. Still, no early skirmishes, no early battles coming in. It's just loots for all these teams. And Marcos, this is a team I'm hoping they grab a winner chicken dinner. If they don't, it's going to be okay for them. They've grabbed 2 for the day. They can rest the next this map, but they also need to be sure that they are ready for the next coming days, because the battle might be 2x right now or 3x right now compared to day 1, but going into day 3, day 4, it's going to be 5x, 10x, and just exponentially increasing as teams start feeling the heat.
Well, indeed, that can be a case. But coming back to Marcos Gaming, as we were talking about, well, they can go for a chicken dinner. It would be a 3rd consecutive chicken dinner for Marcos Gaming over there. But now they have to play very calm and composed. Well, you can just have a look at them. The small compounds they are getting on their way. They are just stopping there for some utilities they can, and then they are moving across to the areas of Gatka over there. Well, you can see 8-bit Akshu OP, he was just away with an vehicle, but Akshat is still away, a bit away, and yeah, a regrouping was what is being initiated for team 8-bit. Well, same goes for SG as well. You can see Gamla Boy, he has been trying to hold position. He has been lately waiting for his teammate to arrive, to regroup, to reunite with his players, and then they can mark away, they can decide whether what they have to do further. Will they hold off their position for now, or they would go in for more rotations and go to a more centralized hold, is the word I would really like to use over here. So definitely you can see them, they are just holding, they are just trying to hold, they are just trying to take as many things as their back can hold over here. Well, it's a level 2 bag, so definitely if you get a level 3 bag over here, it could be a more of help for you, I would say. Coming across Enigma over there, you can see Clock is being hit by the play zone. Well, I don't know what is this player doing. He can just use off his some bandages to heal himself up, to patch himself up, because that is definitely needed. You have lost 50% of your health, and you already can see him just trying to patch himself up. Well, Vamp, OP, Avi, CG, it's just the first phase incoming, and they all are set to mark their ways across the zone. They are just trying to travel across the zone. Well, Clock needs to heal himself up. But talking about Gordon, well, the position says it all. The position they are holding is once again gonna be a higher ground advantage, where they can't let any team enter the position. The position they are trying to get a good hold of can be an advantage, but a disadvantage as well if the zone goes off. But there, some action have already begun, as we are coming across TSM, who is gonna get into a good fight. But talking about Soul, the positions are still being holded over here. You can see a vehicle is being spotted. Well, they are just trying to get a hold of 4 different vehicles, so they can just travel across the map to mark a good position, and the vehicle can definitely help them going in for a good cover, a defense system or a cover fire, I would say. Talking about OR as well, Aditya, Destro, Vexi, and Gil, the 4 surviving players for OR right now, and everyone is trying to be as passive as they can. Everyone, I think Lucifer, everyone knows over here that the zone is just playing with them, and now how important it is for them to get a good position. If they don't get it, they would fail for it.
Exactly, they need a position really good inside the circle, because as I said, it's close to 40 or only, and maybe even just close to 50% of the map. But as we progress, it's going to be getting smaller and smaller, where teams will have to fight it out. Enigma is still out of the zone. Yes, it's phase 2, not a lot to be worried about, but Celsius are very close to Enigma. Cloak, I think, is the only player, and he's somehow managed to get out from the grips from the side of team Celsius. Celsius should be able to make their way out very, very easily, because there's no team very close to them. But as they enter the edge, that's going to be Pochinki. There is going to be the side of 7 Seas, and 7 Seas, we know how good they've been looking. They're already on the tabletop, and if they find a couple of free frags or frags which are trying to come in, they'll be able to take them out very early on. But look at the side of team GodLike. They have taken the mountain edges for themselves on this zone, and I'm pretty sure they're really, I would say, confident, and they're looking forward to this last map of Erangel, because they've already shown us that they can capitalize first on the map of Erangel, where we saw the 3rd match coming in. Then they capitalize on the map of Miramar, got the 2nd winner chicken dinner. They can also capitalize the 3rd one. The zone is, yes, covering these ranges, but they should also think about starting to move on how the zone starts shifting, because 30 seconds on the clock, the zone will start shrinking and things can change around. I guess the clock was stuck in only one player's. Okay. There's some glitch in the game also. It was 30 seconds. I did doubt why was the clock not changing. But yes, the countdown was not there. But again, GodLike, I guess they spotted off Soul, because they were also close to a similar container, but it does not seem like. But Esports Empire, they're close to the side of team GodLike are ready for the fight. And yes, I was right, it was the players of Soul who were spotted, and you can see Marad OP is trying to scope information. GodLike, they've gone back, they're not picked up the fight completely on the side of Soul, and they also don't know that it's going to be the side of Soul until and unless they find their first initial frag or a knockout coming through. But Soul, now they've understood that if they rotate, they need to be cautious, and they should have information on how they're rotating and who might be having their crosses on them, and that's the reason Soul are calculating before they rush into rotation. But now with the zone shifting, they would have to actually make a rotate, because the zone is not in their favor. It is 1000 meters away from their current location, and look at them, they're making a run for it. GodLike, I'm just looking forward to their position, and as I said, they would also have to start making a move. It's not in their favor, but GXR, they have a early on position. TENACITY this time have a early on position along with Marcos Gaming. That's going to be 3 teams who have early position, and IND also have made their way in. 8-bit also are trying to take central control, but it looks like Soul have spotted a team. They're looking forward to pick up a fight at Hospital, but they let it go because they are also making a run for the vehicle. And previously, if you remember, Soul did not go in for an early rotation, because of which Playzone affected them, then the players who were already gatekeeping them. So this is going to be a good one. But everybody, look at that, Darshita, everybody is going to the complete western edge rotation, and at least 4 or 5 teams are going to meet in a cluster, and this is not going to be good.
Indeed, rotational clashes are something that we are really going to come across, but now it's like if your plan A doesn't go successful, you have to be ready with the plan B. It's like you can't just rely on the plan A you have, as we just came across the thing of GodLike over there. The ranges were being a good hold for GodLike, but the plan A, the holding the ranges was not a good option. But coming again to AZTEC, well, one player has to go down the grounds over here, but Pardhan would make sure to provide some good grenades. Well, TSM is marking a good entry as well, but the position of TSM could be a bit of difficult for AZTEC, as they are just hamming it over to the sides of TSM. Well, you can see Pardhan is trying to move further. Well, AKOP is just been down, and one more player, my bad, I just missed the name over here, but definitely he is really very low on HP. Well, TSM had to lose one player on a very early stage. Aquanox had to say a goodbye. Incoming grenades from Ninja is spelling a bit of damage on AZTEC as well, but definitely a good flank is what Ninja needs right over here. His location is being compromised. Well, he's just trying to give some sprays, but no, Ninja has to go down, and it's gonna be the one last surviving player, Blaze, but it's all done and dusted. Now TSM has to go down on the 18th position. TSM is the first team that is getting eliminated from the lobby, as well as GodLike once again with that fight. Neo gets caught down over here. GodLike once again with that aggressiveness. Some incoming grenade could cause damage to the players, and they did definitely clutch GodLike. Well, you can see trying to finish the down players. The grounded players are just being confirmed. Well, Marcos Gaming, Ronak, but Clutch God has to go down. Well, Neo even has to go down. 2 players are down on the ground for GodLike, and now GodLike has to decide whether plan A or plan B is working. Ronak meanwhile trying to aggressively takes Clutch God completely. GodLike loses their one body at a very initial stages. Well, it was Ronak who took down players amazingly. Well, Marcos Gaming is just having it on the sides of GodLike. We just are gonna have Neo, who is the last surviving player for GodLike. Definitely it was 2 amazing matches GodLike came across, but now it's a bit difficult for GodLike to make that comeback, because GodLike, Neo is the last surviving players. Well, Marcos Gaming, I had to say Ronak. What a performance by Ronak. It's just like an amazing spray incoming from Ronak that took 2 players down to the ground, and he made sure to confirm them. But Neo, he has been even caught. The vehicle is being compromised, and now Neo needs to decide that what can be done. He is just trying to travel across the zone, marking a way to the zone, but it is really very difficult for the players. Well, you can see 7C as well. They are eliminating a whole of the team. Rotational clashes is the thing I said a while ago, that rotational clashes are going to get initiated very soon, and definitely that is something that you can already see on your screen. Well, talking about GodLike once again, a bad fight, I would say, a really bad fight they came across, where they lost 3 bodies, and it's all under the shoulders of Neo. Well, coming back to Celsius, the team which needs a real comeback can get into a fight with RNT on the edges of the query zone over here, but Will that be enough? Will that fight make them a victory or a loss? But coming back over there, you can see once again it's gonna be Soul who is gonna get engaged in one fight. One player is down to the ground, but Regal Toes with that UZ trying to get players down. Each one is just engaging in some good amounts of fights. We are left with 17 teams and 59 players. Well, what a fight is incoming, but how it can be 17 teams is my question, because we started off with 18 teams if I'm not wrong, Lucifer.
TSM went down. TSM were wiped out right from the side of AZTEC. They're looking good. I hope AZTEC have a better fight because they're already at the edge, but they're about to meet the side of Marcos Gaming. Marcos Gaming, as you mentioned, took down the Wraith force coming in from the side of Team GodLike and let only Neo surviving. But right now, Soul, the rotations again, it was a little bit late, and now they're being gatekept from a lot of different teams. But yes, they have been doing a lot of damage. But yes, oh my god, the Regal Toss spray coming in. He managed to take one player from ENIGMA. That was very, very crucial. IND, they do have a, I would say, an okay position, not a completely great one, but a great grenade connection from Rivalry on Atanki, and you can see him, he's so low along with Slayer, and both of them do not have any med kits. And you can see, oh no, Atanki had one, but Slayer did not. Slayer goes down to his knees. Atanki and Daljit are there trying to make this work. Not sure where Snacks is. I'm still looking forward to that cam coming in, but Rivalry are doing a lot of damage. Now it's all up to Maradopi and Regaltos. Regaltos first needs to be brought back to his feet. Maradopi has dropped down a med pack for him, but it does not look like Maradopi can save Regaltos because he himself is receiving so much damage. He picks that medkit back and he's trying to make something work, but the zone has moved so much further that I don't think Soul will be able to survive for a longer time. But let's get back to the action of IND, the side of Team Rivalry who picked up the fight. It looks like IND want to finish this off because they were unable to finish a lot of their fights. Daljit is moving in along with Slayer, I guess, or Atanki, but Atanki will be going down. It's going to be Daljit who looks forward to finish, and yes, he does. He beautifully finishes the whole team of Rivalry and lets his team survive with one casualty. That's going to be Snacks, but they get 5 finishes, so they should be a little bit happy. And also, now that they can grab a little bit of ammunition, they can be feeling better for themselves. But Maradopi finds one vehicle which is at its, I would say, edge of completely going broke or stalled. The engine itself is about to be blown away, and Marad is just trying to make it work. It's going to be Scout who's trying to make this work, we know, but I think he's far away from the zone. What do you think, Darshita?
Definitely a good try, but the coming obstacles on the way could mark him very difficult to come across. Well, he is just very low on HP and would really lose his health if he just don't patch himself up. Coming back to GXR once again, well, you can see one incoming action could just definitely be a bit of engaging for them, as IND is already holding the position, but now the rotations have already begun as the teams are trying to move across the zone. GXR Rockwell, the cheat was caught over there, and what a spray by Rocks. We were talking about VSS as well. You can see over there Lucifer is just trying to take him off completely. Well, the zone has been enlightened by the players, but meanwhile, talking about Celsius, well, 0 finishes in their account. They are still trying to manage, they are still trying to survive. Daljit had to say a goodbye. It's all onto the shoulders of Atanki over here. He is the last left players for Team IND over here, where Marcos Gaming, even one player gets caught by IND, it could be an end for Atanki over there. He needs to decide its step and then go for a different plan he can. But talking about Celsius and SG, they are all marking their ways into the zone as the zone is collapsing in. But Team IND Atanki, look at this man. He is just trying to scout players off. He's just trying to gather some more information. Well, Celsius has been caught and AZTEC players are down. 8-bit Akshat makes sure to take Maskus down with that grenade. But once again, it's gonna be Eggy over here. Well, players inside the shack for SG. What is this happening? So much incoming boy. One incoming grenade could have caused a big damage for both of the players. But what did just happen? SG Kamla boy
Celsius
came off this stock and took Celsius off completely. It was a great advantage for Celsius as 2 players were inside, and one Molotov's connection could have took down 2 players, but they missed the opportunity very bad, where SG took a great advantage of it.
Celsius is I hope they're not breaking their phones, but the advantage that they had taken control. I guess they had also closed off the door a little bit with the vehicle. They were ready to cook a grenade, waited too long. And man, either Gamla Boy or another player from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming pushed out, converted it beautifully for their team. Man, oh man, but right now let's get back to the action. We will again relive that moment on how it happened, but right now it looks like Saumraj, he goes down to a grenade coming in from AZTEC. AZTEC are trying to make this work even though they're about to lose a couple of players. Actually, they've already lost, as goes for the only player surviving from the side of IND. But Revenant, they have all the 4 players standing in this 10-man squad fight coming through. But Atanki, he spotted out Artemis. He brings him down to his knees. Smokey has also been spotted. Smokey also goes to the ground. Atanki, what is he doing? This man alone is trying to pick up as many fights as he can and try to even come on top of it. Revenant, they're making 7Cs work for this fight. They're making 7Cs work for their first position that they have, and they managed to do it. Austin Box is down to his knees. Prince, he can turn this around. He has to take on a fight on Top Dog as well as Substitute, but an incoming grenade brings him down along with the molly, which is going to take him down. But Top Dog also goes down to his knees. It's all up to Substitute to turn things around. Aladdin is coming to save his team, but Prince, I don't think he can save him for long. It's only going to be Sarang because Prince is very low in terms of health. He will be bleeding out, but hopefully they bring him back to life. But okay, he goes into revive Prince first. He does manage to do it, but he needs to be aware about Revenant's last player surviving. If they let this go, you know what's going to happen. Revenant's last player, he's going to turn things around, and that is what is happening. 7C's Prince again goes down to his knees. Sarang as well. It does not look like he can do something. And Aladdin, he's trying to make things worse as much as possible. AKOP gets spotted in the open as he was about to toss a smoke grenade coming in. But Revenant out of the fight. They converted, and I guess they managed to let only one person from the side of 7Cs survive, but they immediately switch over because they understand they want the zone advantage.
Well, definitely look at SG players over there. They managed to took a advantage of the stack over there, and they managed to take Celsius off there. But now they are going in for the heal battle, and definitely that is not an option you come across when it comes to the map of Erangel over here. Definitely that's a bad decision, I would say, taking for a heal battle in this map of Erangel. But coming across the fights, well, Tenacity is onto your screen. So the perspective of LT over here, you can see him spotting players down. Well, Ignite and Ray 3D can be caught, but the inside wall covers are something a bit of advantage for Tenacity. Well, they are already on the zones, and there you go, RNT is being caught. Now it has to be a deciding factor. Well, Tenacity can take them down or no. One grenade can be tossed. Well, he just compromises his location as well, but no, that was no knockout for Tenacity over there. Talking about 8-bit Viru, well, everyone is inside some good hard cover, I would say. The compounded, the walls are definitely providing a good defense system for the players, but F1LS Ray 3D, he managed to take down Substitute with that incoming grenade, and once again it's been 8-bit Viru. Well, he's just trying to take some players down, scout players off, and completely say them a goodbye. The vehicle is being caught, but no, nothing could be just done by that vehicle. Well, RT and Austin Box, that was an amazing grenade incoming from F1LS. Well, he managed to take down Austin Vortex down to the ground, and it's been one surviving players, but that couldn't stop Top Dog over here. Well, it was a very aggressive approach by RT and RNT. They managed to take F1LS off completely. 8-bit still trying to hold off their position. Well, we talk about Tenacity over there. They had an advantage, but now they have to move across the zone because the zone is not favoring them. Talking about RNT as well, they have to move across the zone. No player is on the center position of the zone, I would say. Everyone is out of a bit outskirts of the zone, and now everyone has to decide that what can be done so that the zone is onto your accounts over here. Well, one drop is what you can see on the terrace of team Tenacity over there as well. It's been looted off completely by the players. 8-bit once again inside wall covers, but this is a disadvantage that the zone is moving further. They are 17 meters away. 17 looks like just a ample amount of number, but when you talk about crossing the zones on such an open areas, it could be a very difficult thing. Once again, Viru, well, that smoke wall gave him an intimation that one player is there over there. You can take him down by giving some pre-fires, but no, that wasn't possible. Look at Kabi. Look at this player. Look at the way he's trying to get across the zone. He is just directly pushing out off aggressively to the center of the zone. Well, Viru can caught him up, but what is that position of Tio? Well, he is just under the vehicle over there. He's been caught and has to go down the ground over here.
uncalled push. He did not have his teammates covering him, but 8-bit, they have spotted the side of Team Tenacity. Both of them were right next to each other, but look at that. 8-bit push it. It's going to be IGL also going down. Already Kabi was down to his knees. Make it Mr. IGL also down to the knees. It's all up to the last player surviving, or it's Hell. Okay, Hell is down to his knees, and it's all up to Zero. His position is spotted, and immediately 8-bit finished the whole side of Team Tenacity. The wait, the patience game coming in from 8-bit, play advantage for them, give them dividends, and they'll be able to convert it and bring it back to only top 4 teams surviving. 8-bit, they do have, I guess, 3 players surviving. Revenant have only 1 player for themselves, and it's going to be 2 more teams. That's going to be a 3 and 2. So it's going to be a 3v3v 2v1 coming in, and Revenant top dog's position gets compromised. He goes down very early on. I guess it's from 7 Seas, and Marcos still playing the long game. They have sneaked into the last zone. They've not given their position. 7 Seas and the side of Team 8-bit, I get they are going to be the first teams that are going to fight, but Gyro God, he's very close to Sarang as well as Prince, so if they're pushing him, they might be able to reveal their location. But 8-bit are also playing the slow game. 8-bit are also playing the no information game, but with the smokes coming in across, a beautiful spray coming in from Aladdin. Look at Viru's health. He can only bandage himself up, but there is no medkits available for him. He does not have any energy drinks, any painkillers, so he cannot heal himself to full health. But on the other end, Surya, he pops a last energy drink that he has, so that even if he receives a couple of damages, he can still patch up with a bandage and can still reform to full health. But right now, look at Aladdin. The whole, I would say, not only Aladdin, all the 3 teams are playing the slow and no information game.
Well, definitely, but it's the last incoming zone that you can see. And well, Surya has been caught by 7C Prince over here. He's been punished as he has to go down to the ground. He's been confirmed as well. Gyro God, his location has been compromised, where 7C is just trying to capitalize it up to him. And I think, yes, they did that. Marcos Gaming had to go down the lanes for the 3rd position, and it's just a fight between 7C and 8-bit over here. Well, 8-bit, the last player surviving is gonna be over here, but Viru can take 1 player down. Well,
What?
it's a down for Viru. It's a 1v1 scenario. Can 8-bit get that? What performance! It was so near fight that we come across. 8-bit Viru was on the urge of getting a 1v3 for his team. He could have got that winner chicken dinner, but no, it was 7C who came across. 2 players were definitely down, but nevertheless, the last player managed to take him off completely. Well, a 1v3 was left out for Viru over there, but man, oh man, what performance by Viru. Left side he checked, he took 1 player down. Right side he checked, he took 1 player down, but the player coming directly from the front line just took him off completely over here.
What a match. 7C started a victory on the map of Erangel, ends again on the map of Erangel. This was just incredible from them. They managed to put it up so well that I'm really happy for them. What a way that the side of Team 7Cs have come up. Man, oh man, again another winner chicken dinner. I guess they got 9 finishes this time. Yes, not a whooping 25, but 9 is still incredible. Along with that 15 makes that to a total of 24 points that they've grabbed. What a play. But Viru, I mean, you were so close to stealing that winner chicken dinner for your team. 1v1 that you brought into it. I'm not sure what happened to it was kind of a 3v2 situation, but I guess one person, while he was trying to throw smoke, his position got revealed, and we saw 8-bit did not have a lot more bandages and medkits, and I think that's where they could not heal themselves, and the last player surviving, and the last 2 players out of which 1 went out. But the way Viru 1v1 that he brought into it was unbelievable. First he went for a wide left swing, got that person down, but if you saw the cam of Viru, it was the right flank person he saw first, but he decides that there's going to be a left flank as well. He goes for a wide swing, takes that person down, and then the right flank. But I guess it was just the number of bullets in his magazine, or the switch up of the rifle that he did in between, that cost him a little second that the other person just capitalized from the side of 7Cs. But again, with this victory, it's clear cut that it's going to be 7Cs on the overall standings in the first position. Does not matter 8-bit got more finishes than them. It does not matter if any other team got a better position and a couple of finishes than them. 7Cs have it all. 7Cs have done each and everything, and 7Cs from day one, they have been seen as a strong team.
Indeed, coming across the last match, I didn't feel it was the last match. I'm like, come on,
Exactly,
I
right?
have one more match. I want to cast one more match over here. It is just going off so amazingly. But coming across the whole map, I think there were some moments that I really like to say it off once again. The fight of SG and Celsius. The shag that team SG was holding, it was like a big advantage, I would say, for team Celsius over there. But no, it was a really a bad day for team Celsius. Well, as you said, you just don't can you just don't throw your phone away, just don't throw your phone off. But definitely you could have had an advantage of two amazing finishes there. SG players, they took it off very aggressively there. You could see the aggressiveness. Gamla boy, the player, he just came front foot, he finished them off completely and he just went back. It was so simple for the players to do that. Well, Celsius had a good approach, but as we were talking about it, let's get back to the highlights as you don't want to miss anything.
This
You
was
can see
incredible.
TSM. This was seriously incredible. TSM, they were eliminated by AZTEC. I was just coming across this fact that how AZTEC eliminated them, but there Gordel, I would really like to mention. Well, they had a good confidence over their gunpowder, but Neo was the last left alone player. He was just isolated as he was the last player coming across, and their team Gordel lost all their hopes of making a comeback this match. But the two maps were amazing. Well, talking about Soul as well, Aman was down on a very early stage, and the other players were being caught off angles, I would say, by other teams, a third party scenario maybe, and where you can see Regaltos, well, he was like a very great helping hand to his team. But yeah, the last surviving player, he couldn't survive for a long period of time. Coming back to Daljit over here, well, IND Daljit took it off very aggressively onto the sides of rivalry over there. You can see he took two players off completely as he was a good helping hand. But Daljit was caught by GXR Rocks. And well, it was an end for Daljit over there. He had to say a goodbye. Well, the team, the last player, but this was something I was just talking about. Well, you can see Eggy, he was trying to convert a grenade.
Why?
Decision was just not good enough as Gamla boy came off guard and took both of the player dead completely.
Why? There's still no proper explanation for that. Two players having two different utilities that they were about to throw inside that shack. Nobody threw, and Gamla boy says, "I'm just going to wide swing," and it looked like both of them lined up in a straight line, and that's the reason Gamla boy with a single spray got both the players from the side of Celsius. This is the kind of mistakes that we don't want to see. But 8-bit, the position they held for such a long time was incredible. Right next to the side of Team Tenacity, right under their nose, was incredible. And immediately once the side of Tenacity went for a push, 8-bit went ham on top of them, and we can see this clutch coming in from Viru. Goes for a 1v1, goes for a 1v1 again, converts all the 1v3 situations to a 1v1, but the last player from the side of 7 Seas, he turns it around, and what a way for him to turn things around. It was just brilliant to watch, and with that we have the overall standings. I am pretty sure that that was even Viru himself is like, yes, I'm about to clutch it, but the last player who came straight ahead like a bullet, I think that's where it went difficult for 8-bit. But nonetheless, they still performed out of uh, out of the world, out of what we could even think. They performed the unthinkable, and still to end it all on day 2, post match 12, it's going to be 7 C's topping it off with 3 winner chicken dinners and a whole sum of 153 placement and finishing point total.
Well, definitely. It was like Godlike and Marcos got two chicken dinners over here, but 7C made sure that y'all guys are going hand in hand with us. Well, definitely. We are not gonna let that happen. And well, they marked a one more chicken dinner for them, marking them 3 consecutive chicken dinners with 153. Not consecutive, that is not a word that I could be used, but definitely 3 chicken dinners with 153 total points. Godlike with 124, 8-bit 124. Once again with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming 113, Revenant 113. Okay, Marcos Gaming 112, AZTEC Esports 98, Galaxy Racers is 82, and TSM is on 81 over here. What a performance! What a performance! Definitely, this match was like a game changer for each and everyone that came across the paths. You can see 7C how just they performed, how well they performed, but what a performance by 8-bit. like the man Viru, hats off to you, man, hats off to you. The initiative for 1v3 was so good by that man. He took two players down, but the one person just traded him off completely. Well, that chicken dinner was snatched away from Viru, and it was 7C who took it very, very, very amazingly. Well, the overall standings post match 12, the first chart is already onto your screen, and you can see the difference of 153 and 124 over here, Lucifer. Damn, the difference of 153 and 124, it's such a huge difference to come across. But coming to the second part over here, it's gonna be Enigma Gaming with 79 total points. OR Esports is on 78, Tenacity with 72, Team Soul 64, Team IND is on 63. Well, Rivalry on 52, Esports Empire 44, F1LS is on 29, but Team Celsius is still on 23 over here. Now it's a 3 digit for the first place. It's like a 153 point, and Team Celsius, the last position, is on 23 points. Such a huge difference that you all guys have to cover. We are done and dusted with 12 maps for the grand finales. We are gonna head towards to the 42 total maps happening over here, and we are already done with 12. Now, what rest maps have to serve us is really gonna be a question for each and everyone present with us over here.
Man, that was just incredible to watch. The last map. Now, after watching the last map, I'm like, let's go for another one. Let's try to, I would say, group many more maps in this day itself, because this day was spectacular. Godlike performed insanely. Marcos Gaming coming in clutching two winner chicken dinner. 7C getting two winner chicken dinners. So today it was just, I would say, three teams performing. Godlike got two, Marcos got two, 7C's got two. That's all. These three teams took this day off, and there was no other team who managed to make a comeback, and there was no other team, I would say, in terms of grabbing a lot of points, made a lot of dent on the overall standings. Yes, 8-bit did put up one hell of a performance, but yes, at the end of the day, the victory does also matter, and that's the reason 7Cs are on top. But again, talking about the overall standings, right, as you were explaining, Darshita, one thing I also want to point out is anywhere from rivalry, or even if you want to take IND, you can. There is a 100 point difference where the top one team is standing. They have 153 and rivalry have 52. So IND, rivalry, Esports Empire, FNLS and Team Celsius, they have a long way to go. Tenacity, yes, they have a 70 point difference. Soul as well, they have close to 80 point difference along with Team IND, but it's a long way. It's a huge leap for teams to perform. I mean, I'm not sure, after seeing this kind of a performance on day 2, day 3, what are we going to see on day 3? Have they kept anything left for day 3, or is it all done and dusted here? They're like, we are done with day 2, give us the champions trophy, we want to take it away, because 7C are looking incredible from day 1. Day 2, they've been holding that position, and they're not letting it go for anybody. Nobody is able to question their position of why and how they're managing to do that. And if you want to see, I would say, from the side of 7Cs, their rotations have been incredible, their fights have been incredible. That's the reason they're balancing both brilliantly. Both placement points as well as finish points is at 70 for them. Whereas if you see Godlike, I guess they're still at the second position. They have kind of 50 or 60 placement points, whereas their kill is somewhere around 72. They have a huge difference of 20 to 10 points from their placement itself, and that's the reason the position is not first for the side of Godlike, Team 8-bit and things like this. There is a little bit of mismatch for these teams, but again, at the end of the day, 7Cs have one of the best, I would say, frags as well as rotations combined together on particular maps, or even in all the maps. They try to balance brilliantly.
Indeed, that is really gonna be true over here. And to everyone who is joining us new, well, if you don't know who took off which map, I would really like to, go on to that. Well, we started off with Erangel over here, where it was 7C. With 25 finishes in their account, it was 7C who took it off amazingly. Coming back to the second match of Miramar, it was Marcos Gaming. Coming back to the third match, it was Erangel once again, where Godel made sure to make a huge comeback. But the fourth match was again for Marcos. It was like Godel and Marcos, just a deciding factor whether you are gonna take it or it's gonna be me who is gonna take it. The match fifth, we just came across a while ago. Miramar once again, it was Godel. As we already discussed, Godel is just going, it's just going hand in hand with Miramar, or Miramar going hand in hand with Godel, I would definitely say that, because this team is just performing very, very well. They are just letting sparkles all over the match of Miramar. When you come across the past fight of Miramar of Godel, well, they had 12 finishes in their account. And when you come back to this fight once again, they had 15 finishes. So definitely that is a huge number when you come across. And the last match we had, well, 7C just took it off once again. So I think this is the thing I come across, that it all started with 7C and it ended with 7C once
Exactly.
again. This team made
Exactly.
sure that where they started, they ended it off. Started onto a map of Erangel, where they just, I don't know what they did. 25 finishes is like something. What are you all guys doing? I was just on the like, how? How is that possible? And when you end things off, when you end the day today, it's again 7C you come across. That is a definite, it's like a consistency that you maintain all over. Talking about Godel, two chicken dinners for today's day. Well, it was even more amazing for them.
I agree with you. Today's days, as I said, it was just for three teams. They managed to grab each and every map that was there for all the six. And with 12 maps done and dusted, there's just 30 more maps teams have to play. As you see, we were on day one, we are now ending day two, and still a lot of teams are lagging behind. But yes, again, we are about to meet the midway mark where teams have to start performing. That's going to be day three. But again, let's quickly discuss about what happened on the last map of Erangel. There are some key points that I would like to mention. We did see some of them in highlights. We did not see some of them on the highlights because it was not completely a highlight, but it's just something that teams would have to look after. So AZTEC, the flank, it was incredible. We already watched TSM-FTX. TSM, they were trying to hold the force from the side of AZTEC, but AZTEC flanked from two different directions. The pronged attack was incredible, but then Soul as well as GodLike. Godlike, rather than rotating, they went for a fight. We know they go for a fight, they managed to convert it, but as soon as they were not actually ready for the fight, it was actually a random spray, because of which they jumped out of their vehicles and wanted to take a fight. And before the zone started crumbling, and they were not ready, and Neo then was left alone. Same goes for the side of Soul. They jumped down. They were actually caught from the side of God L very early on, but the zone started shrinking. The rotation was not early, and this is where I want to mention that teams which do not rotate early on will be taken out very early. That's why we talk about BGMI being, even if you're an insane fragger, it's going to be, I would say, zone friendly. But right now, talking about the frags that we initially saw, let's take a quick look at the top frags. It's going to be still AZTEC AKOP still leading, I would say, for all the top fraggers with 26 finishes. This is what we said. AZTEC do have the capability, but still are unable to get placement points that they can make their way into the top 3 or maybe even top 1.
Indeed, when you come across Aztec, it's gonna be AKOP with 26 finishes. Well, 7C Spray God, he's not letting it behind with 23 finishes. Godlike, it's gonna be Jonathan once again with 22 finishes. 8-bit Akshat with 21 finishes. But nevertheless, it's once again Godlike, where Neo is marking an entry with 19 amazing finishes. So it's just a top 5 fraggers of post-match 12 that you have on your screen. Well, the first and the second position between 7C and AZTEC is going to mark a difference of 3 amazing finishes. Now it's a deciding factor of what can be done between AZTEC and 7C, so that the 3-point differentiation can be just gathered off completely. But now, talking about Jonathan, Akshat and Neo, they will definitely be looking across to the fact that how more amount of finishes they can gather for themselves. Top fraggers, we just have 5 for now, but definitely they are gonna be changing continuously. It's just post map 12. We still are left with more matches. We still are left with 30 maps to be done, and that is really a huge number. When you talk about 30 different maps, that is definitely a very huge number that you come across. And now what is going to change is everything. Drastically things are changing. We are just
Exactly.
been across with 2 days, and we just came across that how things are changing so well. One day you see one team performing amazingly, second day a team out of nowhere, a team in the blue just come out of nowhere and be like, surprise, we are even here and we are gonna perform. It's grand finale. We came across Team Soul. I would really like to mention this at a very initial stage, the first, the second and the third map. We came across Team Soul, where they definitely had a very good day. They definitely had a very good position, but now they need to look forward to a chicken dinner, to more amount of frags that they can accumulate for their team, and that is definitely gonna, push them forward in the points table that we are coming across. But consistency, you have to maintain. Now you can't just do well in one or two match and then just go down for the further matches. But talking about the teams who are later at a very downer scenario, I would say, for the teams like Celsius, Esports Empire, Tenacity, F1LS, somewhere these teams needs a huge comeback. I think these 2 days were a initial, I wouldn't say that initial day, but definitely some things were changing. 6 matches are really exhausting to perform on, but now you need to gather everything, you need to put together everything that you have and give your best, because you just are left with 5 more days and 30 more maps in your hands.
Ah, 30 more maps, as you said. Teams have to figure out a way to start performing right now. The midway mark is about to be reached, and from here on, they would have to turn things around. If they don't, as you mentioned, right, Darshita, there's going to be a very tough chance, because we pointed out, right, there's going to be 100 points that these teams are missing on, 100 points that they need to make a comeback on, where that is close to, even if you say one match gives you, or a one map gives you 15 points, uh, imagine how many maps you need. You literally need close to 7 8 maps to get 100 points just with map victory. Finishes are on the other hand, but still, just map victory, you need at least 8 or 9 to get close to 100 points. And imagine, we are already done with 12, and if you need 9 more matches in terms of getting a victory, you would already be done with 22 maps, and then it's all about 20 more maps. And then you can then if you again say we need 9 more maps, this story will continue. This story will go on for hours together, days together, and at the end of the day, all only thing that you will be seeing is losing this AMD Ryzen Skyesports Championship 3.0. I'm not talking about first position, second position, third position, in general, that you could not perform. All teams, I wish for is all the best. Try to get your best game in, and there is a kind of satisfaction, right, Darshita, when you put up your best game forward. They'll be really happy that we tried our best, but the opponent was better. That's the reason that we lost day one. They were just a little bit better. We were a little bit not ready. Our fights were not on point, but we did try our best. We have a lot to improve. This is the kind of mentality that teams need to carry forward rather than worrying about it. But I guess it does take a toll on teams as well, right? Because we are telling them they have to play 6 matches a day. Previously they had to play 5 matches a day. That's where and only you will be able to declare yourself as champions. That's where your points will be letting us know that you put your best foot forward, you got the points, and you are walking away with the trophy. I understand teams are giving it all they've got. There is certain situations that it happens, right, on the moment. Even though you might come in the strategy, okay, I'm going to get down, grab loot at maybe Pochinki, see where the zone is, get a central position. But voila, like F1LS, there's going to be either Celsius, there's going to be either Esports Empire, there's going to be either Enigma, one of these teams coming in and fighting with you. And unfortunately, F1LS, even though they get one frag, the whole team surround them, and F1LS are wiped out. It's not like F1LS were not looking great. They were ready for the fight, but unfortunately, the early fight coming in, they did not have a lot of utilities to play with. So, all the best to the team. Still, as we said, 30 more maps to go, 30 more matches to go on, still 5 more days. A lot can be done.
Indeed, a lot really can be done. I just came across the fact that we started off with 15,000 registrations. We started this AMD Ryzen Skyesports Championship 3.0 for BGMI with 15,000 registration, 15,000 plus registration, I would say. We came across with 1,000 slots. Then into semi-finales, we had 4 groups with, I think, 24 total teams. And now entering the grand finales, we are with 18 teams. And coming 5 days, the last day is going to mark us the total of 13 teams who are going to brag some good prize, coming across the MVP as well, who's going to take home some good amount of amount, like 1 lakh is what you get when you are the MVP. But talking about the 5 teams who are not gonna get nothing. Buddy, it's not nothing that you are getting. You are getting a lot of experience. You are just gonna
Exactly.
take home
Correct.
back a lot of experience, a lot of learning what you just came across with. It's not just about winning. These matches that you come across, these tournaments that you come across, it's just not about the winning. It's definitely about the fact that what do you learn from it. Everything that you come across in your life is something that gives you an opportunity to learn something new. So definitely this is something that is, just making you learn new things. Even if you are performing
Mm-hmm.
in the grand finales, you are just coming up with new strategies. If strategy A is not working, you go for B, you go for C. And at such an panicking scenario, you are able to, make yourself comfortable in finding new strategies. You are learning something new. So definitely that is like a sportsman spirit you should definitely have with yourself. But coming across to the end of this day, what an amazing day it was. It was just a
Yeah.
day two. It was like a trailer. And for the whole of the picture, we are still left with 5 amazing days.
Exactly, I agree with you. This is again. I mean, even though teams have performed out of their minds, they've shown us one hell of a performance. It's still, as Darshita mentioned, it's still the beginning of the journey. Grand finals has started with day one, and day two has ended today. But day three will be starting again tomorrow. From there, tomorrow will be the actual plays coming through, the actual fights coming. Now, I'm pretty sure if even if this is the strategy, hopefully, I'm crossing my hands for all the teams that are there below 11. It is just their strategy to understand where is the loot points of a couple of teams, where do they head over to, how do they fight, how are they looking forward to make rotations happen, and they try and turn things around on day 3. Again, wishing all the teams all the best for day 3, because we know it's going to be better for a lot of teams. Because if you remember, day 1 was not good for so many teams. Marcos did not have a great time, GodLike as well, they did not at all have a great time, but today it was better. But on that good note, Marcos, 7 Cs, as well as Godel have a great fight that they put up. But one thing very interesting for the chat that I would want to mention is we have an interview. Guess what? From whom? The side of Team 8-bit. Viru, he managed to do a clutch. The interview is ready. But right now, in case you want to ask us any questions and you have anything that you would want to talk to us about, our Instagram handles are right below. And by now, it's time to end from our end. Say goodbye. This is going to be me, Lucifer, along with Darshita, signing out on the English desk. There is an interview that I'll be pushing you on to. May enjoy and have a great evening. See you tomorrow again.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we are actually waiting for Viru also to join, and बहुत ही जल्दी वीरू भी हमारे साथ जुड़ जाएंगे. So अक्षु, सबसे पहला सवाल, मैं आपके ऊपर कोई एडिशनल प्रेशर नहीं डालना चाहूंगा कि आज का दिन कैसा था, आखिरी चिकन रह गया, ये वो. मैं आपसे काफी सिंपल सा ये क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहूंगा कि कितना चेंज आपने कंपटीशन में देखा सेमीफाइनल्स और फाइनल्स के फेज में.
सेमीज में ऐसा आधी टीम थोड़ा एक्सपेरिमेंट्स भी कर रही थी जब टॉप में चले गए, बट अभी तो पूरा ऐसा हार्ड को चल रहा है ना.
हेलो
कि कुछ कवर में नहीं मिल रहा, कहीं जाने को भी नहीं मिल रहा.
Yeah.
तो फुल अलग ही लेवल कॉम्पिटिशन आ रहा फाइनल्स में.
ओके, तो काफी चेंज आपने देखा है फाइनल्स के अंदर. आई थिंक वीरू को हम सुन पा रहे हैं, बट वीरू को हम देखना भी जरूर से चाहेंगे. वीरू, आप हेलो हेलो कर रहे हैं, हम आपको सुन पा रहे हैं, एंड आई एम एक्चुअली वेटिंग फॉर यू टू जॉइन. एंड कहीं ना कहीं अक्षु से कुछ और सवाल.
वेल वीरू ना वैसे खिलाड़ी बन चुके हैं जो कि छुप के हमला करते हैं. वो यहाँ पे भी कर रहे हैं. वहाँ पे 7 सीज के अगेंस्ट भी किया, यहाँ पे भी वही देखने का मौका मिला है. तो वीरू को सबसे जेन्युइन सवाल पूछते हैं कि मायरी.
या श्योर, गो फॉर इट.
वेल वीरू, ऑलमोस्ट अ 1 versus 3, ऑलमोस्ट. व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट दैट?
मैं थोड़ा लास्ट बंदे पे थोड़ा रुक जाता ना तो फिर हो जाता वो 1v3 इजीली. मैंने बहुत जल्दी कर दिया. मतलब
वीरू, अभी हम बात कर
थोड़ा
रहे
पैनिक हो
थे,
गया.
या हम अभी बात कर ही रहे थे कि वीरू का वो क्लच मुमकिन कैसे हो सकता था. तो क्या आपको भी ऐसा
थोड़ा रुक
लगता है
जाता
कि
तो हो जाता.
ओके, सो आप कह रहे हैं कि रुक सकते थे. आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग कि कुछ और मूवमेंट्स अगर वहां पर हो सकती थी, जैसे कुछ क्राउच या प्रोन या स्मोक के बाहर से निकल के जंप शॉट.
मैं वैसे ही मार देता. मैं उसको क्या हुआ, उसको एक्सपेक्टेड था कि मैं तब पीक दे दूंगा, तो इसलिए उसने प्री फायर कर दिया और मैं उसमें ही आ गया. वरना मैं वैसे ही
इसको राइट से जाना चाहिए था, लेफ्ट से गया.
हाँ,
ओके,
या थोड़ा रुक जाता.
अक्षु को हम देख पा रहे हैं, उनसे हम ज्यादा अच्छा इंटरेक्शन अभी के लिए कर पा रहे हैं. तो अक्षु से मैं कुछ और यहाँ पर बात जरूर से करना चाहूंगा कि अक्षु, कैसा लग रहा है आपके लिए इतना बड़ा इवेंट यहाँ पर स्काई स्पोर्ट्स लेकर आया है. एक मैसिव प्राइस पुल है, सारी टीम जैसा आपने बताया कि ट्राई हार्ड करती हुई मिल रही है, बहुत हार्ड हो रहा है, आखिरी सर्कल्स में स्पेस नहीं मिल रहा रुकने के लिए. तो कॉम्पिटिशन के बारे में आपने बता दिया, इवेंट के बारे में आपका क्या कहना है?
मतलब बहुत मजा आ रहा है इस इवेंट. मतलब फुल जो लैन का फील होता है ना,
Yeah.
वैसा फील आ रहा था थोड़ा. कि कंपटीशन वैसा मिल रहा है, अपने को फाइट्स वैसे मिल रहे हैं, बिल्कुल बहुत ज्यादा एड्रेनलिन रश मिल रहा है, तो बहुत मजा आ रहा है इसमें।
वेल एक सवाल जनता की तरफ से यहाँ पे आता हुआ, यहाँ पे पूछा जा रहा है गुप्ता जी के द्वारा कि आपकी कंसिस्टेंसी का राज क्या है?
ओहो,
हमारी कम हमारा आईजीएल ओमेगा
ओमेगा।
ओके। चलो
ले
आईजीएल
जाता
की
है,
अगर
कैसा भी
बात
जोन
हो
हो,
ही रही
कुछ
है,
भी जोन हो, बट तो ले जाता है।
वही मैं आपसे अभी आईजीएल के बारे में सवाल पूछने वाला था कि अगर आपको तीनों को ओमेगा के अलावा अगर आपको कोई आईजीएल चुनना हो तो वो कौन हो सकता है?
मावी।
बहुत मुश्किल सवाल है।
वीरू सीधा मावी, वीरू सीधा मावी।
वीरू मावी।
अक्षु
सोचा
अक्षु की
मैंने
साइड
सीधा
से
मावी।
की साइड से क्या आंसर आया भाई?
अक्षय की साइड से मैं इंतजार कर रहा हूँ बिकॉज अभी तक कुछ बोला नहीं गया ना।
बोलूंगा कुछ तो ओमेगा नाराज हो जाएगा।
नहीं होगा,
कोई नाराज नहीं होने वाला,
हम
हमारे
अपनी
के साथ
बात कर लेंगे।
मावी बेस्ट मावी है, मतलब सेकंड बेस्ट मेरे लिए मावी है, बट फर्स्ट में ओमेगा ही है।
फर्स्ट में ओमेगा है।
यू नो सेफ साइड खेला जा रहा है कि बाद में कुटाई वटाई ना हो जाए।
अच्छा, अभी तक के फाइनल्स का सफर आपका डिसेंट चल रहा है, मतलब वो चिकन डिनर अभी भी आना बाकी है। आज के दिन में आपने देखा मार्कोस गेमिंग 2 ले गई, गॉडलाइक की टीम भी 2 चिकन डिनर ले गई, 7 सीज की टीम पहले मैच के रिजल्ट्स के बाद कहीं ना कहीं आप लोग भी थोड़े बहुत सरप्राइज हुए होंगे कि 25 फिनिशेस का उन्होंने आज चिकन डिनर निकाला है। सो आपके चिकन डिनर ना लेने की वजह से आप लोग यहाँ पर डिसअपॉइंटेड हो, या फिर जो आज के दिन का अभी तक का ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में आपके पास स्पॉट है उससे आप कहीं ना कहीं सेटिस्फाइड हो?
नहीं,
ना,
बहुत
हम बिल्कुल
disappointed
satisfied नहीं
है,
किसी से
क्योंकि
भी।
हम लोग
फुल डिसअपॉइंटेड है,
बहुत बेटर कर
जितना भी चल रहा है
सकते
फुल
थे।
डिसअपॉइंटेड है। अपनी छोटी छोटी मिस्टेक्स हम बहुत पीछे रह रहे हैं।
ओके, तो वीरू अभी आपकी टीम में एक
मतलब
नए रिक्रूट आए हैं, इससे पहले डेल्टा थे। तो अक्षु ये सवाल मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, मैं ये नहीं पूछूंगा कि वीरू बढ़िया है या डेल्टा बढ़िया है, इट वोंट लुक गुड ऑब्वियसली, बट कहीं ना कहीं सिनर्जी लेवल की बात होती है। आपने थोड़ा सा ज्यादा समय बिताया है डेल्टा के साथ, एंड कहीं ना कहीं वीरू के साथ आपको खेलते हुए बहुत ज्यादा समय नहीं हुआ, हार्डली 5 या 6 या कह सकते हैं 10 दिन के आसपास लगा लीजिए आप। 10 सेमीफाइनल्स के बाद मेरे ख्याल से हमने इनको यहाँ पर खेलते हुए देखे, वीरू के साथ खेलते हुए देखा है। तो कितना कम समय लगा है आपको सिनर्जी में? आपको लगता है कि सिनर्जी लेवल ओके हो चुकी है या अभी और बहुत इंप्रूव हो सकती है?
अभी हमारा वीरू के साथ 60% सिनर्जी अभी, बट इसका एक्सपीरियंस है खुद का, तो इसको इतना बेटी नहीं होता कॉज वगैरह देने में, तो ठीक ही है अभी।
Okay, anything from you,
आई
Captain?
थिंक यू नो 60% में इतना मार रहे हैं तो
100% में क्या
100% में क्या होने वाला है? आई थिंक दैट्स समथिंग दैट्स गोना बी रियली यू नो एक्साइटिंग टू नो। वेल आज तो आपका दिन बहुत अच्छा था, लाइक आपने विदाउट चिकन डिनर इतना बढ़िया कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस मेंटेन किया है। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि लाइक यू नो एक सवाल है जो मैं हर टीम से पूछ चुका हूँ ऑलरेडी, तो आप लोगों से भी पूछना चाहूंगा, जब आप लोगों को पता चला कि लाइक इतना बड़ा एक इवेंट अनाउंस कर चुके हैं स्काई स्पोर्ट्स, तो आप लोगों का माइंडसेट क्या था कि जीतना है या फिर मारना है?
जीतना
हमको पहले तो यही था कि हमको मारना है, पहले जितना हो सके उतना मारना है, जीत तो वैसे भी जाएंगे आराम से, बट मारना हमको ज्यादा है। वो
वेल
चीज़ ज्यादा चाहिए।
ये रिकॉर्ड किया जाए, इसको क्लिप किया जाए, बिकॉज ये तो बहुत ज्यादा काम आने वाला है ये जो क्लिप है। वेल फिलहाल के लिए जोक्स अपार्ट बहुत ही लाइक बढ़िया आप लोग खेले। जी जी जी।
अक्षु और वीरू, मैं दोनों से ये सवाल करना चाहूंगा कि अभी हमारे पास 18 टीम्स है जो फाइनल्स तक क्वालिफाई करके आई हैं। अगर आपको एक ऐसी पावर दी जाए कि 3 टीम्स आप इस श्रृंखला से बाहर कर सकते हैं, वो कौन सी 3 टीम्स होगी? स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम अक्षु।
फर्स्ट TSM-FTX, सेकंड 7 Seas एंड थर्ड ऑरेंज रॉक।
ओके, सो मतलब गॉड लाइक जो आज यहाँ पर डोमिनेट कर गई है उसका डर यहाँ पर उतना नहीं है। बाकी जो प्लेयर्स चिकन डिनर नहीं लेकर गए हैं उनका नाम आ रहा है, तो मतलब कहीं ना कहीं वो टैक्टिकलिटीज पता है, कहीं ना कहीं इसका यू नो मैं अगर प्रोडक्ट निकाल कर दिखाऊं या फिर उसको थोड़ा सा और एलैबोरेट करूं, तो अक्षु क्या ये आपके प्ले स्टाइल के अफेक्ट में करने वाली टीम्स है या फिर सिर्फ आप स्कोर कार्ड को ही चेक करके बता रहे हैं?
हमारा प्ले स्टाइल इफेक्ट करने वाली टीम्स हैं ये, तो इनसे
Okay.
दिक्कत है।
ओके, वीरू कैन यू हियर अस? वीरू आई थिंक इज
वीरू?
ओके।
ओके
Okay.
ओके
Your
तो
question.
एक सवाल मेरा रहने वाला है यहाँ पे अक्षु की तरफ कि अभी तक 8-बिट ने लाइक यू नो हमने देखा है बहुत सारे फिनिश पॉइंट्स पे 8-बिट काम कर चुका है। आई थिंक ओवरऑल जो हाईएस्ट फिनिश पॉइंट्स 8-बिट के रह चुके हैं वो 13 है, सेमीफाइनल्स एंड फाइनल्स दोनों को मिला के। तो 25 फिनिश पॉइंट्स 7 सीज ने आज पुल ऑफ किया है। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने का इरादा है?
पूरा इरादा है, बस मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
मौका ढूंढा जा रहा है, तो कौन से मैप के ऊपर
कल
मैं
दिखाया
पूछना
जाएगा।
चाहूंगा कि लाइक यू नो ओके कल दिखाया जाएगा, इंतजार रहेगा इस चीज का भी। तो कौन से मैप के ऊपर हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि ये रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा जाए?
ज्यादा से ज्यादा एरेंगल में।
ओके, मैप्स की बात हो रही है अक्षु, तो मेरे दिमाग में एक और क्वेश्चन आया कि सैनोक को आजकल थोड़ा सा ज्यादा पसंद नहीं कर रहे हैं। वीरू को तो खैर मैं पर्सनली जानता हूं, तो वीरू तो बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं करता सैनोक के मैप को। तो कहीं ना कहीं आपकी नजर में सैनोक में जो आजकल सब डॉक्टर डॉक्टर खेल रहे हैं, तो ये डॉक्टर डॉक्टर का सोल्यूशन आपको पता है, या फिर ये पहले से भी चलता आया था, इसमें कुछ नया नहीं है?
पहले था बट इतना नहीं था। लोग आखिरी में खेल करते थे, बट अभी तो सब शुरू से खेल करना चालू कर रहे हैं, ज्यादा ही ऊपर पैसिव हो गया।
ओके, तो डॉक्टर हमने एक वैसे आपकी टीम से भी देखा था, ना सिर्फ वो डॉक्टर बने थे, वो टॉप फ्रैगर भी थे अक्षत, और 40 के आसपास हमने फर्स्टेज। तो वो मतलब खुद का प्लान था कि कहीं ना कहीं ओमेगा का वो कॉल था कि जब सब कर रहे हैं तो हम क्यों ना करें?
हाँ, लाइक सेमीज में देखा था ना, तो उसने बोला था कि इसमें हम भी करते हैं वो ट्राई, तो हमने पूरा लोड के अक्षय तो फर्स्ट दे के वो करवाया और अच्छा गया वो।
उस मैच में मैंने देखा था कि आप लोगों ने एक बेहतर स्प्लिट लिया था, जो आप वेस्टर्न साइड पर जा रहे थे, आपने तंबंग का एरिया भी लिया, नाखाम का एरिया भी लिया, ऊपर कॉर्नर पर, मतलब इतना आपने स्प्लिट ले लिया था कि मुझे स्प्लिट में ही पता चल गया था कि आप लोगों के पास कहीं ना कहीं बहुत लूट आने वाली है। तो वो स्पेसिफिकली लूट करने के लिए स्प्लिट लिया था कि आपका ड्रॉप ही यही था? बिकॉज जितना मैं ओमेगा को
नहीं
जानता
नहीं,
हूँ,
वो
पहले
स्पेसिफिकली,
उनका ड्रॉप
हाँ
र्यून्स के आसपास का था।
हाँ, वो स्पेसिफिकली लूट के लिए था, क्योंकि हमने
ओके,
देखा था कोई टीम्स उतरी नहीं उधर, तो हमने लूटने के लिए गए उधर सारे सारे।
ओके, सो चलो एक इंटरेस्टिंग सा राउंड खेलते हैं अक्षु। आई थिंक अब बोर तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं हो रहे होगे, और अगर नहीं भी हो रहे हो तो इसको थोड़ा सा
नहीं,
और इंटरेस्टिंग बनाते हैं। एक रैपिड फायर सेशन में आपके साथ खेलना चाहूंगा, जिसमें क्विक रहना पड़ेगा आपको। हाँ, इट्स गोना बी, इट शुड बी रैपिड एंड फायरी एज वेल। सो
बिल्कुल।
कहीं ना कहीं शुरुआत करते हैं नॉर्मल से, बहुत डिसेंट क्वेश्चंस रहेंगे आपके लिए। तो डीपी और एम4 में से कौन सी अगर आप चूज करना चाहेंगे?
M4।
ओमेगा या मूवी?
ओमेगा।
ओके, मॉर्टल या मूवी?
मॉर्टल।
हक भाई या गोल्डी भाई?
ये क्या है?
ये रैपिड फायर है मैन, यू हैव टू बी रैपिड मैन, कम ऑन, जल्दी।
ओह माय गॉड।
इसमें मिर्ची नहीं खानी है, कम ऑन यार।
गोल्डी भाई।
टोली भाई, ओके। सो बीजीएमआई या गर्लफ्रेंड?
BGMI। I'm single।
ओके, और एंड्रॉइड या आईओएस?
iOS any day।
ओके, यू कैन गो विद फ्यू क्वेश्चंस एज वेल।
ओके, स्नाइपर्स की अगर आप बात करेंगे, M24 या कार 98?
मैं चलाता नहीं है।
M24।
फिर भी M24,
M24
फिर भी M24, yeah, that's there's a reason for that. पिज्जा या जिम?
जिम। Nowadays
जा
gym।
रहा है।
Okay,
I saw the
okay.
blog, I saw the blog, he is going to gym regularly।
okay. So और कुछ पूछना है महवी?
तो मतलब एग्जैक्टली आपकी टीम में अभी के लिए पूरे 4 प्लेयर्स का एक बेहतर रोस्टर है, बट कहीं ना कहीं हम जानते हैं कि उसके बावजूद भी टीम में एक और कोई ऐसा खिलाड़ी होना चाहिए जो बैकअप रहता है। कई बार ऊंच नीच हो जाती है, कई बार प्लेयर्स अनवेल भी होते हैं, बड़े मैचेस के अंदर आपको बैकअप चाहिए रहता है। तो अभी ओमेगा का प्लान तो काफी हद तक मुझे पता है, बट मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि कौन सा वो प्लेयर है जो आप चाहते हैं आपकी टीम ज्वाइन करे एज द 5th प्लेयर?
कोई भी, तो
कोई भी मुझे
हमारा
लेना
तो
है।
अभी यही है कि डेल्टा वापस आ जाए, क्योंकि उसमें सिनर्जी है अभी 5th मैन के लिए तक, तो डेल्टा वापस आता तो वो आ जाएगा।
ओके, सो डेल्टा को वापस अभी भी लेने के चांसेस है, बट रिवेंज के साथ, राइवलरी स्पोर्ट्स के साथ भी मेरे हिसाब से डेल्टा काफी अच्छा कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमने देखा है कि टीम भले ही पॉइंट टेबल में अच्छी जगह पर ना हो, बट डेल्टा खुद टॉप फ्रैगर की लिस्ट में वहां पर मौजूद थे। आज के पहले मैच के बारे में मैं थोड़ी सी आपसे बात करना चाहूंगा कि 25 फिनिश पॉइंट्स का चिकन डिनर, अक्षु आप भी खेलते हो, इतना आसान नहीं होता मैन। 17 18 20 तक भी हजम हो जाती है, बट 25 फिनिशेस का मैच जिसमें आप मेरे ख्याल से टॉप 3 या टॉप 4 में थे, तो कहीं ना कहीं इस लेवल का डोमिनेशन दिखाने के लिए 8 बिट को और कितना समय लगेगा, या फिर आपको लगता है कि अगर हम पूरा ऑल इन अटैक के लिए जाए तो ये हम भी कर सकते हैं इजीली?
25 किल तो अभी बहुत टाइम है इसमें, थोड़ा सा सिनर्जी और अच्छा बैठने में, और जैसे बैठ जाएगा तो आ सकता 25 आराम से।
25 आ सकता है। ओके, एक और थोड़ा सा, अब मैंने कहा था कि धीरे धीरे हम क्वेश्चंस की इंटेंसिटी बढ़ाएंगे, सो एक थोड़ा सा टफ क्वेश्चन अब आपके लिए मैं लेकर आने वाला हूँ। टीम सोल के बारे में, जिनके आप बहुत ज्यादा करीब हैं, उनके बारे में आपका क्या कहना है कि व्हाट एक्चुअली इज गोइंग रॉन्ग? बिकॉज कहीं ना कहीं एक्सपेक्टेशंस हाई हैं, सब जानते हैं, आप भी जानते हैं, बट व्हाट एक्चुअली इज गोइंग रॉन्ग फॉर टीम सोल? बिल्कुल आखिरी स्टेज पर आके उन्होंने सेमीफाइनल स्टेज पे क्वालिफाई करा, दैट सेकंड डिनर वाज अ लेजेंडरी वन, वी नो दैट, बट पहले दिन में सेमीज में अच्छा कर रहे थे, आज का दिन टीम सोल का टेबल के लिए अच्छा नहीं रहा। सो क्या आपकी नजर में गलत हो रहा है?
मेरे को तो ये लगता है कि अभी वो नया टीम है, तो उसको थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा बैठने में, सिनर्जी बहुत, वो प्लेयर्स कभी साथ में खेले नहीं है ना, तो उनको बहुत टाइम
Okay.
लगेगा बैठने में। मावी स्काउट कभी भी नहीं खेले इतना साथ में, मॉटल और इनके सारे अगर साथ, तो अभी इनको टाइम लगेगा, बट आएगा इनका टाइम भी।
ओके, सो
जैसे सिनर्जी बैठते हैं आराम से मारना चालू कर देंगे।
एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन अब यहाँ पर पूछना चाहूंगा मैं आपसे कि आपके अलावा नॉट 8 बिट, आपके अलावा कौन सी टीम आपको लगता है कि स्काई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप 3.0 जीत सकता है? 7 सीज ये मेरे ख्याल से टेबल को स्टैट्स को चेस करते हुए जा रहा है, बिकॉज अच्छी स्टार्ट है एंड आई थिंक ये एक अच्छी पिक जरूर से रह सकती है। गॉड लाइक आपको क्या लगता है, क्या वो जो स्पीड अप कर रही है चेस कर पाएगी 7 सीज की डोमिनेशन जो अभी तक दिख रही है?
जैसा आज का दिन गया, अगर बाकी दिन उनके ऐसे जाते हैं तो आराम से कर सकता हूँ।
ओके, एनीथिंग फ्रॉम योर एंड?
वेल एक ही सवाल रहने वाला है मेरा। अगर आपको यू हैव द फुल फ्रीडम टू चूज 4 प्लेयर्स जो आपके टीम में खेले, कोई भी आईजीसी का कोई भी प्लेयर, यू हैव द फुल फ्रीडम, ठीक है, तो वो 4 खिलाड़ी कौन रहने वाले हैं एक्सेप्ट 8 बिट एंड सोल के लाइनअप से?
नहीं, सोल यू कैन
लेट्स एक्सक्लूड
ओके।
फर्स्ट रहेगा गिल, आदित्य एंड थर्ड दलजीत।
ऑरेंज रॉक, अक्षु इज वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑल। कहीं ना कहीं ऑरेंज रॉक के खिलाड़ियों पर नजर है अक्षु की। सो एमवीपी के बारे में बड़ी चर्चा चल रही है अक्षु, बहुत सारे खिलाड़ी हैं जो प्रबल दावेदारी अपनी दिखा रहे हैं एमवीपी में। अक्षत का नाम है उनमें, आप भी वहां पर काफी ट्राई हार्ड करते हुए दिखे हैं। जॉनथन जाने जाते हैं अपनी टॉप फ्रैगर लिस्ट में, बट आपकी नजर में कौन आपको लगता है कि टूर्नामेंट के एंड तक 80-100 फिनिशेस का वो जो आंकड़ा है और जीतने का प्रबल दावेदार रह सकता है?
वो अक्षत ही रहेगा, मेरे को तो पूरा भरोसा है।
Yes, exactly. He was really good in the semis as well, and बहुत से और इवेंट्स के अंदर भी अक्षत की डोमिनेशन रह रही है। और ओमेगा के बारे में अब मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा। मुझे लग रहा था कि ओमेगा जुड़ेंगे, ओमेगा से मैं बहुत से सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा। जितना मैं ओमेगा को जानता हूँ वो कोई मवी से कम नहीं है। He is also one of the most toxic IGLs we have. I know him personally. So कितना मतलब वो गुस्सा हो जाते हैं अगर मैच आपके फेवर में नहीं जाता या कोई छोटी मोटी गलती हो जाती है?
मैच फेवर से उतना गुस्सा नहीं होगा, अगर छोटी सी भी गलती हो गई और वो नहीं मानी तो पूरा 2 दिन तक फायर हो जाएगा, ऐसा उसका।
ओ भाई, आई नो, मैं बहुत गुस्सा करता है कहीं ना कहीं, बट कहीं ना कहीं अभी जैसे आपने देखा है कि ओमेगा अपनी नई टीम बना रहे थे, आपका इंतजार हो रहा था बहुत लंबे समय से, उन्होंने पूरा ग्राइंड करा था जब तक गेम नहीं आया था, बट अक्षत भी मेरे ख्याल से उनके साथ नहीं जुड़े हुए थे, बट बावजूद उसके ओमेगा ने ट्राई हार्ड किया, पूरा टाइम उन्होंने ग्राइंड करा। आई वाज विद हिम थ्रू आउट जितनी भी उनकी जर्नी थी, कास्टिंग के टाइम पर भी और टीम बिल्डिंग के टाइम पर भी। सो कहीं ना कहीं ओमेगा ने अब जो वापस से टीम रीबिल्ड कर रही है 8 बिट की, इसमें आपको सपोर्ट अच्छा मिलता है, फैंस आपको यहाँ पर बहुत प्यार करते हैं। मैं देखना चाहता हूँ कि अक्षु का नया वर्जन कितनी जल्दी आने वाला है। सबने अपने अपने 2.0 वर्जन लॉन्च कर दिए, तो अक्षु का 2.0 कब आने वाला है?
मेरा भी आ ही जाएगा, इस टूर्नामेंट के बाद तो पक्का आ जाएगा।
इस टूर्नामेंट के बाद आ जाएगा, तो कह सकते हैं कि अक्षु 2.0 अभी लोडिंग फेज पर है। एंड दिस वाज इट गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच अक्षु फॉर जॉइनिंग, थैंक यू सो मच वीरू फॉर जॉइनिंग, एंड गुड लक फॉर ऑल योर अपकमिंग मैचेस एंड kudos to 8 bit.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Take care. And that was a quick and interesting session जो हमने 8 बिट अक्षु के साथ एंजॉय किया। वीरू भी आए थे, उनसे भी बात किया है हमने। एंड आज का जो सफर था बहुत ज्यादा मजेदार था। 5 days remain in the grand finals of the AMD Ryzen Skyesports Championship 3.0 Battlegrounds Mobile India. Well, I think अभी के लिए वो समय आ चुका है जो हर शाम आता है, गुड बाय बोलने का, इजाजत लेने का यहाँ पे दर्शकों से। वेल, मेरा नाम है कैप्टन प्राइस, मेरे साथ डेस्क पे थे गेमर एक्स मायावी एंड गेम जोटेक वाईटी। कल दोपहर बजे शार्प आप लोगों से वापस से मुलाकात होने वाले हैं डे 3 लेके। तब तक के लिए गुड नाइट, टेक केयर, सी यू लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन।
From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. from a driver's point.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails